So, good morning. Welcome along to round 2 of the BRCA National 1/10 Off-Road 4-Wheel Drive Championship. We're here again at BMR, not quite as sunny as it was yesterday, overcast. Coat seemed the order of the day today, so I don't think there's any rain forecast yet, which is good. I would like to keep it a nice dry day for everyone again today. Had some good racing yesterday, some close finals, and the last final of two-wheel drive, the last day final went down to last leg, and any one of 6 drivers went into the last leg with the opportunity to win. Hopefully we get the same sort of close racing today. Track layout has completely changed from yesterday. Much more technical track, starting right at the end of the straight, which you'll see on camera soon, with hairpin and quite a few square back-to-back corners, almost like a street circuit section. It's square 90 and 180 corners. Much more technical track today. Already listening to some of the guys who are out there, seems like front tyres aren't going to be, you're not going to be wanting new front tyres on, either scrubbed or ones that have had a couple of runs on would seem to be the order of the day, as it's grippy out there. Mainly that will be because we're running on fresh parts of the track, and we're also running on some bits yesterday that had a little bit of sand and had that brushed off. So the track will be very grippy. Fastest lap so far we've seen this morning has been Jacob Tomlinson from Heat 6, local Schumacher driver, one of the 16s, and he did a 22.5. So that's for you guys online. Keep an eye out for what their lap times are. We are looking at 22.5 best lap, and if someone did a 22.5 average, then we'd be looking we're looking at 14 lap pace again, as we were yesterday. So although the track's changed a lot, we're still looking around the same sort of lap score for a 5-minute run of around 14 laps. This heat opens out with Yokomo of Callum Bench, 23.23. So these guys, it's the first time they've hit the track. There's a lot of guys now do a track walk in the morning, which is well worth doing, and especially if it's a venue you've never been to. Just have a walk round with one of your mates or a couple of your mates and have a look round. You'll spot stuff that you just wouldn't see from the driver's rostrum. So we'll expect these guys to start bringing their lap times down. Charlie Saunders bringing it down already under 23, one of our A finalists from yesterday. Almost eclipsed by his younger brother Harry, who won the C final in a time that would have put him mid-pack in the A final. So young Harry is definitely one to watch out for today. He goes a couple of heats earlier than his brother Charlie, who's in this heat now. So Charlie runs an all-red car in 2-wheel, and then a red, green and blue car in 4-wheel. So he'll be one to watch out for later on. Will Venables, the briefcase graphics. You'll see him going around, red, white and black associated. He's the first one really into taking a big chunk out of 23, him and Stu Marn. 22.55, 22.47. So those guys are just now eclipsing what Jacob did in 2 heats ago. So Jacob having a great result yesterday in the C final, looking to have a great result today in 4-wheel drive. And as we say that, the sun has come out and then gone back in. So I think it's going to be like that all day today. Sun out, sun in. Just check the weather forecast for where we are. So where we are today, we are in Bingham, Robin Hood country. So just on the outskirts of Nottingham, near Radcliffe-on-Trent. And let's have a look. Next 24 hours, no chance of rain. So the weather forecast has improved a great deal from earlier on this week, when it looked like we were going to get very wet today. But at the minute, I think a lot of the guys out there will just quite happily not be wet and just be cold. So as this practice heat 8 finishes, Will Venables 22-1. Charlie Saunders though, first guy sub 22. 21.88 for Charlie. So we are definitely going to be in 20 and 14 lap pace. For 15 lap pace, they'd need to average 21.43. Don't think that's going to be possible. I think that will be a little bit off for them to get round today. Matt Druitt just comes past us, one of our A finalists from yesterday, making his second national A final. Not sure how many heats we have today. Looks like only 10. So 2 heats short today. And there's Matt. Oh, nice hat. Yeah, so Matt, the cameraman, goes up onto the rostrum. Apparently it's quite cold up there. He's donned like he's going on a polar expedition today. So it's not going to be particularly warm. I think 10 to 15 degrees is predicted today. But like I said, as long as it's not raining. So I've got an issue already in practice. I don't know whose car that may look like, a blue and yellow car. Looks like a Holdsworth car, that. Yeah, I think that's Josh. Oh, yeah, it must be Josh. Here comes Trish to check what's going on. But as we're not rushed for time today, they've given him a chance to fix his car, but that's it. So, yesterday's winner, Ben Smith, leads us off in this practice session. And again, I think one of the favourites for today is Home Track, starting off this year with 2 wins, one already in 4-wheel drive, winner of the last round at Potteries, and winner yesterday in 2-wheel drive. So Ben starting off 2026 with intention of winning the championship this year. Tommy Hall, your defending champion, is the 2 car in this heat. But we're following round on camera the white, red and yellow Schumacher of Aaron Nash, another local guy. Winner of a couple of regionals around here, beating Ben Smith a couple of times. So Aaron knows he's got pace in this, and Aaron starts out with 22.34. Ben Smith 22.6, Tommy Hall 22.3. So Aaron already looking like he's got a chance to add to his tally of A final appearances. Now following around Ryan Clark, I think, and as Ryan takes a tumble. Ryan still looking for his first national A final appearance. I think that's going to come soon. I thought he might have got it yesterday, but he'll be there or thereabouts today. Seems to be a perennial B finalist at the minute. So we now follow. We're following now Mark Anthony Jones, X-Ray driver. Switched from Schumacher last year, B finalist yesterday. Another driver who will have plenty of pace in his car. We're down to 21.89 now for Tommy Hall. So getting close to Charlie Saunders' teammate. 21.88, still the hot lap of practice. Someone stopped out on track, and that is Madge, Mark Anthony Jones. And we pick up again. The one car of Ben Smith. 21.67 hot lap and last lap, so Ben working his way down. So it's going to be fast 14 lap pace if he can keep that sort of lap time up. And Ben will not know what to do with tyre prep round here. Does he need to run new ones, old ones? How many rows he got cut off? Looks like from here. Looks like 2 inner, 2 outer off the front of Ben's car. And all of the pins on the rear tyres. Ryan Clark's car has a distinctive chevron pattern on the front where all of the spikes are cut into a V. Allows the front of the car to slide a little more and be more forgiving while still giving good drive due to the chevron nature of the tread pattern. There's our man Thomas Fipps on camera. Can only be described as an unlucky day yesterday. We're going to speak to him a little bit later on. He's going to give us an interview after practice, and we'll get his thoughts on how he's had a great start to his year. Won a national a couple of years ago at Bury, but this year started off strong with his new X-Ray cars. Made both A finals at the Potteries and was on for TQ yesterday until there's an unfortunate issue with timing in the last round where Thomas wasn't able to start off on when he should have, which was first in the last heat. An issue with the timing computer. As So yeah, Thomas had what could have been, I think, yesterday, and he's come back today, reset last night, gone home, come back today, and that's what I spoke to him this morning. Good to see him back, and today is a new day. And this heat we have Lee Martin, Daniel Pole, another podium yesterday for Daniel, then Thomas Fipps, Jamie Hall, Archie Bowman, another A final for Archie yesterday. We're going to grab a word with Archie this morning. And Archie had great qualifying yesterday and put it in the A again. So it's two-wheel drive A finals on the bounce for Archie, taking his tally of A finals up to 3. So Archie becoming a regular top 10 guy. Jamie Hall also having a good run yesterday, putting the pressure on his brother in leg 3 of the A final. It looks like Daniel's out in practice 1. Archie Bowman out also, so early mechanical issues for these guys, but that's what practice is about. Seth Shillito Everest in this one as well, but we're following Jamie Hall, who really put the pressure on his younger brother Tommy in last leg yesterday. Didn't hold back, as when I spoke to Tommy at the end of the meeting, he said he just forgot how to drive in the middle of the race, and there was nothing wrong with his car, he just forgot how to drive, and then Jamie put the pressure on him and it told. So I thought Jamie would have let Tommy go and try and chase Ben down, but none of that. He was straight after his younger brother. And Jamie Hall leads this one 21.81. So that is the new hot lap of practice. $21.82 for Thomas. No, $21.68 now for Thomas Fipps. So he's come back, and it looks like he's come back in the right frame of mind. He gelled with the track yesterday, were his words, and he's come back swinging today. So I think we're watching out for Thomas Fipps, the X-ray car, green and black, coming up over the back corner, over the double in the middle, and round. So we'll follow Thomas round for a lap. Should get in one more lap. So round the carousel, same part of the track as yesterday. One sleeping policeman, not the other, onto the main straight. And this hairpin, people are really having to pick a braking spot. Through what I call the street section, over the corner tabletop. Surprised not many people have been jumping that. Over the double. Now that's a tricky double to land right. You need to land only just on the downslope to make the corner straight after. And I think we'll see a lot of people casing the top of that jump. But Jamie Hall and Thomas Fipps both in the 21. Daniel Pohl also in the 21s, but Thomas Fipps 21.41 hot lap of practice. 21.8 last lap. 23.14 average. So big difference between best and average, but that's to be expected in round one of practice. So your quick men so far: Jamie Hall, Thomas Fipps, Daniel Pohl, and one lap pace. Also not forgetting Charlie Saunders and Ben Smith from the previous heats. So now back round. So indeed, only 10 heats today. So we're going to be finished quite a little bit, or quite a bit earlier today. We finished thick end of an hour earlier than we were yesterday. Good for everyone to get home on a Sunday. So following round our lead out cars, Zach Whittleston and Nicholas Harwood in Heat 1. Across the line it's Mike Temple though. So we'll follow Mike round through the street section, over the corner tabletop. Surprised no one's jumping that, unless it makes the next square a little hard. And gets caught up on a pipe. We'll still follow Mike round a couple of laps. over the first sleeping policeman, using the second sleeping policeman as a bank corner, braking hard into the end of the straight, through the street section, and he's over. So we can pick up, who we're picking up now. I'll pick up this pink car coming onto the straight now, and that is Nicholas Harwood. So again, one of our early leaders. Looks like a serpent car. Nicholas Harwood, a low slung body, making it nice and safe over the back double. That's possibly the safest line to over jump it just a little. If you short jump that and you case it, it's a nightmare. You just can't make the corner. It runs wide at the end of the straight. Trying to pick a braking spot is difficult. You're going to have to pick something, a marker in the track, a line in the track, or by your feet or something. You're going to have to pick a point where you need to hit the brakes, because the hairpin's going to come up super quick. These cars running, talking to the guys this morning, some guys down running 4.5, 5.5 turn motors in the four-wheel drive. I don't really think they need it. I think they could quite happily get away with 6.5 and just have some turbo on the straight and just have your car nice and drivable through the infield. But Nicholas Harwood brings it round, finish practice number 1. 24.32 best lap, 24.53 last lap for Mike Temple. And the 26ers, so those guys are going to be looking around 12 lap pace. So we're going to see a spread from 12 through to 14 laps. And someone just gets collected on the straight after finishing, and it's written off 2 cars.
This is now practice 2 of round 2 of practice. Like this thing will not be changing that into qualifying. So if you want to get your tyres marked from this point forward, please form an orderly queue over at scrutineering.
I saw the... Alright, let's just move over to Heat 2 now. Someone I said I wouldn't give any grief to. It's in this one, Robert Swallow and Curtis Stain. Local guys from around here, do a lot of laps around here, so I'm expecting big things from Robert and Curtis, both nailed on A finalists. If you listen back to this, I joke. Now it's Rob Swallow's first national. Looks like he had a good round 1 of practice, because he's seated, he's off 3rd with his Hara tribute patent scheme. And looks like he's put fresh boots on practice 2. They're probably trying to scrub some tyres in. So Rob Swallow now making his way down the straight into the hairpin, nice and safe. Schumacher car of Rob Swallow. Taking it steady over the corner, going big over the double, making sure he doesn't case that jump. Round the carousel. And onto the straight to complete 2. 25.39. Last lap. Mark Christopher, though, is quickest in this heat, 23.65. 23.88 now for James Gibbs. Robert Swallow bringing his lap time down to 24.49 on that last lap, so bedding those tyres in. So nice, easy, that's the car. You have the pink car that you're following there, up round the back carousel. Next car at the end of the straight, that's Robert Swallow. And I've given him commentator's curse. You'll love that, Rob, when you watch this back. But we'll watch him round because he's been going pretty well in this second practice. Just like watching Hara go round with that paint scheme on. He goes round, same corner tabletop as we used yesterday, around the carousel, sleeping policeman, and onto the straight. 28.4 last time by for Rob. That crash, but take it nice and steady now. Just clear that jump. That's just how much you want, and it's on the gearbox of his good friend Curtis Stein there. But Mark Christopher, lead car in this one. So everyone will be watching out for in practice. He gets tangled up in the middle, and he's coming round to the carousel with his red and white Schumacher car coming onto the straight, but he's going to close this one out. That's Curtis going through, followed by chased down by Rob. So Mark Christopher the quickest in heat 2. Quickest by thick end of a second over everyone else in the field apart from James Gibbs. Young Tommy Clark, who we interviewed at Bingham Potteries. England is at his second national. Tommy's been here a couple of times before. We'll see what his dad thinks now. So just had a quick word with Adam Clark, Tommy Clark's dad, really struggling with getting the balance of pace right through the infield and on the straight. You need something that's quick, because the straights are very long here. But you need a car that's smooth through the infield, so looking at turning his ESC down, getting some smoother power delivery through the infield. I recognise that car one. It's Raggy. And Raggy underperformed yesterday. I think it's Raggy, or is it? I'll check as he comes across the loop, but that looked like... No, it's not. It's Pritchard's car. So James Pritchard had a half-decent day yesterday. Blue, black and yellow X-ray. Instantly over. Followed James round. James previously made National A finals. I think 3 in total as he goes around the carousel. Then start finish. And picks his braking spot really good at the end of the straight. Through the street section. Over the corner table top. And back to the difficult double over the back by the X-ray banner. James Pritchard going well. Chris Bowden also going well. Look where Chris is on track, but we'll still follow. I'll try and pick Chris out for the cameraman in a minute. Chris could be running any colour body shell in four-wheel drive. So we still follow Pritchard car. Pritchard down now to a 23.23, fastest car in this heat. Bowden 23.41 though is also on pace, and Martin Lee also going well, but James Pritchard, Chris Bowden and Lee Stokes the only ones in the 23s in this heat. I thought we might have picked up the Bowden car. It is, that looks like we picked up the Bowden car in the middle. All grey paint scheme for some reason, normally pink, white and blue. But Bowden going well with a 23.41 best lap. Last lap, couple of laps have been rough. Pritchard at the head of the field though, still doing sub-24s as we follow Bowden around on his last. Yeah, that's definitely the Bowden car, the Associated. 23.94 last lap, so getting back onto it. Ben Ellis, why did he not start? Because he was looking good in first practice. So heat 4, we have two of our young lady racers in this one, Evie Thames and Emily Heward. Just checking out, Evie's sister's not in this and she's not, so Hattie will go later. And Ryan Preston though, went well yesterday Ryan, in two-wheel drive with his Will Speed car. I recognise that car from yesterday. Ryan running the very distinctive wheel speed car in two-wheel drive. And today, I heard him when he went past, he was really chuffed with the balance of his car. So Ryan and Evie start out well, 23.46, 23.49. So those two pushing each other around. The pink and white cars in the middle, so they'll be easy to spot. Single colour scheme. And that's Evie over, so we'll follow Ryan round. Ryan 23.46 last time by. Jack Mills White getting his act together, 23.41. We'll try and find him later on. We'll follow Ryan round, 22.94 now for Ryan, so under 23 second or lap. So that's going the right way, about looking at a 14 lap run. So I think we're going to be closer to 15 lap runs today. So I think we'll have more 14 lap runs than we did yesterday. Ryan's looks like a Schumacher Schumacher PB through the infield, and his car does look good. Looks like he has a nice balance in that car and doesn't look like it's trying to tie itself up in knots. A little bit late on the brakes there around the carousel. Down, start, finish, and Ryan 23.1, and that didn't look a tidy lap, so he's definitely got pace in that machine. A couple of missed apexes and overjumps that one a touch. So those are the little things the top driver's going to be looking at eking out. The consistency of landing over that back double. Picking out the braking spot at the end of the straight. I think there's a couple more corners where it just looks like if you're a little late on the brakes, you can get sucked in. You can't turn too hard because you're carrying too much corner speed, and this track is bumpy. So proper off-road track. It's not one of your super groomed carpet or flat Astro tracks. It's a bumpy old off-road track. Ryan Preston 23.37. Let's see if we can pick Jack Mills White up. Let's see where young Jack is on track. Can't tell, but no one will have numbers on. And this is Jack at the end of the straight now. White wing. Clout. Pipe. Nice round. They're making a hash of that. But Jack Mills White a lot better in that practice than he was in round one. Emily Hewitt also backing up her good day yesterday. 24.19 best lap. So we're looking at mid-13 lap pace. Retains 22.97, found all of her pace on the last lap. And looking at sub-14 lap pace. Yeah, can do. So we're going to grab Thomas Fipps for a while. Just get that comfy, fine. So you should be able to hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Perfect. So welcome, Tom. Don't mind me calling you Tom, do you?
No, that's fine.
That's all right. So, great start to the season at Potteries,
Yes.
AA final Potteries. And yesterday, not the greatest. Well, it started off well. I think that's all we're going to say about yesterday, isn't it? It started off well, but didn't end well.
Yeah, yesterday, I mean, it felt, the car was really good. The XB2 was on fire, to be fair. Car felt rapid, felt really comfy on the track. Loved the layout, thought the guys did a cracking job on the layout. And then, just had some issues out of my control, unfortunately, but these things happen, and, everyone's learning from it. So that's good.
Great to see you back today, and looking good in first practice as well. Car looked really good in practice one. I think you're one of the only guys sub 22.
Yeah.
So there's only, I think, 4 of you done like a sub 22, and it was fast. What was it? Well, it was 21, like mid 21s, I think you were down to. So looking at, hopefully, you're going to be close to 15 lap pace. But I think fast 14 lappers today.
Yeah, definitely.
And how have you done any different tyre prep? Did you run scrub tyres or new tyres in practice one?
So I was on new tyres then. A bit of a wacky setup, to be fair. And it worked quite well. The car's quite short compared to a lot of people's.
Yeah.
So most people are kind of struggling with having a lot of steering because this track's proper bitey.
Yeah.
Whereas mine kind of had a bit of understeer, which is what I want really on
Yeah.
this sort of track, because it lets you just push it a bit harder.
Yeah.
So we're making a few changes to it to kind of give it a little bit more steering, because it was pushing a bit too much.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice way to go if your car's understeery. You can still drive it. That's the way I used to like driving a car with understeer. I hate cars with oversteer. So I'd rather have a car that understeers and then just either slow down more or just dial in a little bit more steering as you go through the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, the car looked really good. What else do we have? So any plans for doing any other racing other than, because you do the wheel spin?
Yes, so I was at Wheelspin for quite a long time last year, working with the guys there, and then began my work placement with the university.
Okay. So you're not doing wheel spin anymore.
No,
Okay.
I haven't got the time, unfortunately, but yeah, we've been keeping close with them guys, and they're doing an awesome job with that track.
Yeah.
Constantly developing it, listening to feedback all the time.
Yes.
Because I mean, when I first joined, the track was a bit smaller, and then they listened to all the feedback from what the racers were saying, and they've increased the size, and it's so much better because of it. So yeah, they're doing a cracking job there as well.
Yeah, not being able to pop along, it's not far from where we are, where I work, and pop along. I know the Popalong guys from Popalong RC had a meeting there not long ago. That was an unintended pun. But yeah, some place in the middle of the country that I think a lot of people ought to be able to go to, because it's model shop on site as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Perfect.
go along.
Well, they've got their hoodie series as well.
Okay.
Every month, so if you fancy doing that, that'd be good.
All right, yeah. So one of our major sponsors for RC Racing TV this year is X-Ray and Hoodie. So nice to I'll be able to promote those guys. How are you fitting in, or how are you finding the X-Ray team? Because I think we were trying to work out, I think you're the only big driver move of the winter months, really.
Yeah. I'm loving it, to be fair.
Good.
Going really well. Yeah. Cars are mega. Team's really good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really enjoying myself at the minute.
Yeah. So you got an old man, Lee Martin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's full of advice.
Man.
Yeah. No, he's really good to work with, this Lee.
Yeah.
Really nice guy.
Yeah. And how's your dad? What's your dad's biscuit choice today?
Bourbons, obviously.
Bourbons.
Yeah. Yeah, we've already got them on the table. Got enough packets. If you want some, you can come grab some.
Yeah, so that's an old in-joke from when Tom was with the A team. His dad loves his biscuits.
Yeah, we have our biscuit debates and all that. So yeah,
biscuit debates around the campfire at night was best thing. What is a biscuit and what isn't a biscuit?
Exactly. Yeah, what classes a cake? What classes a biscuit? What classes anything in between? You name it, he'll have an answer for it.
Yeah, good. I'm glad your dad's back on form, and yeah, like I said, though. It wasn't great to see what happened yesterday happen, but like I said, hopefully everyone's learned from it, and great to see you back today. All the best, and hopefully interviewing you after a TQ in one of the rounds today.
We'll see. Hopefully I might be in there quite a bit more, hopefully.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Take it easy.
Yes.
And good luck today.
See you soon.
See you later.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
So big thanks to Tom Fipps for that interview. Glad he was so candid about what happened, the luck he had yesterday. You literally, if he had no luck, he would have had more luck than he had yesterday. All he got was bad luck. So on camera now, who are we going to pick up down the straight so we recognise the car? That's Luke Thompson. Local guy, running well. It ran well in first practice. We'll follow him for the last 15 seconds. Brother of Matt Thompson, who's not here this weekend. I think he's on holiday somewhere, sunning himself. So hopefully he's tuned in and watching brother Luke, cheering him on. Top three in this one are all pretty quick. Jacob Tomlinson definitely one to watch this weekend. He just finishes by me now with a 21.89 last lap. 21.89, that's a final pace. Just looking what Jacob has on front of his car. 2 rows off either side and none off the rear. Looks like 2 rows off the inner and out of the front mezzo tyre is what people are running. See, with Yokomo though, Chris Foster has 3 rows off, inside and outside. Harry Saunders quick yesterday. Looks like quick today is 22.04 for Harry. As we move into heat 7. So just if you weren't listening earlier on or have only just tuned in, we're at BMR for round 2 of the 4-wheel drive national championship for 1/10 off-road. This coverage is brought to you by TKR, Associated, Futaba, Rubitz, Kyosho, MB Models, Andes Models, TMG Speed, Rudog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray. And also thank you to the BRCA for inviting us to come along and bring this sport to a new generation of people, drivers. A lot of the guys that have racing now have grown up without RC racing being on TV, but now with RC TV, and we're able to bring it to you on YouTube and to a much wider audience than general spectators, the people, the passing public. We watch Ben Stevenson out there at the minute. 23.23 outlap. Ben with a Schumacher car. Always well prepared for the meetings. Looking good. From the northeast, so this won't be on his radar as a local track, but I think he's been down here a couple of times. Hattie Thames though, car 10. 22.68. David Scott 22.7. David Scott, the car right behind Ben Stevenson, so if we drop back one car to the yellow cars, David Scott currently second fastest in this heat. 22.7 best lap. I think David also had a pretty decent Potteries, but these two at the front pulling away. Well, we follow David Scott round. I'll try and pick up where Hattie Thames is on the track. So we can drop back to Hattie at some point. I think that's Hattie that's a couple of cars in front of these guys. Car 10. So we go forward another car to the one car at the end of the straight. Pink car of Hattie Thames just going around. There you go on the back through the corner tabletop, and she's jumping all of that. No, that's Cameron Wells, sorry. So we'll follow Cameron. This is Cameron's home track. I was trying to give him some advice before today. It's his home track. He should be able to drive around here at 80%, and that'll be better than most guys at around 90. And just when it's your home track, you just get into the groove and you know where the bumps are, what to do, what not to do. He just needs to maybe take it a little easier as we follow Ben round, and he's leading this one out. 15 seconds to go. 22.85. David Scott 22.2. So these guys, David, Ben and Hattie, all sub 23. Charlie Rhodes joins the party on sub 23, as does Matt Dodd. This heat's going to be genuinely quick heat in one, which should be the first heat sub 14 into the 14 lap pace. I think we'll probably see the first 14 lap in this heat later on today. Need to find where Hattie's car is. She's running a one. She's running a one colour body. That's why I didn't spot her. So Hattie Tang was running an all blue car today. So now, welcome along, Reuben Russell.
Hi.
Morning, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, you?
So yesterday, best national result ever.
Yeah.
Where'd you end up?
I started D4
Uh-huh.
and I was in second, then went down to D5. So,
But happy.
really good day. Very
Yeah.
happy.
You drove well all the way through qualifying. Watching you on camera, and you're definitely one of the guys to watch early on in the heats. How's this morning gone? Have you had both your practices now?
Yeah. The first one was good, just got unlucky with crashes.
Yeah.
Just oversending a few jumps, that's it.
Uh-huh. So, are you making any big changes between 1 and 2, or just focusing on driving?
Driving and then a bit of changes, but we haven't changed much.
No. So pretty happy with the car, just need to work out. Where are you with tyres? Are you running scrub tyres, or are you running new, or did you run new tyres?
I think we're running new rears. I don't know about fronts.
Okay.
I think they're a bit scrubbed in from last one.
Yeah.
But
And so you don't need much front end here on this track. What do you think to the layout for four-wheel drive?
it's good, but you just got to be very careful because a few corners can send you wide, and it's very easy to go into a hose.
Yeah, it looks like a much more technical track than yesterday. Not as flowing as I think the two-wheel.
Yeah, it's not.
A little bit quite tight. So good night last night. Did you have a steak? Did you get a steak off Bowden?
No, not off Bowden.
No, I didn't get a steak. Who was doing steak? Who was cooking?
My mum cooked it for me.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So say much better than safer than Bowden cooking. So where any plans for today? So where do you think what you're aiming for today? What would be nice?
Probably an EOD.
EOD. So aiming something similar to yesterday. Get good F1 points for the end of the year.
Yeah.
You're F2 at the minute.
Yeah, I want to get my F2N this year.
F2N, so like move up that little bit. Yeah, so guys can get F1 and F2N at nationals. You get an F2 from regionals, but an F2N's like a little bit nicer. It's just means you've only just missed your F1, so you can get a little bit nicer license grading, and that puts you up at higher heats for next year. Would you like to thank anyone?
Mostly my dad and the team for helping, and some of the track guys for building the track and everything.
Okay. So, thank you. Good luck today. Hope to be interviewing after you've TQ'd around later on this year. That'll come, don't worry. But yeah, it's super competitive AE team, especially the youngsters like this. You, Charlie, Harry. Oh, Harry after yesterday. So, really super competitive like young generation coming through us. And we see that when we see the awards are handed out at the end, which we're going to video today. I call you guys like the future generation of our sport. And so, congratulations on yesterday. Best national result. Hopefully you'll have another good one today.
Hopefully.
All right, take care.
Cheers. Thank you.
No problem. So, heat 9. Tommy Hall leads us off. But that will revert to number order for round 1 of qualifying. No one practices, just practice. There's no reseeding, resort, or altering of the start order for round 1. And Tommy Hall flying that jump nicely. Hudson Knight quick is 21.74 out lap. So I can pull it out with a gun. Comes Hudson. Tommy Hall 21.79. Ben Smith 22.11. But Tommy, after yesterday, where he openly admitted he forgot how to drive in the middle of the last leg of the A, and got himself under pressure from his brother. But Tommy starting out his two-wheel drive National Series, not with a win for the first time in a while. He's on a little bit on the back foot, and probably on a little bit on the back foot in four-wheel as well. So needs to get his championship underway. But good podiums to start the season. We drop back to Ben Smith. 22.12 for Ben, 21.43 his best lap. So not much to choose between Tommy and Ben on fastest single lap. Josh Holsworth though, 20.35. Is that can't be real. That's like a second quicker than anyone else. He must have cut the track somewhere. Let's go and see if we can find Josh. And Josh is round the carousel, and he'll be the second car onto the straight. We're coming down the end of the straight, just the blue and yellow car of Josh Holsworth. As Josh done 22.51, so on there he's down as a 20.35. I don't think that's... He's got to have cut the track somewhere. So following round 22.7, a couple of rough laps. All taking the safe line and jumping that double long. As the sun comes out again round carousel and to start finish. 22.24, so I think that 20.35 is an errant lap, and we'll discount that one. But Josh didn't get a very good first practice, something wrong with his car, and it only got a couple of laps in the practice afterwards, so a little bit on the back foot to start the day for Josh. And Luke in this heat as well. Ryan Clark 21.29. That's like finding his feet. Possibly one of my outside bets for an A final this weekend, because Ryan can drive nice and steady and within himself. With Tommy Hall, Ben Smith 21.04, 21.18, so they are getting close to that 20-second lap. And if they could average that to the end, they would be through for 15, so we will see very fast 14-lap runs in qualifying if they can hold on around this bumpy Bingham Model Raceway track. Tommy does not look happy yet. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty standard, everyone with 2 and 2 off the front. But Clarkey with his chevrons still. It's funny, when I spoke to him, it's the front tire that he likes the best, gives the car the most balance for him, or the best balance. Jamie Hall leads this one out. Thomas Fipps. We'll try and pick up Thomas Fipps, which will be the green car. Second of the cars coming onto the straight. Jamie's the first, then Thomas Fipps. So Thomas Fipps at the end of the straight with the X-ray car, who gave us an interview earlier, and it looks like it's a little bit tippy now. So they put on a fresher set of tyres. Thomas said his car was running his car short and just looking for a little bit more steering. Felt a bit too understeery in practice 1, and he's just looking for that bit more steering in round 2. And it looks like he's got it, because he's starting to pick an inside rear wheel up. So might need to make a small setup change to balance out that little bit of that increase in steering that's picking up that rear wheel. Or is he just carrying more corner speed? This car does look very good still, 21.68, 21.67, so he's 3 laps in, all sub 22. Daniel Pole, 21.44, average 21.39, so Daniel would be on average on 15 lap pace. And I know his first practice wasn't great, so we might drop back from Thomas and get Daniel Pole at the end of the straight. Red nosed car. Through the back section and gets collected, but still gets out. Just needs to get out of those 3 cars. These 3 having a race in practice. And that's Lee Martin, Daniel Pole and Ewan Tumulty. Also looking like he's got some pace in that car early doors. Daniel Pole 21.16 best lap. So we are getting down to almost 20-second laps. And that's the corner that Thomas Fipps was on about. If you turn tight, just catch it. But we follow around Lee Martin now. And spoke to Lee yesterday. He said he was on the back foot all day and just couldn't get a first lap. He couldn't bite a first lap in any of his qualifying rounds, and that was something we saw on timing yesterday. Lee dropping towards the back, and Leo just openly admitting he just couldn't drive on lap 1. Didn't know why, and then was playing catch up all day, and that put him down a lot lower than we'd normally see Lee in the A final. Jamie Hall though 21.33 last lap. So all those guys in the 21s. Lee doesn't have many rows off that X-ray car. Looks like only the inside and outside row. So looks like also outside row off the rear. So Lee probably driving that car around on the sub trims.
We go straight into qualifying with no delays, so make sure you come off the rush and about 2 marshal points. And keep bland.
It feels very like 21-3. It feels very difficult back to 21.
Keep one hill there, and don't forget to go through scrutineering if you haven't already done so.
Not much.
No, maybe a 5-minute gap or something.
Okay, can I have the drivers from the previous race out to the marshal points, please, and we should get qualifying on the way. Drivers from the previous race out to your marshal points, and they will get qualifying on the way. So just a quick note to everyone, at this point forward the computer will be running in automatic mode, so make sure you are ready. Obviously don't leave your marshal points until you are relieved. Once the drivers have done their installation lap. Still need drivers on the last race out to marshal points, please. Drivers on the last race, marshal points. Now. Waiting for a few drivers to go through tyre checking and scrutineering, and still waiting for drivers to go to marshal points for the previous race.
slow. So now going to qualifying. Start out with heat 1. So Nicholas Harwood, fastest car in practice, and was also car 1, so he needs to make the most of starting off at the front of this. Mike Temple, car 4, was also on pace in practice, and he quickly makes a move through, just in shot there. But we're following Nicholas Harwood. Paul Stedman though, car 2, Mike Temple, your 4 car, and so the third of those cars at the front. Actually, quickest car, so that one there coming just, yeah, that's the one. A little further back, got Zach Whittleston, also quick. Mike Temple was quick. We have 11 cars in the top in the first heat. That's probably why we're down to only a 10 heat round. But Mike Temple after 2. So after 2, it's Matt Robinson, car 11, Zach Whittleston, car 8, Mike Temple, car 4, Nicholas Harwood, car 1, Jesse Russell, car 7. Mike Temple is our lead car though, going on track. Zach Whittleston, car 8, takes it up. Top 3 only separated by just over a second after 3 laps. 1 minute 40 down. 3:20 to go. These guys all looking at 25-second laps at the minute. Your top 5 all doing 25-second laps. Zach's over. Zach though down to 24.08 that time by. Yokomo car of Zach Whittleston, car 8. And there's a spring. The spring has sprung. We're following Zach Whittleston, looking at 13 in 24. Almost a second a lap now, clear of the rest of this heat. 24.66 last time by. Best lap 24.08. Zach looking good for 13 in 23. I'm going to be looking at 14 lappers later on for the later heats, and maybe, judging by the fastest time in practice, we may see a 15 lapper later on in the day. And Zach Whittleston's over. But just get back, pick up the rhythm, and back to where you were, and you're still leading this one. It is Still Zach from Mike Temple, Jesse Russell, Matt Robinson and Simon Preston, your top 5. Nathan Stanmore, Nicholas Harwood a little bit further back. But Zach's dropped off that 13 lap pace down to a 12 in 4 now. So Zach with a blue and yellow Yokomo car through the street section, round the corner table to avoid the 2 crashing cars, over the double through the infield, and round towards the carousel at the back right side of the track. And Zach's last lap, 23.99, his best lap of the race. Follows that up with a new hot lap for Zach, 23.88. Getting close again to that 13 lap pace which he was on before the crash before, and now he's over again but gets back onto his wheels. So 450 down, 10 seconds to go with this lap. The final laps for these drivers going to finishing times. Zach Whittleton looks like he was on for a good 13 lap pace at the start. A couple of late mistakes and costly mistakes dropped him off that 13 lap pace, and it's made another one. So Zach, we're wanting to tidy this one up. And look to tidy a run up in round 2, 3 or 4. Or could have been Jesse Russell has a half decent run. 12 into 13 for Jesse, last lap, his best lap of the race, so going the right way. So Zach Whittleston 12 in 6, Jesse Russell 12 in 13, Mike Temple 12 in 14, Simon Preston 11 in 2, Matt Robinson 11 in 3, your top 5 from Heat 1.
Drivers, if you're not walking on the track, please when you take your cars, thank you.
I know, I've heard. You broke it. Don't worry, you got enough of them.
So we move to Heat 2.
Yeah.
No pressure, Rob Swallow.
I'll have a look what I got. Might have a silver one. I'll have a look what I've got.
So Heat 2, Mark Christopher and Rob Swallow were the fastest in practice in this heat. Mark Christopher gets away car 2 and he's already through to the lead of this one. So follow Mark round on his first lap. 26.02 Tommy Clark, 25.66. Mark Christopher's off. Robert Swallow straight to the point. Curtis Stain though out instantly in front of him, and 24.35 James Gibbs. 23.81. So going to be looking for cars near at the back of the grid, but we'll let Mark and guys at the front have another lap, see if they can sort themselves out, as they were the quick cars in practice. So 1, 2, 4 and We'll drop back actually to Rob Swallow in a minute. So we've dropped back to Rob Swallow, the pink car that looks like the Hara car. That's the one. So after 1 minute down, it's James Gibbs, Curtis Stain, Robert Swallow, Trevor Follington, Miklas Savados, your top 5. James Gibbs with the hot lap of the race so far, 23.81. Rob Swallow, 24.53. Curtis Stain, 24.35. Cars from the back of this heat up at near the front. Rob Swallow takes it up now. 24.62. The Hara Tribute Schumacher car. Coming down through the middle section over the back double. Corner tabletop. And up towards the carousel. Guy lets him through. Great driving there. And Rob onto the straight for another lap. And Rob Swallow on for the first 13 lap of the round so far. Looking at a 13 in 19, so well inside that 13 lap pace. Rob from the Mid-East region should know this track pretty well. Done plenty of laps around here in the past, but it's his first national. He collects back of the car, but no harm, no foul. James Gibbs, though, leads this one just by a second from Rob Swallow. Mark Christopher getting close to 13 lap pace. Curtis Stain, you're on 12 lap pace, looking at 12 in 7. Paul Griggs looking at a 12 in 9. Rob down a straight. Estimated 13 in 20. James Gibbs just crossed the line a couple of cars back. 13 in 18 predicted for James Gibbs. Rob gets it wrong going up to the corner tabletop. We might need to drop back a car to James Gibbs. Current race leader, car number 9, and that is James across the line now, 25.07. 23.81, best lap for James, so plenty of pace still in that car. But looking at putting a good solid run together and go TQ after 2. The 13 in 19. Mark Christopher getting his act together after an early accident. It's James Gibbs, Robert Swallow, Mark Christopher. Mark Christopher now on for 13 lap pace. That looks like James is over. It's a long crash for James. So Rob Swallow takes it up again. Only guy on for 13 lap pace or 13 lap run. The first 13 lap of the round. Mark Christopher just shy of 13 lap pace as we're going to 30 seconds to go. Following Mark Christopher, he's just gone around the end of the straight, going up towards the back corner tabletop. Red and white car. Mark Christopher onto the carousel and coming onto the straight now. So going to finishing times. So, Rob Swallow, TQ of a national. It's only after 2 though, Rob. But no, great run, Rob. First 13 lapper of the day, 13 in 21. Mark Christopher, 13 in 23. James Gibbs just missed out with a 12 in 0. Paul Griggs, you go 4th. 12 in 1. Curtis Stain and Miklos also affected the top 10. So go on to heat 3. Yeah.
He doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, it's in there. So now in RCTV studio, I'll call it studio, it's the White Ivory Castle as Matt likes to call it. We now have Archie Bowman, Schumacher driver, TQ around at Potteries, and back-to-back two-wheel drive A finals, if I'm not wrong, taking you up to third. Not third, sorry. 3 national A finals now.
Yeah.
I did notice because you've now moved in front of me on the list, which I've got. So congratulations on your TQ. We didn't get to speak to you at Potteries, but great result at Potteries.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adam.
That's all right.
I don't really know how I done it. It kind of went out and the car was really, really good. So couldn't really replicate the rest of the day though, but still got in the air.
Yeah.
Wasn't my best qualifying result though. It was in round, but not overall.
No, because you only you stuck. I think you had like a 12 with it, so it's like you were lucky to get in with a 0 and a 12. You didn't want to join that. There's an elite group of one person. It's Danny McGee that's TQ'd around and not made the A final at a national.
Wow.
And he's done it twice. So you didn't want to join that elite club of just one. But no, it was a great result. I mean, I was commentating on it and we looked. I'm like, nah, it can't be. Archie's TQ'd. And I looked at your dad and your dad. Everyone was the same, but you drove really well and great result.
Yeah. My dad didn't actually know. He was sat in the pits working on something. I'm not too sure.
So not even watching you run. That's nice.
I think he was watching my run. He just didn't know I was on for TQ.
All right.
Trish had to go in the pits and tell him.
All right. So surprise for your dad as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've known you since you were way high.
Yeah. I've still got a signed chassis from you on the shelf.
All right. Good.
Durango
yeah.
DX210. I think.
Yeah. So it was like Opel all those years ago. So like a feeder series. So fun meeting that we used to have at Robin Hood every year. Yeah, so great result, and also great result yesterday, making the A final yesterday.
Yeah, I was like on the edge, but then I realised there was quite a big points gap between me and Callum, who was sitting 10th after round 3.
Yeah.
But I did my run when it was the best to do it, because if I didn't the round after, it would have been like a 10 instead of a 5 the round before.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because it was quite high points yesterday, because all the guys it was the same like top 10 all the way through the day. So the points tally for an A finals goes quite high.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the highest for a while. Like I think it was like 15.
Yeah, I think so.
15 bottom of the A was really high. Like 19 was like pole in the B. So there's even a big gap between those two guys. How's the car been going today though? I noticed you had a problem in first practice, but
first practice my sensor wire came loose.
Okay.
So I had like a 2-minute lap for my first lap, so couldn't really tell much from there. Second practice. The car wasn't riding the bumps as well as we wanted to. It felt like it was skipping over them instead of like just taking it all in. So we're going to drop the oils a bit and see if that helps for qualifier 1.
Yeah, make the car a little bit more supple, just a little bit easier to drive.
Yeah. Especially around here, it's so hard to get a 5-minute run in.
Yeah. So notice a lot of the other guys are running like scrub tyres on the front. Are you doing the same, running scrub tyres?
Well, I'm going out new for qualifying 1, so it's going to be a bit different to everyone else, I guess.
Okay.
Didn't know that.
So how many rows have you got off?
2 and 2 on the front.
Seems to be like the normal amount. But I looked at Lee Martin's and he'd only got inside and outside off front. and only outside off rear. I was like, wow. So he must be driving around on the sub trims or have a really numb setup in his car. But looks like everyone's getting to grips. Have you been to BMR before?
We did a test day a couple of months ago. That was the only time. We were there for like 4 or 5 hours, I think. Not too long. But we came away with somewhat of a setup, but then we put it on for two-wheel drive and we had to completely change it. Well, with a completely different car for round 2 of practice, and then kind of stuck there.
Okay. So big learning curve for everyone, I think, this weekend coming to Bingham. It's definitely a one-of-a-kind track. Yeah. Proper old-school off-road track. But I'm used to it. It's one of my local, like, regional tracks. Track I come to every other Sunday or something. But great to talk to you. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll be talking to you again. You'll be back to back. Well, no, you didn't make the A in four-wheel at Potters, did you?
I was BQ.
Yeah, so sore point then. But hopefully we'll look to have you back in here later on for after you've made the A in four-wheel.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, thank you. Take care.
See ya.
So thank you to Archie for taking the time out. Little Murphy, yes, I can see the comments, but I have to come backwards and forwards between the two screens. I'm looking at the feed that I get from Matt on the camera, the timing, and the screen with the comments on is a little bit further round. Yeah, so a couple of comments. Like, yeah, no technical issues. Yeah, we don't want to get into that. Technical issues yesterday are best left to the guys here to talk about, not for us. So, yep, I can read the comments. So if you do have any comments, we're going to try and get a couple more of the guys interviewed today. So we're going to heat 4. Evie Thames leads it off. All, I'm going to call that purple car. So Evie and Hattie both going for single rattle can colour schemes. Which is why I've not picked up on their usual colour schemes that I see going around. But Evie sets off 24.35 and looking at going fourth. Ryan Preston, though, did impress yesterday and was quick in practice this morning. Ryan starts out with 23.72, instantly on for TQ pace. So I'll let them go round for 2, following Evie round. After 2, it's actually Emily Heward lead. So a minute down, 2 laps in, it's Emily Heward who leads this one. 23.62 last lap by, and That's her best lap of the race, followed by Richard Miller, Martin Heward. But that's quickly changing as it unravels onto lap 3. Wait. It's Richard Miller from Emily Heward, Ryan Preston, Fraser McLeod, Martin Heward, Ewan McLeod, Evie Thames. The top 7. Richard Miller looking at going second, just shy of James Pritchard's TQ time currently of a 13 in 10. Chris Bowden from the previous heat did a 13 in 15. Andrew Luxford a 13 in 20. Robert Swallow from heat 2 would still be 8th at the minute. In this heat, it's 23.44 that time for Richard Miller. Evie Thames 23.82 that time by the all pink car over the back corner tabletop and coming round past the double through the right side of the track up to the carousel goes Evie. Must have had a rough lap somewhere because Evie was leading this early doors. 23.75 that time by, so bringing the average down. But we need to find Richard Miller, car 7. Needs the blue, white and green car going over the back of the corner tabletop, coming up to the double now in front of that gaggle of cars. Now he's got past those, it's a clear track for Richard. And Richard has a 23.63 last time by. Now with a clear track, looks to put his foot down. It's only 2 seconds shy of James Pritchard's TQ at the minute. But 2 minutes left to get close to James Pritchard's current TQ of a 13 in 10. James with Jack Mills White in hot pursuit. So those 2 cars, Jack a lap down. Richard nicely over the back double up to the right hand side of the track towards the carousel. 23.56 and backs it with a 23.76. So going the wrong way, but still on for a 13 in 12. Top 7 in this one are all going through for 13 lap pace and all affecting the top 10 as it stands. Chris Bowden, you stayed 5. Andrew Luxford and Robert Swallow will stay 7 and 8. Let's go down 4 minutes down, or 4:15 down, 45 seconds to go. Richard Miller, Evie Thames, Emily Heward, Ryan Preston, Martin Heward, your top 5. Richard Miller, after starting 7th in this one, will look to start number 1 in round 2 and have a clean track for his first few minutes, and that will help him get his time down to a much lower time than 13 in 13 that he's currently predicted. Hopefully be looking at trying to get close to James Pritchard's time next time round. So it ends, and Evie Thames takes that one in the end from Ryan Preston, Richard Miller, Emily Heward. They go 2 through 5. Chris Bowden, you stay 6. Martin Heward goes 7. Riley Butler goes into the top 10. James Pritchard still holds TQ, 13 in 10. Now moving to heat 5. Already almost halfway through round 1. And it's gone cold again. Looks like Ben Elliott does set off in this one. Didn't set off in one of the practices, but he was very quick. Local guy to this track. We'll find Ben Elliott, the pink car, going up onto the carousel. Imagine he'll be leading this one after 1. 23.09. Jumps straight to the top, looking at taking 10 seconds off James Pritchard's time. So let him go round for 2 before we call out the order at the track mic. One complete 2, but Ben Elliott looks like Andy Manning's reeled him in a little bit on this lap. Touch, so 2/10 out, but those two going 1 and 2. Reese Ward from the back of this one going second. So after 2, 1 minute down, it's Ben Elliott, Reese Ward, Andy Manning going top 3. Graham Lyle going 9. Stephen Hardy going 11. Lee Charnock 12. Craig Lomax 14. We're now into the 22s. Reese Ward drops in at 22.9. That's car 7. So it'll be the blue and yellow X-ray car of Reese Ward. Just to find Reese coming up onto the back section now. Reese next car down the straight, and down the end of the straight now is Reese with his X-ray car. 22.99 last time by. 22.94 best lap. So Reese on, taking 9 seconds currently off TQ. Ben Elliott and Andy Manning also looking at going 2 and 3 in round. Graham Lyle, Craig Lomax going top 10. Reese round over the corner, double corner, up to the double by the X-ray banner and round to the right side of the track, gets away with hanging up on a pipe. It should still be on to take a good chunk off TQ. Loses about a second, so Ben Elliott now still on 13 in 7, Andy Manning 13 in 9. Craig Lomax 13 in 14, Graham Lyle 13 in 13. Ben Elliott though has hot lap of this heat, 22.76 for Ben. It's a pink car at the front of the field, car 1. Ben currently running second in this heat. Knows its way round BMR track, so knows when to push, and we're not going to get a safe run in. Made plenty of regional A finals as Ben. Not sure how many nationals he's done, but looking to have his best national performance here at home track at BMR. He's getting that time down now to a 13 in 6. Reese Ward though now on for 14 lap pace, the first 14 lapper that we'll see. So if we drop back a few cars back to Reese Ward, blue and yellow X-ray coming up to the carousel. Reese on for the first 14 lapper of the day. Just on the bubble with a minute to go, so a couple more decent laps from Reese and he'll be back on the 14 lap pace. He's over. Still be on for taking around 10 seconds off TQ. Go into your last 30 seconds. It's Ben Elliott, Andy Manning, Reese Ward, Graham Lyle and Jim Dixon, your top 5, all going into the top 10. Craig Lomax and Lee Charnock, you're going in 12 and 14. It's going to last 10 seconds. So Reese Ward goes new TQ 13 in 5. Ben Elliott 13 in 6. Andy Manning 13 in 8. Top 3. James Pritchard, you stay 4. Graham Lyle goes into 5. Jim Dixon, you go top 10. Craig Loman. All right. We're going to heat 6. Dylan Richardson, good run yesterday. Just see him on camera there. Dylan Richardson had a good run yesterday. I think we've got some genuine fast guys. I've just seen Jacob Tomlinson's hat. So Jacob Tomlinson will be one to watch in this heat. Not sure where he goes off. Freddie Russell is on track, so Reuben will be on. So this was a quick heat. Jacob, Freddie and Luke Thompson were the quick guys from this heat in practice. So I'm fully expecting all 3 of those to drop in a 14-lap run, because they can do it. Here's Jacob Tomlinson. He needs to make the most of starting first, as does Luke Thompson. It's Dylan Richardson over already, I think. It is. And follow around Jacob Tomlinson, genuinely quick in practice. Into the 21s. Opens out with a 22.8. Full second clear of Luke Thompson. So Jacob Tomlinson is on fire out of the blocks, and Luke makes an early error. Harry Saunders was the other car that we want to watch in this heat, as well as Reuben, but it's Jacob and Reuben start out with good first laps. So we're looking for Reuben car 9 a little bit later on. Hopefully he's getting called through by the referee. As Jacob Tomlinson is on fire. So after 1 minute, it's Jacob Tomlinson from Harry Saunders. Manny Panesar in there, but Jacob Tomlinson, 22.03 last time by. Looking at going 14 lapper, and not just a slow 14 lapper, looking at taking 15 seconds out of TQ at the minute. Looking going 14 in 12 for Jacob. Car 1 coming down the straight now to the hairpin, through the street section and up over the corner tabletop into the second corner tabletop, round to the double. 24.01 last time by, so rough lap, but still on 14 lap pace, and will be the first 14 lapper we see if this run continues for Jacob. Genuinely fast in practice, and a good day yesterday, making the C final in 2-wheel drive. Jacob gets hung up on a pipe and he's over. But he's nearly 12 seconds clear of the field predicted so far. Needs to maybe just back it down a little bit for remaining 3 minutes of this run and just get in a good banker. It now drops off that 14 lap pace, estimated at 13 in 1. Still looking to go TQ. Harry Saunders going third. Roger Tugwood 7. Scott Follington 9. They're the only guys affecting the top 10 out of this heat. Luke Thompson, Manny Panesar and Reuben Russell looking at going 17 through 19. We still follow Jacob Brown though, edging back closer to that 14 lap pace, now estimated 13 in 0. Another couple of 22s from Jacob will get him down into 14 lap pace, and he's on it already, 14 in 22. So just needs to iron out those couple of mistakes they had early on, but head this heat into round 2. And make a better fist of it in round 2. 22.5, so bringing that estimated time down to 14 in 22. Harry Saunders looking at a 13 in 3, getting close to 14 lap pace with 1 minute 20 to go. Plenty of time left for Harry to get onto 14 lap pace. Harry winning the C final in 2-wheel yesterday. We'll not talk about the time that he did in his C final. It would have been an A final time. Jacob now looking at 14 in 21. Harry Saunders looking at 13 in 2. So we try and find Harry on track, car 5. So Harry coming into the hairpin at the end of the straight now, through the street section, passes Crash Dylan Richardson over the corner tabletop. Harry now in close to 14 lap pace. Jacob still on 14 lap pace at the front, but we'll follow Harry round on camera. Harry now edging ever closer with 10 seconds to go. Going to finishing time is going to be close for Harry, whether he makes 14 lap pace or not. So Jacob Tomlinson, first 14 lapper of the round, 14 in 18. Harry Saunders just misses out with a 13 in 0, goes 2. Roger Tugwood, 13 in 10, you go 7. Luke Thompson and Scott Follington go 9 and 10. Manny Panesar, you went 17th. Reuben Russell, 19th. Chris Foster, 20th. So great run for two of the young guns, Jacob and Harry Saunders. I said Harry yesterday won the C final in a time that would have put him in the middle of the A final. Great result for Harry yesterday, but Jacob first 14 lapper, and I think he's got more in that car. Just needs to iron out a couple of those little mistakes he had. Maybe just dial back his driving a couple of percent, because he knows the bumps around here, and his 90% will be most people's 100% around here. And talking of which, Cameron Wells. Hope Cameron, and he's over on first corner. So head to the front of this one, and David Scott. Genuinely quick in practice. The yellow car coming onto the straight. As Cameron lead car off has already been over. So we'll follow David Scott round. Schumacher car. It's Matt Dodd though. Well, these are only separated by 6/10, so we'll let him go. David hangs up a pipe. Matt Dodd slams a pipe a couple of cars back. It's Matt Dodd leading us round on the computer, but won't after 2, I don't think. I think it'll be David Scott. And it is David Scott, Matt Dodd and Ben Stevenson lead 3. Charlie Simmons though jumps up from 8, Charlie Rose. Hattie Thames jumps up. So 1 minute down, car 10, Hattie Thames from the rear of the field. Who leads this one? David Scott though just goes through. He's got a clear track in front of him. And he's looking at 13 in 0. So we wait to see what Hattie's comes around in. So it's David Scott that leads this one, looking at 13 in 0. So not quite there on 14 lap pace yet, but 3:30 to go. And a rough lap for David. Drops 2 seconds on that lap. Just needs to go back to where he was in the first few and find that 14 lap pace to challenge Jacob Tomlinson's current TQ of 14 in 18. Hattie Thames, though, your 10 car from the rear of the field, 13 in 4 predicted for Hattie. To find Hattie on track, I think, all blue car. It's the all blue car at the end of the straight. Over the corner tabletop. Round to the double. Up to the right hand side of the track. Hattie going to make use of having a semi-clear track in front of her for a couple of laps. Hattie still looking at a 13 in 3. David Scott, however, is back on 14 lap pace at the front. We'll follow Hattie Thames round. Hopefully see if Hattie can get onto that 14 lap pace. David Scott looking at going second in round. Hattie Thames, you're looking at going 4. Charlie Rhodes looking at going 8. Ben Stevenson looking at going 16 in round. It looks like clean run's difficult to find on this challenging technical bumpy track. Looks like just dialing back. Driving around at 90% will get you a better run. So David Scott now looking at 14 in 22. That was Hattie over, so we now need to go back and find David. He's just coming up to the double in the middle of the track now. Just gone over the double. Coming round, there is that yellow car on 2 wheels. Coming up to the back carousel and round onto start finish. David Scott now estimated as 14 in 21, edging closer to Jacob's time. With 1 minute to go, I think Jacob's time might be safe. So David, need to consolidate your current run and get that 14 lapper in. And counting early on, someone hangs up a pipe in front of him. David gets some assistance from traffic and through again. Still looking at 14 in 21, 22.27 best lap, 22.69 your last lap, and getting some more great assistance there from drivers in this heat. David moves through the field. Ben Stevenson now up to the 2 spot. Matthew Dodd up to the 4. Gareth Stanton jumps into 3rd. Hattie Thames jumps back to the 2 spot, so it's David Scott looking at going 2, Hattie Thames 7, Ben Stevenson 8, and Charlie Rhodes looking at going 10th in round. David Scott pumps in his best lap of a 21.79 last time by, and he's in traffic again. Looks like he's onto the rear gearbox of Hattie, so David is through. David gets some great assistance from the cars in that heat on that last lap and nearly takes TQ just shy by 2/10. So David, you go second in round. Ben Stevenson, you go 6th. Charlie Rhodes goes 9th. Matthew Dodd goes 12th. Hattie Thames 13th. Charlie Simmons, you went into 20th. Going to heat 8.
Make sure we're walking around the outside of the track, please, not across the straight, thank you.
So like I said, definitely a track today for driving a little off your maximum pace. I'm going to check, see if it... Yeah, like in the comments, no one got screwed over yesterday, just some horrible luck. It's the best way of describing it. You couldn't write what happened yesterday in two-wheel drive qualifying, or the end of two-wheel drive qualifying and the end and the first leg of the A. You could not write that one at all. Charlie Saunders opens out with a 21.66. That's just plain fast. He's already on the gearbox of Will Venables. Where's car 1 gone? So who's car 1? Callum Ackroyd Bench had a shocking outlap. Charlie Saunders 21.46, 21. Charlie's on for a 15 lap run, almost. So 1 minute in, it's Charlie Saunders, car 4, on to take 17 seconds off current TQ, looking at 14 in 1. Isaac McFadden looking at 14 in 13. Will Venables looking at 14 in 20. Charlie and Isaac looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Will Venables looking at going 5. Helliwell looking at going 6. Eugene Galley looking at going 7. Kevin Hodkinson looking at going 8. Charlie 21.52 last time by, average lap 21.52. So all 5 laps now have been sub 21, sub 21.5. So Charlie edging ever closer to 15 lap pace. Now looking at 14 in 0. So the yellow, red and blue associated coming onto the straight now. Definitely on the bubble. 14 in 1 predicted. So on the bubble of 15 lap pace. So 15 laps will be possible, I think. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. It's Charlie from Isaac. And Eugene all going top 3. Matt Druitt going 6. Stuart Mahon going 7. Helliwell going 8. Kevin Hodkinson going 10th in round. Jacob Tomlinson and David Scott's time would still keep them in the top 5. Harry Saunders would still stay top in the top 10 as it stands. Last couple of laps by Charlie have been in the 22s. Just dropping off that 15 lap pace. looking at 14 in 3 now. So needs to find that early few laps of 21s to get back down on possible 15 lap pace. 21.78 going the right way. Needs to be under 21.5 to get to 15 lap pace. It's Charlie from Isaac. Eugene still going top 3. Everyone down to Stuart Marn, who's 7th, is affecting the top 10. Top 3 are going top 3. Next 4 are going 6, 7, 8 and 9. We're following Charlie around on what has been a great run so far, with 1 minute to go. Looking at 14 in 3, 21.76, so all the laps apart from a couple have been in 21s and clips a pipe. It's dropped him down to 14 in 5 pace. It's still been a great run. As we go into the last 20 seconds, so it'll be this lap and one more for Charlie. Isaac looking at 14 in 13. Eugene at 14 in 17. Those 3 still going top 3. Jacobs Tomlinson's 14 in 18 would still have him 4th. And David Scott from the previous heat would still be in 5th. Harry Saunders would stay 7th in round as we go into the last 2 heats. So Charlie Saunders, new TQ, 14 in 6. Isaac McFadden goes 2nd with the 14 in 13. Eugene Galley, 3rd, 14 in 18, just in front of Jacob Tomlinson. Will Venables, you go 6th. Matt Drewitt, 8. Callum McElroy bench, 9. Andy Woods, 10. Stuart Marn, 11. James Halliwell, 12. Jacob Tomlinson and David Scott, you stay 4 and 5. Harry Saunders, great run, you're still 7th. And Ben Smith leads this one out. He's onto the straight now. 21.82. Tommy Hall, though, eclipses out with a 21.6. Josh Holdsworth, 21.89. Luke Holdsworth, 22.82. Only top 3 into the sub-22, so keep an eye on those 3. Ben Smith stretching his legs at the front and looking to dominate today, as he did yesterday, and securing TQ early doors. Tommy looks like he's And he's passed Josh on track. So those two looking at going top 2. After 2, Mark Anthony Jones looking at going 4. Josh Holdsworth 5. Hudson Knight 6. So these guys all affecting the top 10. So 1 minute down, 3 laps in. Tommy Hall takes it up. Tommy on for 14 in 2. Ben Smith a 14 in 5. They're going 1 and 2 in round. Josh Holdsworth looking at going 4. Mark Anthony Jones looking at going 6. Aaron Nash 7. Luke Holdsworth 8. And Oliver Natras 9. Top 3 are all in the 21s. Last lap by. 21.81 for Tommy Hall. 21.58 for Ben Smith. 21.71 for Josh Holdsworth. Tommy leads us round onto the carousel. Past Josh on track, only got Ben in front of him to chase down and hunt down that TQ run of Charlie Saunders, which is a 14 in 6 at the minute. Tommy looking at going 3 seconds inside that with 1 heat to go. Ben through 21.44. Tommy responds with a 21.59. So those two separated by nothing really, lap by lap. And we predicted about 1.5 seconds apart at the end of 5 minutes. And still Tommy from Ben. Josh Holdsworth. Luke now moves up to 4th in this heat. Looking at 5th in round. Aaron Nash looking at a 7 in round. Mark Anthony Jones looking at 8th. Oliver Natras and Hudson Knight looking at 12th and 14. Tommy with 21.51 last time by. 21.37 for Ben Smith. 21.52 for Luke Holdsworth. Those three going 1, 2 and 4 in round. Tommy and Ben both have rough laps last time by, as does Josh Holdsworth. Ben coming up on Mark Anthony Jones. Josh is back through, past Tommy. Following Josh round. The Schumacher car as it goes round back over the corner tabletop. Round the right hand side of the track and up to the carousel. Josh onto the straight. 21.44 that time by, so it's Ben. He moves up now. It's Ben from Josh, Tommy, Aaron Nash, Luke Holdsworth and Mark Anthony Jones, all affecting the top 10. Ben looking at taking 2.5 seconds off Charlie Saunders' TQ. Josh Holdsworth also looking at taking about half a second off. So it's going to be close between Tommy and Josh as we go into the last 30 seconds. Those two guys very close to Charlie Saunders' time. Josh gets it really tight towards the pipe, so this will be another good lap for Josh, I think. Yep, 21.5. Tommy Hall, 21.39 though, jumps back up to the 2 spot as we go into the last 5 seconds onto your final lap. Ben Smith takes new TQ, 14 in 3. Tommy Hall, 14 in 5. Charlie Saunders, you stay 3rd. Josh Holdsworth goes into 4th. Luke Holdsworth goes into 6th. Isaac McFadden, you stay 5th. Aaron Nash with a shocking last lap. You dropped to you were going 6th in round and you dropped to 10th in round. Oliver Natras 12th, Hudson Knight 13th, Ryan Clark 21st. So Ryan Clark's run is under review. Something happened, he missed a lap at the start. So I'll have to have a look what timing do with that lap from Ryan, as he was jumping up and down in the middle of that one. So I added him a lap back in. So Lee Martin starts off car 1. Daniel Pole's already hit a corner, but get away with it. So Lee has open track. And it looks like he's got a first lap in, so better than yesterday already for Lee. But Thomas Fipps, Jamie Hall opened out with a 21.26, and he's straight on to 15 lap pace after 1. Looks like they can all get out of the blocks quick, but it's holding onto the car for 5 minutes. It seems to be the hard job for these guys to do. See Thomas after 2 is on 14.2 pace. Jamie drops off 14.4. Archie Bowman, who we just interviewed a short while ago, 14.10. So good luck, Archie, on this run. So after 2 is Thomas Fipps from Jamie Hall. Daniel Pole, Lee Martin, Archie Bowman is your top 5. 21.62 last time by for Thomas Fipps. Closing in on the gearbox of Lee Martin as they come onto the straight. X-ray teammates. So it's Fipps from Hall, from Pole, from Martin. Those are your only guys affecting the A final at the minute, and Thomas Fipps is affecting it the most by going new TQ. By half a second predicted. And he's had a rough lap, so we're back to Jamie Hall, the yellow associated car, through midfield over the double. Round towards the carousel on the right hand side of the track. Jamie takes it up now. Looking at going 3rd in round. That's Thomas behind him in hot pursuit, looking to get rid of that crash he's just had. But Jamie 22.1, that time by Thomas Fipps, 21.79. Daniel Pole and Lee Martin also doing 21.7s laps last time by. Those 4 are the only guys affecting the top 10. Jamie Hall looking at going 3rd, Daniel Pole 4, Lee Martin 7, Thomas Fipps 8. Jamie and Thomas try and work together to get their best runs. One collect each other. A bit unlucky there for Thomas as he collects a crashing Jamie Hall, but they get away with it and lose not much time to the car in front. Here comes Lee Martin at the end of the straight, followed by Daniel Pole. So it's Daniel Pole now that takes it up. Looking at a 14.6, looking going 3rd in round. Lee Martin, you're looking at a 6 in round. Thomas Fipps looking at a 7. Jamie Hall looking at a 9. Archie Bowman on the bubble looking at 11th in round. Harley Eldridge 13. Seth Shillito Everest looking at a 19. So those guys affecting the top 20. But ahead of the field, it's Lee Martin again in front with a 21.99 last time by, as goes into the last minute. Daniel Pole, 14 in 7 predicted. Those two only separated by a couple of tenths on the clock. Archie Bowman now looking at a 10 in round. Jamie Hall drops to 11. Harley Eldridge 12th in round. Daniel Pole now looking at 14 in 6. Lee Martin at 14 in 8. Thomas Fipps at 14 in 9. It's going to last 30 seconds. Ben Smith's TQ time looks safe. Daniel Pole drops off the pace a little on that lap. Now down to 5th. Thomas Fipps moving up to 6th. Lee Martin 7. Jamie Hall up to 9th. Archie Bowman looking at an 11. Someone was over behind me, not sure who that was. But Daniel Pole takes this one. So Daniel Pole takes that one, goes 5th in round. Thomas Fipps, you go 6. Lee Martin 7. Archie Bowman 10. Jamie Hall 12th. Harley Eldridge 13. And Seth Shillito Everest 20th. Ben Smith, though, holds TQ for the round. And top 10, Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Charlie Saunders, Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Thomas Fipps, Lee Martin, Isaac McFadden, Luke Holdsworth and Archie Bowman. That man, again, Ryan Clark, 11th.
Stuck on the wet car, he's dominated.
So we rejoin Heat 1. Zach Whittleston, remember him, he was quick in round 1 and just had a couple of little errors. And blue and yellow Yokobo car on the straight now. 24.84 last time, 24.45 average, 24.81. So good run so far for Zach. What did he have in round 1? The 74 in round 1. Good result. So only just over 100 drivers here today, only 10 heats. So 10. And 14 lap pace is covering the top 20 at the minute. So after 2 minutes, it's Zach Whittleston, blue and yellow Yokomo at the end of the straight that leads this one. Predicted 13 in 19. Getting a good clean run, was on for a good run in round 1. A couple of little mistakes towards the end of the run, cost him a good time. But Zach coming down the straight now. Runs a little wide. 24.89, not too bad. Last lap for Zach. He makes his way through the infield, gets lucky on that pipe, and that costs him no time at all. Don't want to repeat that line though. Back onto the straight. 24.43, so it didn't affect his time at all. Still looking at a 13 in 19 pace. Mike Temple looking at 12 in 6. Simon Preston at 12 in 9. Zach comes around the carousel over the single speed hump today and onto the straight. Gets braking bang on at the end of the straight, this time by avoids a crashed car. Nicely through the 2 back-to-back corner tabletops and nicely over that table or that jump there. Round past the MB Models banner and up onto the carousel. Looking at a 13 in 20 now. So hovering around mid 24s. Best lap at 23.54 though as he goes into the last minute. Like a clear track for quite a while now for Zach. So make the best of this clear track you've got now. And stick in some good laps and get that 13 lapper down closer to a 15, which it looks like you could have done at the start of this one. 24.14 that last time by, heading the right direction. Mike Temple looking at a 12 in 6. Zach just clipped a pipe. Still be on to 13 lap pace. It's 13 in 20 predicted now. It goes into the last 20 seconds. So it should be this lap and one more for Zach. Safely over the double. Round and up onto the straightaway. Just gets through. It's going to finishing times. So Zach takes that one, 13 in 20. From Mike Temple, Simon Preston, Jesse Russell, and Matt Robinson, your top 5. Paul Steadman, Nicholas Harwood, Nathan Stanmore, Ollie Carberry, Charlie Hall and Mark Richardson finish the field. So Robert Swallow leads us off. His time held for quite a while in round 1. He was in the top 10, I think, up to around about heat 5. So Rob looking to put in another good run. Mark Christopher, though, had early pace and just crashed too many times. And he's overall ready. So follow Rob Swallow round with the Hara car. The Schumacher Cats PB for Rob. James Gibbs was also quick in this one, car 9. Rob gets tight at the end of the straight. James Gibbs also tight at the end of the straight. Those two, not much between them predicted. Looking at going, but it's Curtis Stain, Rob's pit buddy. So after 2, it's Curtis Stain who leads this one from Rob Swallow, James Gibbs, Miklos Savados. Curtis and Rob split by not much on the clock. James Gibbs looking going 3rd. These guys on for 13 lap pace and well inside 13 lap pace. So Curtis looking at a 13 in 15. Rob Swallow looking at a 13 in 17. So these two from the mid-east. And pit buddies, but separated by far enough on track not to cause each other some havoc. So Rob gets into someone on the straight. I think that was James Gibbs. So those two need to work together because Curtis now is the only one on for 13 lap pace. Miklos looking at a 12 in 1. So we need to drop back a few cars and find Curtis's car. Car 8, so it's a car directly behind those two. So coming over into the middle of the track, and the last of the 3 cars over the double is Curtis Stain, the all pink and mostly pink car with a white back. Curtis going through the infield now, round the carousel. 23.85 last time by. So needs to get some assistance and does from James Gibbs. So Curtis now for 13 in 13. 24.1 last time by, and it will need assistance again from these 2 cars in the middle. Great driving. And now closes in on pit buddy Rob Swallow. So beware, Rob. Curtis is faster than you. Curtis gets some more assistance. So Curtis looking now at 13 in 12. A good time for round 1 with a 13 in 12. Rob Swallow looking at a 12 in 1, so a few more quick laps, and Rob, you'll be back on 13 lap pace, and you are already back on 13 lap pace. Predicted 12 seconds slower than Curtis, who's on for a new TQ, and bringing that time down with each lap. Now looking at a 13 in 12, but a lower 13 in 12. Miklos getting close now to 13 lap pace. Looking at 12 in 0 at the minute. So another couple of good laps from you, Miklos, and you'll be on to 13 lap pace. Only 35 seconds to go. Curtis on for 13 in 13 now. Rob Swallow, Miklos Sabados and Paul Griggs all very close to 13 lap pace. Rob just inside. Curtis now into the last 8 seconds. Rob lets him through. Curtis clips pipe, gets away with it. Curtis will be playing this one over and over again on YouTube at home and showing it to Rob as he gets through for final lap. Rob Swallow also through for 13. Paul Griggs gets caught at the line. But bragging rights in round 2 to Curtis Stain. 13 in 13, a full 10 seconds clear of Rob Swallow. Zach Whittleston, you stay second. Rob Swallow, you go third. Paul Griggs 4. Miklos Sabados 5. Tommy Clark, great run at the end, towards the end, and you're up to 7. James Gibbs 8 and Dominic Morby, you go into the top 10. So a little bit of light banter for the Mid-East guys there, Curtis and Rob. Like I said, I think Curtis will be saving that one and watching it many times. He dominated pitmate Rob Swallow by 10 seconds then. Tommy Clark, though, looking like he got a good run in towards the end. Dad said he was struggling after practice. Just going to slow his car down a touch, but the sun is out again and it's getting warm. And it's a Pritchard car that leads us round. I didn't recognise Pritchard's colours, different to what I remember, but Pritchard's X-Ray running round, and he set a time that stayed, I think, till about heat 6. And he said he got more in the car. He's just caught a pipe, got away with it, and Bowden's on him. It's Bowden actually that leads this one round, 23.4. James Pritchard 23.7, Lee Stokes 23.8. Phil Campbell, good run yesterday in two-wheel drive. But at the front it's Pritchard stretching his legs, going again now. So after 2, it's Pritchard from Bowden, from Stokes, Phil Campbell and Paul Ragg, your top 5. Roger Mills and Andrew Luxford, you're also affecting the top 10. Pritchard last time by, his best lap 23.24, looking at a 13 in 4. Be around 6 seconds quicker than James went in round 1, and James's time. Great driving there from that car, and also next one. Great driving, thank you. So a little bit of lost time, but James is away again and a clear track for a good minute or so, I would say. And the sun is out. James Pritchard looking at taking around 5 seconds off his previous time. Looking around, taking around 8 seconds off Curtis's TQ, looking at a 13 in 5, and that time is coming down again. So James, nice clean drive now for the last 3 minutes. You've got a clear track in front of you. Make hay from an early heat. Around the carousel, X-ray car looking good. Onto the straight now. 23.3 last time by, close to your best lap. Avoiding the marshal. And round as we go through half race distance, it's Pritchard, Bowden, Stokes, Ragg and Ellis. Everyone in this one down to Phil Campbell, who's running 7th, affecting the top 10. Curtis Stain from the previous heat would stay 2nd. Zach Whittleston from heat 1 would still say 5th. Rob Swallow would say 7th. So good times being put in by cars from heat 1 and 2. James Pritchard edging closer towards 14 lap pace, looking at a 13 in 4. So the only time I've seen James hang up a pipe was very early on lap 1 at the end of the straight. But since then it looks like it's been a clean run for James Pritchard from the northwest. Everyone's crashing in front of him and he's getting around traffic easy. So this is a nice clean run for James with 1:30 to go. Looking at a 13 in 4 now. Chris Bowden, you're looking at a 13 in 17. Ben Ellis, a 13 in 22. Andrew Luxford, a 13 in 20. So Bowden's been over somewhere because he's now dropped to a 13 in 22 pace. Pritchard, this is an impressive run from James. Gets called through again and another good drive. Letting James through. Round onto the carousel. 40 seconds to go. James Pritchard looking going TQ. Chris Bowden, you're going 4. Andrew Luxford going 5. Ben Ellis 7. Lee Stokes 8. Looks like Pritchard's driving well within himself and goes into his last and most important lap. Give him a finishing time, looking at a 13 in 4. Going to the last 10 seconds. It's Pritchard, Bowden, Ellis, Luxford and Stokes. James Pritchard, great run there, 13 in 4, taking 9 seconds off TQ and 5 seconds off your round 1 time. Chris Bowden went 4th, Ben Ellis 6, Andrew Luxford 7, Lee Stokes 8, Roger Mulls, you went 14, Paul Ragg 15 and Martin Lee 16, Phil Campbell, you went 19 in round. So we're heading to Heat 4. Evie Thames won this one last time round. Pink car going down the straight. Schumacher followed by Ryan Preston. Now Ryan, like I said, was impressive in practice, but then round one went away from him somewhat as he looks to make amends for his round one. But Evie, yep, it's Richard Miller though. No, Evie Thames first one through, but Richard Miller from back. So I need to follow. I'll look for Richard Miller on track. So we follow Evie Thames still around. It's Evie James from Jack Mills White. So there'll be two easy cars to spot, but we'll keep on Evie. So 120 down. Ryan Preston from Evie Thames. Emily Heward. Scratch that. Jack Mills White jumps up to the 3. Emily Heward 4. Martin Heward 5. Ryan, Evie and Jack looking at going 2, 3 and 4 in round. Ryan Preston looking at going 6. Evie Thames 23.27 last time by. New hot lap for Evie. Evie's Pink Schumacher coming round onto the straight now, gets inside. And we'll look for some assistance from those two cars in front of her. Jack Mills White, car 10, near the back of the grid. He's coming down the straight now, but he's in clear track. We're following Evie round as Evie makes her way round Carousel and onto the straight, but it is Jack Mills White who leads this one. So now Evie's in clear traffic. Let's drop back and find Jack. He'll be the next one onto the straight. And he'll be at the end of the straight now with a white wing. Jack Mills White. 13 in 6 predicted, looking at going 2 in round. Evie Thames looking at going 3. Ryan Preston 4. Emily Heward 5. Ewan McLeod 12. Martin Heward looking at 14. Riley Butler 17. Jack Mills White over the back double. Around towards the right hand side of the track to the carousel. White wing and pink, mainly pink car, pink associated car. And he's still in front looking at going 13 in 4. So he's now on for new TQ for Jack Mills White. Evie Thames looking at going 3rd in round. So this heat's a genuinely quick heat. 5 of this heat looking at going into the top 10. Jack nice and steady around in the end of the straight that time, and still looking at 13 in 3. So last lap, bringing his average lap down. He's going the right way about this heat. Over the double. Working his way towards the carousel on the right hand side of the track. Over the single speed bump, takes it diagonally to cut out some of the corner. Around the end of the straight, through the street section. And through the midfield up to the difficult double, which he makes look easy. And Jack Mills-White looking at a 13 in 4. Evie Thames looking at a 13 in 9 as we go into the last 30 seconds. Top 5 in this one are affecting the top 10, but Jack Mills-White just dropped off James Pritchard's TQ pace. 20 seconds to go, can still do something about it with a good couple of last laps. Jack on 2 wheels, but gets it rubber side down. And good lap onto the straight, looking at a 6, so it's James Pritchard's time looks safe. So Jack Mills-White just misses out on TQ by about a second from, but James Pritchard still holds TQ. So Jack Mills-White goes second, Evie Thames goes third, Ryan Preston 4, Emily Heward goes 6, Martin Heward 7, Ewan McLeod 13, Riley Butler 17, Fraser McLeod 20th. James Pritchard's time of a 13 in 4 still stands. Robert Swallow, you're still 10th. Curtis Stain, you're still 5th. Zach Whittleston from Heat 1, still 8th. In the top 10 after 40. So Reese Ward leads this one round. Blue and yellow X-ray car. Quick in round 1. Let's see where Reese went in round 1. 29 for Reese in round 1. So after 3, Reese Ward looking at first 14 lapper of the round. Crash but gets away with it. Ben Elliott also looking at 14 lapper. These two in the low 22s for their best lap. Follow Reese down the end of the straight. Makes his way through the hairpin, closely followed by Ben Elliott, the all pink car. Let's go past the associated banners and up over the double. They're already up to lap traffic round the carousel past the Schumacher tent and onto the straight. That's Reese from Ben, but it's the other way round on the computer. It's Ben Elliott who leads this one. Pink car, pink Schumacher PB. Both just dropped off 14 lap pace, but still looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Both on 13 in 1 and 13 in 0. So a couple of good laps and they'll be back on 14 lap pace as they started this heat. And now they've got some separation between them. And follow Reese round. 29 in round 1 for Reese. So looking at something to go with that 29. Ben Elliott had a 30 in round 1. So these two split by nothing in round 1 and split by not a lot in round 2. Charnock crashes out of the way and Reese starting to stretch his legs now and pull away. Heading down and getting close to 14 lap pace and now on 14 lap pace with a great last lap and his fastest lap of the heat so far, 22.56. Comes through the middle over the double, just cases it slightly, but no harm, no foul. Gets through some back markers onto the carousel and onto the straight. Reese Ward with his X-ray car now, looking at 14 in 22. Ben Elliott, you're close to a 14 lap pace, but still looking at going second in round. Andy Manning looking at going 5th in round. Jim Dixon, you're looking at 9. Peter Craig, 12. Graham Lyle, 20th. Reese Ward nice and tight through the street section, up over the 2 double corners and over the difficult back double and on for 14 in 22. It's going to the last 50 seconds, clips a pipe, gets away with it. I'll leave that one for the referee to call. 23.04 last time by. Over the double. Round. Up past the Schumacher carousel. And on to start finish. Because Reese still on for 14 lap pace. Ben Elliott looking at going second in round. James Pritchard, you'd still stay third as we go into the last 10 seconds. Reese Ward looking at clocking the first 14 lapper of round 2 in heat 5. Yeah, so something couldn't say on the track mark then. I'm not sure whether you get away with that. Crashed, rolled over the pipe, facing the wrong way and then just cut the corner. But that's down to the referee to decide whether he gained an advantage. We definitely didn't lose any time by doing it. So Reese Ward takes new TQ, first 14 lapper of the round, 14 in 22. Ben Elliott goes second, 13 in 1. James Pritchard, you stay third. Jack Mills-White, you stay fourth. Evie Thames, you stay fifth. Andy Manning, you're in 6th. Peter Craig, you jump up to the 9 spot. And James Dixon, you're in 10th. Ryan Preston and Curtis Staines stay inside the top 10 in 7th and 8th. Zach Whittleston still from heat 1 in 14th as we go head into heat 6. So Jacob Tomlinson leads us off and was very, very fast in round 1. He's pulled out a second lead. Someone's had not a great start in this heat. I think it's Harry Saunders who's set off second. Doesn't matter, Jacob, he's just got clear track in front and he's going to be on the back of someone after probably 4 or 5 laps. At this pace, 22.75. He's looking at taking around 4 seconds off TQ. Reuben Russell starts out well though. And these two very close on time. Jacob down the straight, and Reuben should be easy to find because he'll be blue car with yellow wheels. We'll see if we can find Reuben. Keep an eye, yeah, I can see Reuben as well. So Reuben, the blue car with yellow wheels at the back of these. The associated. So 134 down is Jacob Tomlinson on for new TQ. Reuben Russell looking at a 4. Jacob Tomlinson 22.8 last time by, 22.9 average. Looking at a 14 in 20. Looking to take 2 seconds off Reece Ward's time. Reuben Russell getting close to 14 lap pace. Blue associated with yellow wheels at the end of the straight. Coming round by the associated banner past his teammates over the 2 double corners and over the back double and heading towards the Schumacher carousel on the right side of the track. But Jacob out in front, stretching his lead and dropping the time down to 14 in 19 predicted. Jacob had a 16 in round 1. So looking to put something good with that 16, and that 16 had a few mistakes in it, so a clean run from Jacob this time round. Go back to the Schumacher car of Jacob Tomlinson. He's coming over to the right side of the track by the Schumacher carousel, so past his teammates and onto the straight. And Jacob from the mid-east, great heat, or great round 1 with a 16, so looking at maybe a B final today. C final yesterday in 2-wheel drive. And making this Bingham track look easy is Jacob at the minute. Reuben Russell not out of it though, looking at a 13 in 3 and going. It's Reuben going 11th in round according to this. That can't be right. No, it's not. It's 4th in round. Chris Foster looking at 7. Roger Tugwood looking at 8. Harry Saunders looking at 10. Jacob Tomlinson still on target to shave 2 seconds off Reece Ward's time. He gets a braking bang on at the end of the straight again. Round over the 2 double corners. Over the back double. Round past the MB Models banners. And up to the Schumacher carousel. 22.4 last time by. Jacob now looking at a 14 in 18, looking at taking 4 seconds off, so bringing this TQ time down to something that will be tough to beat for the next heat. And maybe even the one after. Jacob from heat 6. setting a very good target for the rest of the field. 14 in 18 predictor Reuben Russell getting close to 14 lap pace, looking at 13 in 3. Chris Foster looking at 13 in 6. Harry Saunders up to a 13 in 5. So after Harry's rough first lap, he's got going again. And Harry now putting in another good run, looking at going 6 in round. So Jacob Tomlinson, excellent new TQ, 14 in 18. Reuben Russell, you go 4th with a 13 in 3. Harry Saunders, after that horrible first lap, jumps up to 13 in 4 and goes 6 in round. Chris Foster goes 8. Roger Tugwood 9. Luke Thompson 13. Those guys are the only guys affecting the top 20. An excellent run from Jacob to go with his 16 in round 1. (14 in 18 in round 1 would have put you 12th.
Okay, Marshall, change over please, as soon as possible.
So your top 10 going into Heat 7 is Jacob Tomlinson, Reese Ward, Ben Elliott, Reuben Russell, James Pritchard, Harry Saunders, Jack Mills-White, Chris Foster, Roger Tugwood and Evie Thames. 13 in 8 is the bottom of the A at the minute. We've still got 4 heats to go. David Scott was quick in this one last time and another genuine contender for a 14-lap run. David had a 17 in round 1, so him and Jacob were back-to-back. Gives us a good idea of what the pace that we can expect from David Scott in the Schumacher car, I believe. It is yellow Schumacher at the end of the straight. David Scott after 2, looking at 22.29, looking at going to second in round, so him and Jacob would again be split by nothing. So David Scott completes his 3rd lap, looking at a 14 in 13 and a new TQ. Something to go with his 16 in round 1. And Jacob were back-to-back in round 1 and looking at going back-to-back in round 2. Hattie Thames looking at 3rd. Ben Stevenson looking at going 5 in round. Gareth Stanton looking at going 7. Matt Dodd looking at going 9. Go back to find David Scott's Schumacher car going past the Schumacher carousel around and onto the straight. 22.72 last time by, little off his best lap. Ben Stevenson 23.3 last time by. Hattie Thames 22.6, also now on 14 lap pace. So Hattie with the all blue Schumacher car. We're following David Scott on camera. And David 21.93 last time by, sub 22, so getting faster. Looking at a 14 in 13. Hattie Thames looking at a 14 in 21. David Scott already on the back of Cameron Wells. So Cameron will be looking to get good runs in round 3 and 4, but not impact David Scott's run, but does and collects. David Scott, that's unlucky for David. It was a good run until he collected the crashed Cameron car. Drops him down to 14 in 21 pace and looking at second in round. Hattie Thames looking at third. Gareth Stanton, you're now looking at a 6 in round. Charlie Simmons with the Okomo car looking at 8 in round at the minute. I think Charlie's just had a rough lap and he has. That's dropped him down. So if we now drop back and find the all blue car coming onto the straight and off the straight. Now that's Hattie Thames. The Schumacher car looking at going third in round, second in this heat. Looking to get some help from, I think it's Ben Stevenson that she was closing down. These two separated not by much on track or on time, but Hattie looking for 14 lap pace. David Scott is still on 14 lap pace but looking at second in round. Now drops down to 14 in 18, only just shy of Jacob's TQ time. Gets onto wheels off camera. Hattie and Ben in the middle, having a good battle, and no need to give Hattie any room, probably just using Ben to follow his lines round. It's David Scott looking at going 2. Hattie Thames, you're looking at going 3. Gareth Stanton 6. Ben Stevenson, you're looking at going 7 as you go into your last 5 seconds. Some great driving there at the end by Hattie and Ben to keep out of each other's way. Ben pushing himself onto a good time and going 6. And Hattie holding on to that 14 lap run. And David Scott takes that one with 14 in 19. 1.5 seconds shy of Jacob Tomlinson's TQ, so goes second in round. Hattie Thames, you go third. Ben Stevenson, you've gone 6. Gareth Stanton, 11. Tris Neal, gone 13. Matt Dodd, 15. Charlie Simmons, 16. Charlie Rhodes, 19. James Pritchard, you're still there in 8th. Reuben Russell, 7th. Reese Ward, still 4th. Ben Elliott, 5th. Harry Saunders, 9th. And Jack Mills White, 10th.
Okay, Marshall's changeover, can you please? Marshall's changeover. Be quite snappy with this one. Should be as quickly as possible.
Charlie Saunders leads us off in this one. Charlie had a third in round 1. Isaac McFadden an 8. Eugene Galley had a 13. Charlie opens out with a 21.9, looking at going straight to the top of the pile. Taking 10 seconds off TQ. Isaac McFadden looking at taking 3 seconds off TQ and going second. Andy Woods going 5th. Eugene Galley looking at 7th. And we follow Charlie Saunders round. So 130 down. Isaac McFadden leads this one. 14 in 9 pace and looking at going TQ. Callum Ackroyd Bench looking at going second and 14 in 18. Will Venables looking at going 5. Eugene Galley 7. Matt Druitt 8. Andy Woods 10. Follow round. Black. It'll be a black winged Schumacher car of Isaac McFadden. I think it's the all yellow car coming up to the Schumacher banner. And it is. It's Isaac McFadden, 21.97 last time by, looking at a 14 in 9, taking 9 seconds off current TQ. Change of colour scheme, maybe change of body for this round. That's not his normal colour scheme, I don't think. And he's over. Still on for TQ pace though, but looking at now a 14 in 17, Callum Ackroyd Bench. Looking at a 14 in 20, Matt Druitt also looking at a 14 in 20, Charlie Saunders 14 in 21, as is William Venables. You guys all affecting the top 10 and going 1, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in round. Isaac looking to put something with his 8 in round 1. Charlie Saunders looking to put something with his 3 from round 1. So Isaac looking to get an A final position cemented early on with a good run in round 2. Now they're only looking at 14 in 15, so only taking 3 seconds off TQ now. Scratch that, it's only taking 1 second, so a couple of rough laps for Isaac. But still on for taking TQ in this round. Matt Druitt jumps up to the 2 spot now. Yesterday's A finalist, making his second A final yesterday. Matt Druitt looking at 14 in 19. Charlie Saunders 14 in 20. No, 14 in 19 now with a 21.78 last time by. So Isaac and Charlie both in the 21s. As they are side by side on track. And have both had rough runs. Both on for around 14 in 5 and 6 earlier on. These two need to work together to try and get the best out of this heat. Isaac's hit a couple of pipes and lets Charlie through. And into your last 10 seconds, it's Isaac from Charlie, Matt, Will Venables, Andy Woods, James Helliwell. Top 6. Oh, good to see that Curtis is already showing Rob Swallow the run from earlier on in the day from Heat 2. Like I said, I'd probably advise actually that Curtis, you save that and just keep sending him as a Christmas card every year. So Isaac McFadden takes new TQ, 14 in 17. Matt Druitt goes third. Charlie Saunders fifth. Will Venables 7th. Andy Woods 9th. James Helliwell gone 13. Stuart Marne 16. Eugene Galley 19. Jacob Tomlinson, you're 2nd. David Scott, you're still 4th. Hattie Thames 6th. Reese Ward 8. And Ben Elliott round out your top 10.
Marshall, going to start to hand over for me.
So Ben Smith leads us away. TQ man from round 1, 14 in 3 in round 1 for Ben. Tommy Hall led this one early doors. Looks like Tommy's closed in on Ben on lap 1 and has. Ben not the greatest out lap. Tommy 21.63, so quick out of the blocks. He looks like he's had a small mistake, so that gap has just extended a little. So Ben with the Schumacher car back onto the straight. 22.4, so neither opening lap have been great from Ben. No 21s. But they're looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Josh Holdsworth looking going 3. Luke Holdsworth 4. Aaron Nash 5. Ryan Clark looking going 6. So 1:15 down. It's Tommy Hall from Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Aaron Nash, Ryan Clark, Mark Anthony Jones and Oliver Natras, all affecting the top 10 at this early stage. And that looks like the Hall car that's over and is. We're going to need to go back to the front to Ben Smith, who's on for new TQ with 14 in 9. Ben coming round the carousel onto the straight. Couple of slower laps earlier doors, 2:22s to open out with, but now he's into the groove and into the 21s and into 21.66. Looking at 14 in 8. 14 in 3 in round 1. Not quite 15 lap pace. Not sure if the sun's out and the track's getting slower. Ben now 21.79. Josh Holdsworth, new hot lap of this heat, 21.21. Josh also with the Schumacher car looking at going 2nd. Aaron Nash looking at going 3rd. So Aaron had a great run until his last lap in round 1. And the crash cost him 6 seconds and 4 places. But Ben Smith 21.65. Best lap is his last lap. Average lap now down at 21.95, bringing that result down to 14.7. Josh Holdsworth looking at 14.9. But your top 7 in this one are going top 7 overall. Everyone on for beating Isaac's current TQ. Ben Smith round by the 2 double corners over the double and round heading towards the carousel by the Schumacher tent over on the right hand side of the track. 21.45 last time by, so each lap just edging closer, quicker and quicker. Ben now looks to 14.6. He gets it back on its wheels. Marshall wasn't going to be ready for that one, so Ben will lose a second or so on this lap, and Josh Holdsworth will close in. It's Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Ryan Clark, Aaron Nash and Oliver Natras still going top 7. Mark Anthony Jones, you're looking at 14. Liam Robinson looking at 13. 30th. You're looking at a 13 lap run. But Ben Smith, clear track in front and clear track behind. I think he's driving around on his own, watching on camera. 21.38 last time by. His new hot lap. Still hot lap of this heat though, 21.21 by Josh Holdsworth. And still your top 7, looking at going top 7, Ryan Clark joins the party. Isaac McFadden, you'll drop to 8th. So Ben Smith takes new TQ, 14.5. Josh Holdsworth 14.7 goes second. Your top 7 went top 7. So Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Oliver Natras, Ryan Clark, Aaron Nash. Mark Anthony Jones, you snuck into 10th. So Isaac McFadden and Jacob Tomlinson, you're now 8th and 9th going into the last heat. So Daniel Pohl had a 5 in round 1. Thomas Fipps, Everstrewn run. The 6th. Lee Martin 7th. Archie Bowman 10th in round 1 from this heat. Thomas Fipps starts out 21.64. Lee Martin also 21.63. First two guys only wanting the 21s on the outlap. Daniel Pole has a 25. So 4 minutes 30 for Daniel to make amends of that outlap. Thomas Fipps now has good clear track. And it's Lee Martin looking at 14 in 0, so Lee on for almost 15 lap pace. So after 3 laps, 1 minute 10 down, it's Lee Martin leads this one, looking at a 14 in 0. Thomas Fipps looking at a 14 in 2. Jamie Hall 14 in 7. Ewan Tumulty looking at 14 in 13. Harley Eldridge 14 in 14, all going top 10. But Lee Martin, the X-ray car, coming round through the middle of the track over the double. 21.74 last time by, all 4 outlaps in the 21s. I'm looking at taking 4.5 seconds off Ben Smith's current TQ. Archie Bowman jumps up to the 2 spots in this heat. Daniel Pole 3, Harley Eldridge 4. Those guys are all looking at going top 10. But it's Lee Martin affecting the top 10 the most. Looking at taking 4 seconds off TQ now, looking at a 14 in 1. X-ray car looking super dialed. It gets on 2 wheels but puts it down. Lost no time there. Lee super smooth round onto the straight. Catching up Colin May. I'm sure Colin and the other car will let him through. I think it's Reese in front of him. His pass is by 1 and by the second car already. Great driving from those guys. 2.55 down. Just under 2 minutes to go. Lee Martin edging ever closer to 15 lap pace. Looking at a 14 in 1. 21.43 last time by. Daniel Pole though 21.13 last time by and 21.07 best lap. Daniel had a shocker of a first lap and he's now making amends and is now up to 4th overall. But Lee Martin edging ever closer to that 15 lap pace. .21.48 last time by, so just needs to be just under 21.4 to get on 15 lap pace. 21.66, just the wrong side. So looking at 14 in 1 still, with 1:10 to go. Daniel Pole looking at 3 in round. Archie Bowman looking at 6. Ewan Tumulty, you're looking at 8 in round. Seth Shillito Everest looking at 11. So very quick heat, top 5 affecting the top 10-ish. Lee gets past another stricken car. Head into the last 20 seconds. Lee Martin down the straight now. Nice and tight at the end of the straight. Through the street section, past the associated team. And by the up to the double by the X-ray banner. 21.75 last time by for Lee with the X-ray car. This is a stunning run by Lee Martin with 15 seconds to go. Don't think the 15 lapper is on this run, but it's going to be the fastest run of the day so far. Beating Ben Smith's time from round 1. So Lee through and finishes the 14 in 2. So great run by Lee Martin. UTQ 14 in 2. Ben Smith stays second. Josh Holdsworth stays third. Daniel Pole goes into 4. Archie Bowman goes to 6. Tommy Hall, you stay 5th. Luke Holdsworth 7. Thomas Fipps 8. Oliver Natras 9. And Ryan Clark, unusually for you, 10th. So after 2, it's Ben Smith from Lee Martin. Ben Smith has a 0 and 2. Lee Martin has a 7 and a 0. Tommy Hall has a 2 and a 5 in 3rd. Josh Holdsworth 4 and a 3 in 7. Daniel Pole 5 and a 4 in 5th. Those guys are in the A final with 9 points and lower. Thomas Fipps 6 and 8, 14. Needs to drop one or both of those. I think both ideally. Archie Bowman 10 and a 6 in 7th. Luke Holdsworth 9 and a 7 in 8th. Isaac McFadden 8 and a 13 in 9th. And Neil Cragg, if you're listening, Ryan Clark is 10th at the minute with an 11 and a 10. He's going to need to better that, but at the minute Ryan Clark on for making his first National A final. Unlucky man at the minute, Charlie Saunders. He has a 3 in round 1 and a 19 in round 2. So looking further down the list, people with low single scores, Charlie Saunders stands out with a 3. Oliver Natras has a 9 in round 2, so he's going the right way. But just like yesterday, the same guys getting the same sort of points. So I think the top A final's going to be quite high points again today. It was 15 yesterday. And I guess it's going to be somewhere around the same amount today. Let's have a look now. Where did Zach? Because Zach Whittleston from this heat had a great round in the last round. He was in the top 10 for up until about heat 4, heat 5. And the blue and yellow Yokomo of Zach. Where is he? I think that's Zach. No, it isn't Zach that was over. It's another car. So Zach continues another good run. Zach on for a 13 in 14. So after 150 down, Zach Whittleston leads this one. Led it from flag to flag pretty much in round 2 and had a great round 2. Was in the top 10 all the way up until around heat 5 or 6. So another good run from Zach Whittleston in heat 1 as that car gets out of his way over the 2 corners through the double, and he's got that sorted and crashes out though, quickly marshalled by Harley. Zach 24-24 last time by, looking at a 13 lap pace, will still lead this one. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Needs to just consolidate and avoid those 2 crash cars, which he does. And Zach Whittleston from Mike Temple, Charlie Hall, Matt Robinson. And Zach's through for another lap. 24.73, so much better that time by. Back on 13 lap pace. Zach looking to put something with his 56 from round 2 and drop that 76 from round 1. Comes up on some more lap traffic. Catches the pipe. If there's a couple of costly errors in this one, will drop him off 13 lap pace. But with a minute to go, looks like he'll have some time to get back on 13 lap pace. Yep, 12 in 0 time. But catches another pipe, so just needs to get rid of those errors from this run, because this run started off really well for Zach, but a few little errors have crept in towards the end. Mike Temple looking at 12 in 3, Charlie Hall looking at 12 in 12. And gets turned over by lap traffic, and then gets into the back of this run. Is now one to forget for Zach, as he now drops to 12 in 2, but this is going to drop him even further. Mike Temple will probably lead this one now with 30 seconds to go. Mike Temple, the 4 car, does lead this now. So Mike Temple takes that one 12 in 3, followed by Zach Whittleston. Zach was on for a very good 13 lapper, but quite a few mistakes crept in towards the end of that run. Matt Robinson was 3rd, Nicholas Harwood 4, Charlie Hall 5, Ollie Carberry 6, Nathan Stanmore 7. Paul Steadman, you're 8th, Jesse Russell 9th, and Simon Preston 10th. So we're going to get TQ man from the last round, Lee Martin, over to chat to us as he wait for Lee to finish marshalling. So welcome Lee Martin, TQ.
What's up?
I know. So
yeah.
Two runs.
2
first laps.
First laps.
Which you didn't get yesterday at all.
I didn't crash.
No.
What a genius. I'm learning from my mistakes even at this old age.
Yeah, but no, that was a solid run.
Yeah, I backed off a bit. I could kind of hear you on the rostrum, so I knew I was 4 seconds up, so I backed off a bit so that I didn't get thrown off the track at any point. Yeah, rolled back the years a little with that one, shaking like a dog up there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was like, it's not the easiest track to just try and drive a clean run on, so I was like, well, let's try not to throw this one away. So.
No, because you started off like super fast, looking at like a almost 15 lap pace.
Yeah,
right from the go. Like, oh, hello.
It's definitely achievable. That it's just how much you want to push those boundaries, I guess. I had a bit of a poor first run, so I can't go balls out in the next one.
No, I need to back 7 in round 1 and a 0. So you need to consolidate and then maybe push again. But
yeah, I mean, I'll try and just do the same again. I'm in the A. Hey,
that's good.
Made the main 7 points. Which,
adding more to the list.
Yeah, it was a bit scary yesterday. I was like, oh,
this could be close.
This could be close. Luckily, the top 10 kind of stayed the top 10 the whole way. So, yeah.
It kind of looks like the same again. I think it's going to be quite high points with the A final today, I think.
Yeah, I would think so.
Same guys have worked out the track and how to get round.
Yeah, the same ones have just accepted their fate, right? Accepted the fate of, we can only go so fast. And the track will bite us, unfortunately. But.
Yeah, I think Thomas hasn't had 2 greatest runs today, has he yet? But he showed great pace again in practice, and I think just a couple of unlucky little errors where he's got caught up.
Yeah, he's almost a bit too fast, Like when you're going around at that pace, a bit like Dan is at the moment. Dan Pole, like he's showing amazing pace, just getting caught out.
Yeah, I heard. I was talking to Dunk earlier on, and he's got a 4.5, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's pretty hot.
That's touring car motor, mate.
Although it's weird because I'm running a 5.5, but I've had to like power up.
Okay.
Like, the track seems to be like sucking power out. The straight's pretty damn long, but even like in the infield section, it doesn't feel like you have a massive amount of power. Okay. Probably because the wheels are off the ground half the time.
Yep.
But when I had like slower settings, it just felt slow. It wasn't really drivable. So yeah, it's taken a bit of power, this track, which is weird. It's the opposite to what you'd think. Yeah,
because when I've been here before, I've normally motored down, like way motored down, just to make it drivable.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. Just it doesn't even feel any more drivable, to be honest.
Okay.
You just feel like you have to push the trigger more to get it going, and then I think you make more mistakes.
And so there are quite a lot of short bursts of power between corners. It looks like quite a technical track.
Yeah, I would
almost, to yesterday.
I was almost say that this is like more of a two-wheel drive track. Quite difficult turns and yeah, yesterday was a bit more flowing.
Yeah.
So I know I always laugh at people that say it's a two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive track because they're just tracks at the end of the day. But today feels a little bit more bitty, like a little bit more random than it was yesterday.
Okay.
With four-wheel drives, that only impounds that a little bit more. So.
Yeah, angry four-wheel. Also noted, did you only have like one row off inside now?
I'm 2 and 1 with a lot of glue. Yeah.
Okay. Although it's not wow.
I'm trying to dial the car away and keeping like a wide profile on the tyre.
Okay.
I like taking rows off, obviously, but when you take too many off, you just narrow the track of the car.
Yep.
Which obviously makes it more susceptible to pitching over and stuff. So.
Yeah, and then also when you've taken too much off, you then put more lock on, and then when it tyre does fold and grip.
Exactly. I'm literally driving around. I don't use full lock anywhere except kind of end of straight.
Yeah.
That's only because we're on the brakes hard. So
yeah, and I looked at your cars, I'm like, you're going to be driving around on sub-trims.
Yeah, basically, yeah. As soon as there's one section, you come towards the driver's stand in the middle, and there's like a hairpin away from you up to a corner tabletop. If you go in there just a little too hard and turn a little too much, it's two wheels every time.
Yeah, I looked at quite a few people seem to be going in there wide and not even getting close to the apex, even the top. They've spotted something there. Obviously not driving the track, I don't know what it's like, but
no, there is. If you're too tight, you need too much steering lock, and it's bumpier. So if you push yourself a little wider, you can hold the line wide, and the car doesn't over rotate and go on two wheels. So.
Okay. So more of the same for round 2 and 3.
More of the same, man. Yeah, I'm just
3 and 4. Sorry.
I'm twilight years here, golden zone. So I'll take what I can.
Yeah, it was good to see. We spoke to Thomas Fipps earlier on. Glad to see him back today after what we just described as no luck yesterday.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate. There was particular blames put in place, but not one issue remained, if you know what I mean. It wasn't like someone had it out for him and it did the same thing every time. It was like completely random events that just affected him more than anyone else. So it wasn't personal against him. He just got the bad end of the deal.
Yeah, like yesterday, if he didn't have, if he had no luck yesterday, he wouldn't have had any luck at all.
Exactly.
And that's literally, I mean, a couple of guys online were saying that there's like, was there a conspiracy against him? I don't think so. Even when I spoke to him this morning, it was like, nah, it was just a rough day.
Yeah, the only conspiracy against him was nature yesterday. Like, just it wasn't his day, and sometimes just go home, reset.
Yeah.
Go play computer games or something, and don't think about
go
racing.
grab a beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Get an early night. That's what you'd have done. Get an early night.
Well,
get some shut eye.
me and Big Rye last night. We went to the pub, had some 0% beers, and then we went back to. We're basically staying in an Airbnb, but it's like someone's old granny annex.
Yeah.
And we went back to our recliner old people's chairs, and we sat there and watched Live RC for half an hour, and then went to bed, and it was like 10 o'clock.
So what's on Live RC? Don't know populate.
I don't know. Yeah, some rubbish ape scale world's warm up thing.
I don't know. Matt's not happy that
I'm really sorry. I can't lie about what I did, Matt. Does anyone else think that Matt looks exactly like my dad should look? Like, if someone had to pick my dad at racing, Matt would be that guy.
That's pretty close. Yeah, it's not far off.
Considering we're kind of similar age, but he had a really tough paper round, that guy. God, poor fella. I feel bad for his wife. He accepts it.
Yeah, that's why we've left him up there. It looks like he's going on a polar expedition up on the camera.
Have you got comms up there to us?
Yeah, he can hear us.
Can you talk back?
No.
No, brilliant.
Best perfect. Just wondering. Well, good to.
Hey, you got a Live View bag.
I don't know what that is, mate.
Nice. I'm working with Live View this week, Matt. Yeah. Okay. He thinks it's good.
So, good to see you smile on your face after yesterday. Thanks. It looked like a hard day at the office.
It was a hard day. I still smiled yesterday. We have a pretty fun team over the X-ray camp.
It looks like a good.
Yeah, we have a great bunch of guys, and even when spirits are down, we can take the mickey out of each other and have a good time. So
you can also remember you just got to look at Ryan.
Just got to look at Ryan. Yeah. He always.
And then realise he's going to be in the B. I'm happy. But he's 10th at the minute.
He's really stepped up again this year. I really hope he makes a main.
Yeah, so something I mentioned. I don't know if Neil's watching. He said he doesn't want to. He's not missing it, but I think he's been watching every.
Yeah, I'm not missing it, but yeah, that was a good run, mate. Yeah, cheers.
Well,
cheers, Neil.
I was talking to Neil at the end of last one, and he said I'm going to save a message for Ryan if he makes the A.
Yeah, just have it in draft.
Yeah. Only because I'm not there that you've made the A.
Yeah, oh man, I hope that message comes through.
Yeah, so do I. He was, don't tell Ryan, but he was one of my picks for this weekend for breaking his duck. I think it's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and he needs a run, but hey, crazier things have happened. I'd say crazier. He's driving so well that he just deserves to make one. He puts in a lot of time. He's got the right style of driving for this type of track, I think. Yeah. Nice and smooth. Yeah. Smooth. Well set up car, and he knows what he's doing. Yeah, exactly. He's a clever guy, but stop blowing smoke up his ass. Yeah. We'll bring him back to reality when you go back to the pits. Yeah, I'll go there and take piss out of him. Say that was rubbish. So, yeah, happy days. All right, take care, man. Thanks, guys. See you later. Good luck. See you later. Bye, Matt. So, thank you to Lee Martin for taking some time with us. Good to see a big smile on his face after a TQ, rolling back the years, or 2 or 3 years. It's not been that long since Lee's TQ'd a meeting. But definitely, like he said, he could hear that he was on for taking 4 seconds off TQ and just backed it down that little bit. Didn't need to push too hard. That 15 lap pace wasn't really what he... I mean, I'd love to see a 15 lap because that was an absolutely stellar run from Lee in that one. I think he's got the potential to do it, but like he said, he's just going to step it back for the next one. Try and get another good round score, drop that 7 and get himself up the pointy end of the grid. Because who knows, just like at Potter, he's qualified 3rd, but ended up getting 2nd at the meeting and put himself in the fight for the win.
So now we're back with James Pritchard. We'll go back onto the track mic as well. So after 3 minutes, James Pritchard leads this one from Chris Bowden, Andy Luxford, Lee Stokes. Pritchard and Bowden looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Pritchard looking at around the same time as his round 1 time of 13 in 10. We've just been interviewing Lee Martin on the live stream. Do you want to go back and find out what Lee's been doing and why or how he TQ'd round 2? Go back and watch that on the live stream. But Chris Bowden looking at a 2, Andrew Luxford looking at a 4. Sorry, I didn't commentate on your great victory over Curtis Stain. Robert Swallow, you're 5. Lee Stokes is at 6. Was there 4:15 down, 45 seconds to go. It's James Pritchard now bringing it down to a 13 in 8, getting close to his round 2 time. Pritchard's had a 33 and a 30, so looking to put something with that 30. Pritchard, Andrew Luxford, Chris Bowden, Lee Stokes, Simon Hall, the top 5. And they are all affecting the top 10 as it stands at the minute. .24.15 last time by for James Pritchard. He finishes in a 13 in 8.
Whereas before he was 40 gram. It's one of them pure RC like weights. That's all I put in.
Yeah. So it didn't make any difference changing the oil or anything?
And now move on to heat 4. Jack Mills White leads us off. And it's Evie Thames who follows him in close proximity. So, and Evie's over early doors. So, probably Ryan Preston between them. And Ryan showed a lot of potential in practice and in every heat, but just not quite got that clean run together and clipping a pipe, and Hattie's up the inside already. That's right, Evie. Thing with sisters and brothers, I get the name wrong. Never mind. So apologies, but Jack Mills White leads this round. But it's not, it's actually Ryan Preston on the clock. It's Ryan Preston from Jack Mills White, Richard Miller, Evie Thames, Riley Butler making an appearance early doors, and he had a good potteries and did okay yesterday as well. So after 3, it's Ryan Preston leads this one out. Jack Mills White, Richard Miller, Evie Thames and Riley Butler are your top 5. Ewan McLeod jumps into the 6th spot. Your top 6 in this are going into the top 10. It's close between Jack Mills White and Ryan Preston as they swap places again, and they're looking at going 1 and 2 in round 13 in 6 predicted for both drivers. So Jack Mills White, the pink car at the end of the straight. Ryan Preston with a white car. Those guys still looking at a 13 in 6, going 1 and 2. Richard Miller looking at going 4. Ewan McLeod 5. Riley Butler, a hero from Potteries, looking at going 6 in round. Let's see if we can find Riley on track. He's going around the Schumacher carousel, down the main straight and into the hairpin at the end, the orange, grey and black Schumacher car of Riley Butler. Great meeting at Potteries for Riley, and he's going well in this one too, looking at 4th in this heat, looking at going 5th overall. So Riley keeps this going for the next remaining 2 minutes. We'll have something to go and chase and put something with in round 4. Riley Butler now running 2nd in this heat, looking at 3rd in round. Jack Mills White though looking at taking TQ, looking at shaving around 5 seconds off the current TQ of James Pritchard. So Jack, keep this run going, it's a good one. Riley, keep this run going as well, this is a good one for you. Gives you something to go and chase and put with it in round 4. Gets away with a little case over the back double. And round up to the Schumacher carousel. Clips the pipe but perfectly back on his wheels. Stay on your wheels. And Riley Butler through with 1:10 to go. Smooth out next couple of laps. That's Evie Thames, sorry, behind you. But Riley through. Nice error-free lap on this one. Makes a better fist of those 2 corners. And Riley back up to the 3 spot, looking at going 4th in round. Jack Mills White looking at going TQ. Ryan Preston, you're going 2nd. Ewan McLeod 5th. Richard Miller 6th. Emily Hewitt, you're just outside at the top 10, looking at 11th. But only a second or so off a top 10 position in round number 3. Still following Riley round. So he looks to put in a good run. 13 in 12. Ryan Preston's time coming down to 13 in 9. 24.02 for Riley that time round. And going to finishing times. So Jack Mills White, new TQ, 13 in 4. She looked something to put with your 30. What was it in round 35 from round 2? So great run to go with your 35 in round 2. Ryan Preston goes 3rd, Riley Butler 4, Richard Miller 5, Ewan McLeod 6, Evie Thames 10. Robert Swallow, you've been bumped down to 11th. Bowden, you're still in there in 9th. Andrew Luxford 8th. James Gibb is in 7th.
Marshall's changeover, please. Marshall's changeover.
Said that one ship was like, but I just jumped and caught that rip in the Astro.
So Ben Elliott leads this one round. Reese Ward been quick, but looks like he's had a rough lap somewhere. 22.09 last time by, must have been his first lap that was rough. We're on static camera at the minute as we sort out some food. There's only myself and Matt here this weekend. I said, unfortunately, our normal cameraman, Cam Felton, broke his leg playing football on Wednesday, and we send our best wishes to him. Get well soon. And also best wishes to Tony Avdoka, who's recovering. And we hope to see Tony at round 3 in Robin Hood Raceway, which is in a couple of weeks, 30th and 31st of May. We're back at Robin Hood, so just 3 weeks' time between now and the next round at Robin Hood. Tom Cockrell will be back on mic for Robin Hood Raceway. And unusually for Robin Hood, not to be one of the start or finish, normally at the start of the finish or start or the finish of a season. But first track this year that drivers will have been to before, because BMR and Potteries were new tracks for this year. And I think they both acquitted themselves well. Two completely different types of track for this year. And after RHR, we then go to Southport on the 20th and 21st of June, Bury on the 8th and 9th of August, and another new track for us at the end of the year, Batley, 29th and 30th of August. Now, we've been to Batley before, but not at its current venue. Batley used to be a full grass track in the late 90s and early 2000s, but now it's another Astro track similar to Potteries, where it's quite flat. Astro's laid on hardcore with man-made jumps. We'll go back to this one now. Now I've talked not about Reese. He seems to be doing okay again. Reese, you guys will see him out every now and again. Reese is on for a good time. Looking at taking TQ. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Reese Ward leads this one. On for new TQ, 13 in 2. Ben Elliott looking at 13 in 5. Graham Lyle looking at 13 in 7. Peter Craig and Andy Manning, Matt Hodges and Lee Charnock also affecting the top 10 as it stands at the minute. But Reese, the X-ray car, blue and yellow, coming around over the 2 back-to-back corners, over the double, round, and now makes his way through the right-hand side of the track to the carousel, and the inside of Matt Hodges, who lets him through. And Reese, end of the straight, puts in another good lap, and now estimated 13 in dead, absolute dead time. So another good lap, and Reese will straight be back onto 14 lap pace. As Reese looks to put something with a 22. Reese had a 25 and a 22. Ben Elliott's had a 24. So they're both looking at putting something together with around 2 scores. Reese has a bad lap. Well, I turn away in the 32nd lap, and it's Ben Elliott now to the point, and new TQ predicted for Ben. So off camera, Reese had a shocker somewhere because he lost 7 seconds. Hopefully he gets that one out of his head, but Reese has got 2 half decent scores, 22 and a 25. So Ben Elliott takes that one for 13 in 3. Peter Craig goes 3rd. Graham Lyle 4. Andy Manning 7. Reese Ward goes 8th. Jim Dixon, you've gone 10th. Lee Charnock 14. Craig Lomax 15. Stephen Harley 18. And Matt Hodges 20th. So we head into heat 6. So Jacob Tomlinson leads us off in this one, has a 16 and 15 in round 1 and 2. That's kind of the scores I used to get when I was running the Durango days, and that's middle of the B final. 31 points. Harry Saunders gets away with a good outlap, as does Reuben Russell. Chris Foster looks like he's been dropped a little, and he's dropping back into the into the grasp of Roger Tugwood. It's Harry Saunders that leads this one off. Great opening lap, 22.56. After 2, it's Tomlinson who leads us on track, but it's Saunders on the computer. Reuben Russell not far back, so these 5 guys now going top. Let's let it unravel as Dylan Richardson finishes his lap. So after 2, it's Harry Saunders, Jacob Tomlinson, Reuben Russell, Roger Tugwood and Neil Tinsley. Top 3 are on for 14 lap runs. Looks like Jacob has been over and crashed again. So Harry Saunders leads this one. 14 in 14 predicted for Harry. So he's down the straight now. Purple, blue, gets away with that one. Purple, blue and white associated car past his team. A couple of little clips on this lap, but not rolled it over, so keep it going. 22.83, you're looking at TQ taking, we're looking at being 5 seconds clear of Reuben Russell. You two guys going 1 and 2, so a good run to concentrate on this one and put it safely in the books. Both got good scores to go with this. Harry doing an excellent job yesterday. C final winner in 2-wheel drive. The flag to flag and dominant victory in 2-wheel drive with a very fast time. Harry's through. Reuben's through behind Jacob Tomlinson, and Reuben could do with just following Jacob round because Jacob is very fast and has made an early mistake. So Harry Saunders last lap by 23.03, Reuben Russell 23.86. Jacob Tomlinson 22.28 as he tries to recover from that early mistake. But it's Harry and Reuben. You're 1 and 2, looking at going 1 and 2, and Jacob's over. So Reuben, clear track in front now, settling to a rhythm again. You have just dropped off 14 lap pace, but Harry Saunders still leads us 22.87 last time by. 23.14 this time by for Harry. Harry and Reuben still looking at going 1 and 2. Roger Tugwood, you're looking at going 3rd. Luke Thompson 8. Chris Foster 11. Jacob Tomlinson looking at 12. This one's one to discard straight away for Jacob. So just learn and try and work out what to do for round 4. You've got 15 and a 16 to count already. Back up the straight for Harry Saunders. 22.79 that time by. Good luck for Harry. 22.83 for Reuben, so they're both back on 14 lap pace. Harry, Reuben and Roger now going 1, 2 and 3 in round as we head into the last minute. Looks like Thomas Fipps has just forgot to bring my food. Well, now Harry Saunders 14 in 9 predicted. Reuben Russell 14 in 22. Similar laps for those two guys on the last time by. Harry, Reuben's in close proximity, so they've still had good laps. We're going to last 15 seconds with this lap and one more for those two guys, so don't throw it away. Keep it rubber side down and going forwards. Harry's through for 14. Reuben's through for 14, so last and most important lap for you two guys. As you look at going 1 and 2 in round, Roger Tugwood looking at going 3rd. Great run for Harry Saunders and Reuben Russell, both through for 14 laps. Harry just pips Reuben by 1.5 seconds, but they go 1 and 2 in round. Ben Elliott, you stay 3rd. Jacob Tomlinson 4. Jack Mills-White, you're 5th. Peter Craig 6th. Graham Lyle 7. Roger Tugwood 8. James Pritchard 9. And Ryan Preston, you're 10th after heat 6.
that was overkill. That's all I had. Probably only want 40 or 50. Standard associated 50 grams. I went a bit too heavy with that.
So apologies, just had a short lunch break. David Scott takes new TQ. 14 in 19 for David. Just eclipses Harry Saunders' time. Hattie Thames goes third. Ben Stevenson 4. Charlie Simmons 5. Charlie Rhodes 14. Tris Neal 20th. So David Scott takes new TQ, 14 in 19. Hattie Thames 14 in 22 goes third. Ben Stevenson 14 in 22. Only 2 100s behind Hattie, goes fourth. Charlie Simmons goes 9th. Matt Dodd, you've gone 11th. Charlie Rhodes 14, Tris Neal 20th.
Let's swap the marshals first, actually, while we're waiting. What were you doing in there, Chris, banging it in? Go.
So Charlie Saunders leads this one off. Our cameraman gets a well-deserved lunch break. And commentate on what I see for you guys online. Charlie Saunders opens out with 21.52. So Charlie instantly looking to put amends to his shocker of a round 2 and put something with that 3 that he got in round 1. Opening out similar to how Lee Martin opened out, and he's predicted to take just 18 seconds off TQ. As he continues in that vein with a 21.51 average lap, 21.52. So Charlie Saunders is on fire out of the gate. So it's Charlie Saunders, Callum Ackroyd bench, Matt Jewett, Stuart Mahon all looking at going top 4. But Charlie Saunders down the straight now and go back on track mic. So after 3, it's Charlie Saunders, Callum Ackroyd bench, Matt Druitt, Eugene Galley. Stuart Mahon jumps up to the 3 spot. Those guys are looking at going 4th. Charlie Saunders on for 14 in 4. Opened out with 3 sub 22 second laps and was actually looking at a 14 in 1, similar to how Lee Martin opened out in round 2. But Charlie with the blue, red and yellow associated car on the straight now, looking at taking 16 seconds off the current TQ. Callum Ackroyd bench looking at going 2, Matt Druitt 3, Stuart Mahon looking at going 5, Kevin Hodkinson looking at going 6. Galley, you're looking at going 10. Andy Wood's looking at going 16 in round. I'll pick up the very rapid Charlie Saunders. Harry Saunders set him a good target, his younger brother, earlier on, and he set a 14 in 21. So Charlie out to beat his brother's time and claim bragging rights at the barbecue. Look for Charlie again as he comes round the carousel through the infield and onto the straight. 21.65 that time by. Callum bench looking at a 14 in 14. So Charlie, Callum, Matt and Stuart, you're looking at going top 4. Kevin Hodkinson and Eugene Galley looking at going 6 and 7. But Charlie doing the most damage as he looks to put something with a 3 from round 1. Round 2 will not count, hopefully, by the end of today, because that was a shocker for Charlie. Callum goes through 22.59 last time by. Still on for 3rd. Stuart Mann on for 4th. Eugene Galley moving up now on for 6 in round. Andy Woods looking at an 11 in round. The top 5 in this heat affecting the top 6. So Galley rolling back the years, showing the young kids how it can be done. Sneaking in between David Scott and Harry Saunders at the minute. Charlie Saunders now looking at 14 in 5, heading ever closer to the current fastest time of the day. Just a 14 in 2 from the last time round by Lee Martin. Well, going the wrong way about it. That lap 22.8 drops him down to 14 in 6 predicted. Matt Druitt looking at a 14 in 13. Callum bench looking at a 14 in 15. This guy's going top 3. Stuart Mann and Eugene Galley. Andy Woods now looking at going 5, 6 and 7 as we go into the last 10 seconds. Charlie Saunders, new TQ, 14 in 6. Matt Druitt goes 2nd, 14 in 13. Stuart Mann, you've gone 3rd, 14 in 18. Same time, similar time as Callum bench, 14 in 18. Eugene Galley, 7th. Andy Woods, 8th. Kevin Hodkinson, 12th. Helliwell and Venables gone 24 and 25 in round. So going to heat 9. Clarkey up there. Checking his PTs, counting. Ryan didn't count in heat in round 1, I think. So just checking his PTs working. So going to the 10-second countdown. So Smith leads us off. Oh, grey car for Ben Smith this time. Keep Matt on his toes. A different body shell or something, I don't know. Trying something. But Smith leads us away from Tommy Hall. Looks like Tommy's made an early gain on this opening lap. There's Tommy Hall with 21.61, so Tommy's fast out of the blocks. Ben did this in the last one though. Set off with like 2 or 3 22s and just gradually got into a rhythm and then put in a good run. But these two already stretching away from Josh Holdsworth on track. It's Hudson Knight. It didn't have a great run in the last round. Luke bumps up to the 3. Josh drops to the 4. So Josh has been over somewhere. So a minute in, 3 laps down, and it looks like it's Tommy Hall leads this one. 14 in 3. Ben Smith looking at 14 in 5. Luke Holdsworth looking at 14 in 6. Aaron Nash looking at 14 in 12. Mark Anthony Jones 14 in 13. Ryan Clark looking at 14 in 16. Tommy 21.62 last time by. Nearly matches his best lap of 21.61. And has closed up a little on Ben Smith, using Ben Smith as a target. Ben Smith driving a grey car in this one. So I guess a different body shell or something that they're trying in this one. Little tweak, obviously happy with the majority of the car, just trying a fine tweak. But Tommy is on his case and now almost in the slipstream of Ben Smith on the straight. Looking at about 3/4 of a second gap between Tommy and Ben. They're going 1 and 2. Luke Holdsworth, Aaron Nash, you're going 4 and 5. Mark Anthony Jones going 7. Scratch that, Ryan Clark going 7. Mark Anthony Jones going 8. Oliver Natras going 9. They're the only guys affecting the top 10. 2:40 down, 2:20 to go. And out front it's Hall and Smith. Predicted 8 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Looking to take 5 seconds off Charlie Saunders' time, and they're edging ever closer to a 15-lap run. Pushing each other round. Both now looking at a 14 in 1. And that gap extended a little on the last lap. Now up to half a second. But this time it's come down. It's now down to 0.3 of a second. So Ben finding his rhythm. Seems to get into rhythm early on with low 22s and then starts reeling off 21s, and he's reeling off 21.3, 21.3, 21.1 that time by for Ben Smith. Tommy Hall 21.2. Both of them now estimated at 14 in 0 time. So very close now to the 15-lap run as we go into the last minute. Luke Holdsworth looking at 14 in 13, going 5. Oliver Natras going 6. Aaron Nash 7. Mark Anthony Jones going 8. Ryan Clark, you're looking at a 9. But ahead of the field, these two are laying the hammer down as they search for a 15-lap run. I think that's... It was Ben, it was over, so Tommy now leads on track and on time. Looking at 14 in 1. It's slightly caught up in Ben's accident, but both of them are still on for 1 and 2 in round, clear of Charlie Saunders by 3 seconds for Ben Smith. Tommy Hall a further 2 seconds up the road. Now looking at 14 in 2. It's going to be close between Tommy and Lee for fastest time as they're going to the last couple of seconds. Tommy Hall goes across in 2.04. That's definitely the faster time, because Lee's was a 2.27. Ben Smith goes second. Luke Holdsworth fourth. So Tommy Hall, new TQ and new fastest time of the day, 14 in 5 minutes, 2.04. Takes 0.2 of a second off Lee Martin's time from round 2. Ben Smith, 14 in 4, goes second. Charlie Saunders, you stay third. Luke Holdsworth, 4. Oliver Natras, 5th. Matt Druitt, you stay 6th. Aaron Nash goes 7th. Stuart Mann, you stay 8th. Callum McRae Bench, you stay 9th. Mark Anthony Jones, you're 10th. Harry Saunders, you're still looking good with a 12 in this round. Ryan Clark, 15. Hattie Thames, 16 in round. Ben Stevenson, 17 in round. Reuben Russell, 18 in round with only 10 drivers remaining. Jack Mills-White, you have a 22 with only 10 remaining, so you will get a no worse than a 32 in this round.
Every time you land on a bump, it'll just be flat for the next time you go down. That's why I had to replace the concrete at the end of the straight and tell it. I hit it with the B74 and it just shattered.
So can Lee Martin open out in a similar vein to how he did in round 3? The answer is yes, but Daniel Pohl opens out with a 21.38 and straight on 15 lap pace. Lee Martin there or thereabouts. But these two at the head of the field. Looking at going 1 and 2. Thomas Fipps looking at going 5 after 1. Let it unravel a little more. Yeah, those two guys swap places now, and Lee Martin starts to get into a rhythm. Daniel Pohl was talking to Duncan earlier. He said he'd probably leave those tyres on for the rest of the day now, those front tyres. Grip seemed to be coming up. When we're talking to Lee Martin, said you could get the power down. Feels like you needed some motor up on this track, which is unusual for Bingham. It normally feels the other way round. So after 3, it's Lee Martin, Daniel Pohl, Archie Bowman, Jamie Hall, Seth Shilley, so Everest, Holly Eldridge, Colin May, Lee Martin, Daniel Pohl now on for 14 in 0, Lee Martin 14 in 3, Archie Bowman 14 in 8, Daniel Pohl looking at going TQ for this round and fastest time of the meeting, Lee Martin going 3rd. Archie Bowman going 6, Jamie Hall going 8, Holly Eldridge going 11. That's Lee over, so we'll go back to Daniel Pohl as he looks to try and make a 15-lap run. Getting closer now on 14 in 0.3 time. Archie Bowman looking at going 4th in round. Concentrate on Daniel as he goes round towards a Schumacher carousel. Back to back onto the straight. And now he's on 15-lap pace. First time we've seen true 15-lap pace after 2 minutes 40 down. 2:20 to go. Daniel Pohl on for the first 15-lap run of the meeting. Getting quicker, 21.05 last time by for Daniel Pole. Goes through the centre section, over the double, given plenty of room. Looks like he's got that associated car working well. Through the infield, and another 21.86 that time by, a little slower but still on for 15 lap pace. Lee Martin looking at a 14.8. Archie Bowman a 14.6. Archie, you're going 4th in round. Lee Martin 6, Jamie Hull 7. Harley Eldridge looking at 11 in round. Daniel Paul just drifts off 15 lap pace. Looking at 14 in 0.03 now. So needs another good lap, sub 21.5. As we head into the last minute, where we see the first 15 lapper of the day. At 21.2 that time by, brings his average down. He's back on 15 lap pace. Archie Bowman still going well, going 4 in round with 14 in 5. Lee Martin looking at 14 in 6 to go 5th in round. Jamie Hall looking at going 7. 20.99 for Daniel Pole last time by, first sub 21, second lap, and he's on for 15 in 5 minutes 20 as we head into the last 25 seconds with this lap and hopefully this next lap and one more hopefully for Daniel as he still stays on 15 lap pace. The 21.44. Daniel is through for the first 15 lapper. Lee Martin gets caught at line, it's 14 in 5, but Daniel Pole, first 15 lapper of the day, looking at a 15 in 20. It comes round onto the straight. Your first 15 lap of the day, Daniel Pole, 15 in 5:20.99, takes TQ. Lee Martin 4, Archie Bowman, you go 6, Jamie Hall 7, Thomas Fipps 10. Wow, that was pretty stunning. Didn't think anyone would hold on for a full 15 lap run for 5 minutes, but Daniel Pole, that was a pretty amazing run for Daniel Pole. I think we'll get him. We'll try and get him after that run to get his reaction on what he's done today. Just grab another bite to eat, and I'll come back to the commentary. So 1 minute down. Zach Whittleston leads this one. Had pretty much every round so far. Zach Whittleston, Mike Temple and Jesse Russell, your top three. Zach looking at a 13 in 14. Mike Temple looking at a 12 in 3. Zach Whittleston, that familiar blue and yellow Yokomo that we've watched pretty much every heat so far because he's been the quickest guy out there. 23.79 his best lap. It's a full second quicker than anyone else in this heat. Zach looks to put something with his 56 from round 2. This one is going the right way about it, looking at a 13 in 14. Mike Temple looking at a 12 in 5. Jesse Russell 12 in 10. Zach comes round, heading through the right hand side of the track towards the Schumacher carousel. Gets caught up, but no time lost there. Zach's through again, still estimated 13 and 15, with 1 minute 40 to go. Had some good help from the drivers in this field. They all recognised Zach's car and let him through as he progresses on to lap number 9. .24.4 that time by for Zach. Only a second off his best lap, but he's had to negotiate traffic last few laps, and he's still looking at a 13 in 15. And he's over. I think he was over there in the last run as well. So it looks like a common spot for Zach to look at not crashing in the final, as this will be his last run before his final. Now dropped to a 13 in 20 as it go into the last 40 seconds. The sun is out and blue sky appears. Looks like for a good length of time now here at Bingham. And that's unlucky as that gets caught up in 2 cars. Drops right down to 13.23, so lost 8 seconds on his predicted time in the last 2 or 3 laps. We can't do anything about that now, just try and drive to the finish as clean as you can and make the best of what you're dealt. Sprint to finishing times. So Zach Whittleston takes that one 13 in 21. Matt Robinson 12 in 12. Jesse Russell 12 in 12. Mike Temple 12 in 12. Paul Steadman rounds out your top 5 with a 12 in 21. Your top 10 after round 3. Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Lee Martin, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Archie Bowman, Thomas Fipps, Luke Holdsworth and Oliver Natras. Jamie Hall on the bubble in 11th with 21 points. Oliver Natras 10th in the A with 18, so another high scoring day to get into the A. Yeah. Just come through. Right, so welcome Daniel Pole, 15 lap man.
Yep.
That was a stunning run. How did it feel driving it?
I felt pretty good. It got a bit wobbly at the end.
Yeah, I think you went off dropped off pace like at about 2 minutes something.
Yeah.
And then you picked it back up and then just carried on picking it back up and you stayed on 15 lap pace. It was dropping back closer towards like 14, but so good to see a 15 lap run, man. That was impressive. Many changes that round?
Just scrubbing in tyres for the final. That's all we did. So new tyres and that's it.
So they were new tyres?
Newer.
Newer.
Yeah, like free run tyres.
Okay.
And then trimming a bit off the tyres as well.
So did you have any more glue or anything on? Or
yeah, we added a bit more glue as well.
So just looking for that nice balance. So you're heading towards understeer, or?
No, it's just a bit edgy. So we're trying to make it a lot easier to push for the 5 minutes. And trying to get that 15 lapper. Because I was just struggling with mistakes earlier, like rolling. So, yeah, it's just for the 5 minute pace.
Yeah, right from the get-go you were on it, and it was good. I mean, when we talked to Lee around before, he said like he knew he was on for close, but he didn't want to push it too hard because he didn't have a great first round.
Yeah.
So he's like backed off a little bit, knew he could TQ that round and then maybe go for it later on. So I thought, I don't know if a 15 lapper will come out of this now. It sounds like it's going to be a full push for 15 laps.
Well, in my run, I heard you saying a 14 lapper, and I was like, I got to push.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Sometimes I'm not sure if you guys can hear up there, but I have to try and deliver the commentary with like no bias whatsoever, just telling people what's happening, and it's like try and like maybe let you know that it's like close.
Yeah.
You're close. It was. I think the furthest you got was like 0.2 off.
Oh yeah.
So it was like you were right in the bubble all the way through, but most of the time was 15 lap run. Car looked good.
Yeah.
4.5 still in there.
Yeah, got 4.5 in it.
So yeah, I mean, it goes against what I was telling the guys earlier on. I'm like, when you come to Bingham, you need to motor down. But when we were talking to Lee, he said the exact opposite, and he said he thought it'd be the same, but because there's like a couple of places where it's like point and squirt, you really need to get on the gas early.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hairpins here as well.
Yeah, so you can make up the time just getting on the gas.
Yeah.
And he said it was weird. He said he smoothed his car out, and it felt awful to drive, and he went faster, like motored up and turned the timing up and like stuff. So the car felt much better. Like, that's weird. So yeah, it just goes kind of against what you think. So maybe it's just because your car's in the air more, not touching the ground.
Yes, that's true.
That it's just jumping over all the bumps and you're just clearing them rather than actually driving through them. But great result. So TQ. So what have you guys got now? You got like a 0 and a 4.
Yeah.
So you've got that to work with, and now you know we've got the fastest time. You just know you need to TQ the last round.
Yeah.
And in the last heat does give you a little bit of an advantage.
Definitely, yeah.
Ben Smith, not sure what he tried in that one. Looked like he got a different body on with the grey body.
Oh.
Don't know. Lee Martin, I think, well, all of you guys, anyone with a 0 can still do it. I think even Tommy can still do it with a 2.
That's true.
So right down to 4th, I think, top 4. It's going to be high points again for the A final. Ollie Natras is backing it up there with 18, but
is it? Going up there.
There's only Jamie. It can only Jamie's got a low score.
I think
Isaac's got an 8. Yeah, Jamie's got the pace. He just had a couple of errors.
Yeah, it's such a hard track for 5 minutes, especially.
Yeah. So Ryan Clark, I thought he might make an A final this weekend, but I think it might be a bit of a push.
Yeah.
11 and 10. Harley Eldridge 11 and 12. So those guys are in the B. But like good guy down here, like local guy Jacob Tomlinson, 16 and 15. He's going to make the B, I think.
Well, David Scottson Scullin's 21st. Pretty good.
Yeah, commentated on. So he's got the yellow Schumacher car, yeah?
Yeah, it's like green and yellow.
Yeah, it's been going really well, heading his heat up pretty much all the way through.
It's really fast.
Yeah, so don't know what his best result is, but C final, I guess, would it be his best result?
It'll be around C final, but
okay.
Got and beat up pretty good.
Yeah, so thank you for taking the time to join us. I might try and get your dad on mic, but I don't think that's a good idea.
No way.
Yeah, so, just there's nothing like if you win an A final, like you won an A final at Worksop. What's your dad got planned if you win a national?
Oh, there's nothing in plan. There's nothing. No tiger pants.
No tiger pants. So, to catch everyone else at home, Duncan said if Daniel won a round at Worksop, he would wear tiger pants. And he did. Both of them. So Daniel won a round at Worksop and Duncan had taken tiger pants with him and he wore them in the pits. So God knows what he's got planned if you win an A final.
I hope nothing.
Okay, well, congratulations on great TQ. Look forward to seeing another stellar run in round 4.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Good man. Take care. So big thanks to Daniel Pohl, taking some time with us. And like I said, that was a proper impressive run. It is hard to stay impartial when you're watching, but that was an impressive run by Daniel Pohl to get a 15 lap. I didn't think it would be done. But what have we missed? I've been talking to Daniel, so in that one, Curtis Stain has bragging rights back over Robert Swallow. That's all he'll care about. And James Gibbs had a good run. 13 in 14. Let's look where that puts them overall. So James Gibbs, Curtis Stain and Paul Griggs go top 3. Zach Whittleston, what could have been? He was well inside that time of James Gibbs before his run fell to pieces towards the end. As we look to heat 3. It's Pritchard car, the X-ray of James Pritchard that's had the bragging rights in this heat. 23.57. I know James' best time is around 13 in 5. Currently predicted a 13 in 7 and going 1 in round. Lee Stokes looking at a 13 in 13. Pritchard has gapped the field already. So a minute in, James Pritchard through for 3 and looking at a 13 in 4, so a little quicker. James went in round 2. looking at going TQ, taking 10 seconds off the current TQ time. James Pritchard with a blue and yellow X-ray car into the hairpin at the end of the main straight, round through the street section and up towards the 2 corners. Over the back double, nice and safe. 22.96, best lap on the last lap for James Pritchard. Estimated 13.3 now, so bringing that average down. And it's come down again, edging close to 14 lap pace now for James Pritchard. So keep this going, James. You're on for a very close to a 14 lap run. I think he's had some good assistance from the drivers in this heat. And looks to make his way past, and gets past onto the straight. They've held him up a touch, only a 10th. So still looking at a 13.1 for James Pritchard. And he's over. So time to reset and look forward. Don't look back at what's just happened, just carry on going. James Pritchard now dropped 9 seconds predicted time on his average, that 27.99, so nicely through and back on it. The 13.10 is what he's done in a couple of the other rounds, but needs to try and work for the last 2 minutes to get this time down. James looking at going TQ, Bowden looking at going 3, Lee Stokes looking at going 4, Ben Ellis 5, Phil Campbell 9, Paul Ragg 10. James Pritchard has scores of 33, 30 and 39, so I'd like something to go with that 30 in the middle. 33 is not a bad backup. So he can push on this one. You have 2 scores pretty close together. You might as well push it out the track and see what you can get in the last minute. Have nothing to lose as James Pritchard comes round, completing 10 laps. 23.54 that time by. Now down at 13.9 pace. Lee Stokes looking at 13.19, as is Ben Ellis. Phil Campbell looking at 13.23. Paul Ragg also looking at 13.23. James Pritchard now 23.61. Still looking at 13.9 with 30 seconds to go. This lap and one more for James Pritchard. One error a little bit costly. The cars look good all day, and with 2 safe runs in the books, a 30 and a 33. James can throw it at the track. And this is looking at 13.7 now. So taking 7 seconds off TQ, and we will be somewhere between his best run of the day and the other 2. With a 22.48 best lap on his last lap. Really did throw it out the track and got a 13.6. Goes top of the pile by 8 seconds. Ben Ellis, you've gone 3rd. Lee Stokes 5th. Chris Bowden gone 7th. So James Gibbs, you stay 2nd. Curtis Stain, you stay 4th. Paul Griggs stays 6th. Zach Whittleston 8. Dominic Morby 9. And Robert Swallow rounds out your top 10 after 3. Hey? You were on for a 3rd. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so a bit of a costly error, but not a bad run in the end for James Pritchard. 13 to 33 he'd already got in the books, so could push a little at the end and threw it at the track. That's kind of nice when you've got 2 decent runs in the books. You can really have a go. Better to do it that way round than be looking at chasing the ace right at the end of the day. So Emily Heward leads this one out. Been there or thereabouts. And the other one looks like Jack Knowles White and Evie Thames had rough outlaps. Saw them getting into each other at the end of the straight. And think this is Emily. No, that's Ryan Preston. Car 4. Riley Butler. Car 9 leads this one. Scratch that. Ewan McLeod leads this one. So 1 minute down of heat 4. Ewan McLeod leads this one from Riley Butler. Fraser McLeod, Richard Miller, Emily Heward, Ryan Preston. Riley Butler, car 9 that leads it on a 13 in 9 pace. Just shy of James Pritchard's time by 3 seconds. Riley Butler also looking at 13 in 9. Ryan Preston not out of it in 13 in 10. If I can find Riley Butler, car 9. What else are we finding? It's a 3 car of Ewan McLeod. Oh, someone gets collected. Ewan's over at the double. We've just picked Ewan up, the orange car. He comes onto the straight. Looks like it's been a rough lap, so it might have dropped down. No, Ewan still leads this one, 13 in 9 predicted, looking at going second. It's Riley Butler that we're following. I think Ewan's a couple of cars back, so we've dropped back a couple of cars to the mainly orange car of Ewan. Just going around the carousel. Now at the end of the straight, but we're following Riley Butler, car 9. He's running 3rd in this one. Looking at going 4th, James Pritchard's time will still hold. It's Ryan Preston, Ewan McLeod, Riley Butler, Richard Miller, Evie Thames. Just have to wait a while for the stagger to unfold. As Ewan, from a lowly starting position, unravels the clock later than everyone else. If we jump forward to the all-white car of Ryan Preston that's coming through the infield and over the double. It's Ryan Preston, our leader, looking at a 13 in 6 and going second. Now only 0.2 off James Pritchard's time, so good run for Ryan. Showed some really good pace in practice. Just not had a good clean run, but looking at putting a clean run in this time round. Now looking at 13 in 8, the 24.4 last time by. 2 seconds off his best lap of a 22.3, so good pace in that car, 22.3. This might look good. 22.83, that's more like it from Ryan Preston. So he brings that average down again, looking back to challenge James Pritchard's TQ time. Round to complete lap number 11, 23.34, a little bit slower that time round. But now on for new fastest time, 13:06, only a tenth inside James Pritchard's time, so nothing in it between those two. Ewan is running second and looking at third in round, Riley looking at fourth, Evie Thames looking at 5, Emily Heward looking at 7, Fraser looking at 8, Richard Miller 9, and Jack Mills-White looking at 10th in round. We're still following the white car of Ryan Preston as he comes round to finish his run. Ryan Preston, new TQ, 13:05. Just 1.4 seconds shaved off James Pritchard's time, and James Pritchard knows he'd lost about 5-6 seconds with that crash because he was on for almost 14 lap pace. So Ryan Preston, new TQ, 13:05. Ewan 13:10. Riley 13:11. Evie Thames 13:13. Fraser 13:14. You go 3 through 6. Emily Heward 13:15. Richard Miller 13:16. Make up the top 9. Ben Ellis stays 10th. Curtis Stain, you've dropped to 11th. Ryan, that's a good run to go with your 46, 47 and 40 at the minute. So that 40 will count. Jack Mills-White with a 35 and a 31. So after 2, it's Reese Ward from Ben Elliott. Andy Manning, Peter Craig, Matthew Hodges. Reese Ward set off steady and then backed it up with a 22-second lap. Another 23, and Reese is just off 14 lap pace at the minute. But Reese and Ben looking going 1 and 2. Craig Lomax looking going 6. And Jim Dixon looking at going 10th. Reese. No, it wasn't Reese. Oh, and he's taken out by that car. Reese had just got through for 14 lap pace. Reese will look to recover from that early collision. Drops him down, so it's Ben Elliott that now leads this one. So that's who Reese is catching up to the back of now. Ben from the Mid-East will realise that Reese is on his case and gladly rolls out of the way. So Reese now back to open track in front. Forget what's happened and just carry on doing what you've been doing for the rest of the day and through the winter. Just putting us old guys to shame. As Reese Ward with the X-ray car comes round the carousel. 21.69. Great lap there from Reese, drops him back very close to 14 lap pace. 21.69. Well, some of the guys in the A final are only doing 21s. So Reese needs to find that sort of lap time again for the rest of the remaining 2 minutes. 22.89, but saw a bit of a rough lap there for Reese. And with 150 to go, he's on the bubble for 14 lap pace, but still looking at going 1. Ben Elliott looking at going 2. Andy Manning 3. Ryan Preston and James Pritchard, you were dropped to 4 and 5. Jim Dixon, unusually looking at going 6. Craig Lomax going 8. Peter Craig 9 and Lee Charnock getting a run in and going 10th in round. 22.4 last time by for Reese. Edging ever closer to that 14 lap pace which he started off on, and now finally back on 14 lap pace for Reese Ward. And 1 minute to go. So 1 minute to go and a clear track in front of him for at least a couple of laps. With a Charnock car that he catches next. These two have raced each other plenty over the winter, so they'll know each other's driving, and Lee will know when Reese is coming. Lee also on a good run, on for 10th in round. Reese Ward looking to 14 in 21. He's getting closer now, within about half a second of Lee, and Lee will, I'm sure, move over when Reese gets there, and doesn't lose any time himself and rejoins. Now just tag on the back of Reese for a couple of corners at least. Reese has already gapped him, and Reese now 22.64 on for a 14 in 21. Reese Ward takes new TQ, 14 in 20. Ben Elliott, you've gone second with a 13 in 3. Andy Manning, fourth with a 13 in 5. Jim Dixon, you've gone sixth with a 13 in 9. Craig Lomax, 8 with a 13 in 10. Graham Lyle, you round out the top 10. 13 in 12. Riley Butler, you're still in there with a 13 in 11 in 9th. Ewan McLeod in 7th with a 13 in 10. James Pritchard, you're still 5th with a 13 in 6.
Yeah, I could tell they were a bit shiny, and then you were just overdriving the hell out of it. Count yourself down at least kind of to get something, yeah.
So we move on to the first of our Jacobs into the pipe early on. Well, he's got 15 and a 16 in rounds 1 and 2. Round 3 and 4 have been ones to forget. Is that Harry that tags the pipe but gets away with it? So Harry Saunders leads. No, Reuben Russell leads this one. So we talked to Reuben earlier on. Blue car with yellow wheels as Jacob lets him through. Great driving from young Jacob, realising his run's gone already and doesn't get in the way of Reuben. So after 2, it's Dylan Richardson from Reuben Russell, Harry Saunders, Roger Tugwood and Manny Panasar, your top 5. Dylan Richardson, you're on for 14 lap run. Still on for 14. Harry Saunders also on for 14. Reuben Russell on for a 14 lap run. Those two guys looking at going 1, 2 and 4. Either side of Reese Ward, who would stay third. 22.25 for Dylan last time by. 22.56 this time. The other guys fall away and it's now only Dylan on for 14 lap run. The other two guys on for 13 in 0. So 3 guys all there or thereabouts, 14 lap pace. Harry Saunders looking at putting something with his 21. He already has a 23, so can push in this round. Jacob Tomlinson looking at something to go with his 15. Has a 16 already. Reuben Russell has 2 26s. So looking to try and improve on those scores. Harry Saunders 14 in 21 predicted now. Dylan Richardson has a rough lap, so it's Harry Saunders that's now heading to the front of this field. Reuben Russell not far off 14 lap pace either. Blue and yellow car that we're following on camera now. Blue car with yellow wheels of Reuben Russell just off at 14 lap pace. That won't hurt him too much. A little tangle with the pipe. Just get back to where you were going. Now on 13 in 1, Jacob Tomlinson on 13 in 1. Dylan Richardson back on 14 lap pace and Harry Saunders still on 14 lap pace. Looking at going TQ by 0.7 of a second from Reese Ward. Dylan Richardson looking at third. Jacob Tomlinson looking at fourth. Actually now Reuben Russell now looking at fourth. So these guys split by nothing at the front of the field. We can go back to the front now, to the end of the straight and pick up Harry Saunders. Purple, white and blue car. Our race leader. Just now off Reese Ward's time. Only by a 10th. As we enter the last minute, so plenty of time for Harry to push a little and get back that 10th that he's behind, and does it on the first lap. 22.54 last time by. Needs some more low 22s to cement a TQ for this round. Reuben Russell getting closer again to 14 lap pace. But Harry's over and that will end the 14 lap run for Harry. Close though. On for 13 in 0 time. Reuben Russell looking at a 13 in 1. Dylan Richardson also looking at a 13-1. So these guys arguing over 3 points. Harry Saunders, Reuben Russell, Dylan Richardson and Jacob Tomlinson going 2 through 5. Harry Saunders to get through for 14 and go second in round. 0.2 of a second off TQ. So Reese Ward holds on to TQ going into heat 7. Jacob Tomlinson, you'll rely on your 15 and 16 from rounds 1 and 2. You've gone third. Dylan Richardson, you've gone fourth. Reuben Russell, you've gone sixth. Roger Tugwood, 10. Chris Foster, 14. Luke Thompson, 15.
Some good money for these, man. Oh, that one. Yeah, but I've got two. So I mean, with two, you'd be able to get an RS84. Yeah.
After 2, it's Hattie Thames that leads this one on 14 lap pace straight away. Gareth Stanton on 14 lap pace. Tris Neal close to 14 lap pace. Ben Stevenson also very close to 14 lap pace. 14 in 19. Ben Stevenson looking at going 4. Tris Neal 5. Matt Dodd 8 and Gareth Stanton 9 after 1:30. Hattie with the all blue car. Schumacher over the back double through round the midsection and heading towards the Schumacher carousel corner. Hattie has a big open track in front of her, the full length of the straight. 23.16 last time by, still on 14 lap pace. Ben Stevenson just off 14 lap pace on a 13 in 1. Tris Neal also on a 13 in 1. The good runs coming from the 3 Schumacher guys in this one. Guys and girls, sorry. As Hattie comes down straight now. Car number 10, the blue Schumacher car. 22.99 last time by, so bringing the average down just off TQ pace by 8/100ths of a second. Charlie Rhodes, Tris Neal, Ben Stevenson and Matt Dodd now all affecting the top 10, so top 5 in this one. Affecting top 5, or top 10. Hattie getting called through. She closes down Cameron Wells, who's had a rough meeting this weekend. So Hattie onto the straight. 14 in 21. Little slower lap. Well, that's to be expected getting through traffic. She now makes her way through the middle. Over the back double. And round to the carousel Comes Hattie now. 22.89, so banging in those 22-second laps is Hattie. Ben Stevenson, you're now close to 14-lap pace. 13.0 predicted. Looking at going 4 in round. Hattie going 3. So Reese Ward and Harry Saunders. Your times are just a little better than Hattie Thames is predicted. Ben Stevenson giving chase to Hattie on track. And now Ben Stevenson also on 14-lap pace. 14 in 23, but still going fourth. Need to find another couple of seconds. Hattie gets away with that errant car there, and Ben's in close proximity now. So it'll be close between these two over the line this time round. Hattie and Ben only just separated by their stagger. And they are, they're only 0.2 apart on predicted time as they move into the last 15 seconds. So this will be the next to last lap. They're finishing now. So Hattie's through. Ben's through. David Scott gets caught at the line. So Hattie and Ben, you're on your most important lap. Finishing lap. Look to see they're both split by the same distance, and Hattie comes round with one final corner to make. And Hattie does take it by 0.3 of a second from Ben Stevenson. They go 3 and 4 in round. Charlie Rhodes 7, Tris Neal 8, David Scott goes 10th, Matt Dodd went 17th. So on to heat 8. Charlie Saunders now already cemented himself in the A with a 3 and 5. Looks to try and put something. Oh dear, he's over. And I was going to say, looks to put something with that 3 that's better than a 5. But he's over on lap 1, and it's Isaac McFadden who's got an outside shot of an A final. Stuart Marnes over. Isaac does the right thing in letting Charlie through. And Isaac tries to tag onto the back of a fast Charlie Saunders. Matt Druitt is on Isaac's case though. So these guys all looking. Isaac could make it. He's got an 8. So 3 down. Callum Ackroyd bench that leads this one. From Stuart Marn, Will Venables, Isaac McFadden, Charlie Saunders. All on 14 lap pace. Kevin Hodkinson joins him on 14 lap pace. Let's go and find Callum. We've not seen Callum much today with the Yokomo car. Car number 1. Coming round past the Associated Tents over the double corner and through into the bomb hole in the middle. Yokomo car of Callum Ackroyd bench. Callum got already got the 17 to go with, hopefully this round being his next best round or best round to count. So looking at cementing a B final run with something to go with that 17. Even a TQ wouldn't be enough for an A final, but might as well try and make the B with the Yokomo cars. Callum crosses line, but it's Charlie Saunders back to the point. Charlie, after an early couple of mistakes, back on 14 lap pace with 14 and 12. Isaac crashes out. Callum now following Stuart Marn round. I'll keep an eye on Callum though. 14 in 13 pace. Looking at going second in round. Top 5 in this, going top 5. So Charlie Saunders, Callum Ackroyd bench, Stuart Marn, Will Venables and Matt Druitt. Reece Ward, you stay 6th. Top 5 are going top 5. I think that's Callum over. Yep. Callum's still on for 4th in this heat, looking at 7th overall, with 30 to go. Might not be the low score he'll need to get the B and get in the B. But Charlie Saunders now 14 in 9. 21.26 best lap, 22.79 last time by. So I'm going to pick up Charlie Saunders if we can. Charlie coming onto the straight next car. Just around the end of the straight now. That's current race leader Charlie Saunders. Over the back double. Look at 14 in 9. Matt Druitt looking at 14 in 16. Isaac McFadden of 14 in 19. Still the top 6 in this heat, going top 6. So doing all they can before the last 3 heats. I'm sorry, 2 heats, 8, 9 and 10. Only got 10 heats today. But Charlie Saunders crosses line 14 in 8 and sets new TQ. Matt Druitt goes 2 with 14 in 15. Isaac McFadden 3. 14 in 18. Stuart Marn 14 in 20. Callum Ackroyd bench 14 in 20. So top 5 went top 5. Harry Saunders, you've got your 7th. Hattie Thames 8th. Ben Stevenson 9th. Jacob Tomlinson still hanging in there in 10th. Will Venables, you went 12th. Kevin Hodkinson went 13th. Andy Woods 21st. James Halliwell 22nd. Reuben Russell still inside the top 20. This is David Scott. Tris Neal 15th. And Ryan Preston from the early heats still in 19th. So good showing from the guys in the early heats. Richard Cantu, Great Day UK, Central California watching. Track looks great. Thank you. I mean, I think you guys in the States have the pick of the tracks with all your dirt tracks, but I guess you always want what you don't have. And Tommy Hall has just opened out with the first, the worst few corners I've seen him have. I think he rode every pipe in the first three corners, but still managing to get away. So Ben Smith can't have had a clean out lap, but doesn't seem to. Normally 22s for these two guys. It is. Everyone opens out with a 22. No one opens out with a super fast first lap. Ryan Clark 24.18. Ryan's having transponder issues with that car. Looks like they're manually counting Ryan again. Liam Robinson over by me, and Tommy Hall avoids him. So does Ben Smith, and Josh Holdsworth through. It's all safely through, and Liam rejoins. Just try and tag onto the back of those and drag yourself around for the next 4 minutes. So after 3, it's Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Oliver Natras, Ryan Clark, Aaron Nash. Actually, no, it's Oliver Natras, Hudson Knight, Ryan Clark, Mark Anthony Jones, and Aaron Nash. All those guys going into the top 10. Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, and Josh Holdsworth going 1, 2, and 3. Tommy looking at a 14 in 3. Tommy had a rough first couple of corners, then clips the end of the straight. Needs to tidy up this bottom end of the track. Tommy seems to be having the most trouble around this bit of the track, but still predicted a 14 in 3. Ben Smith a 14 in 5. Hudson Knight 14 in 12. Aaron Nash 14 in 14. These guys affecting the top 10 overall as it stands. Tommy Hall needs to TQ this round to stand an outside chance of TQing the meeting, but would need to do it in a 15 lap run. Ben Smith looking at 14 in 3. Josh Holdsworth looking at 14 in 13. So the front two gapping the rest of the field in this one by 10 seconds predicted. Charlie Saunders would therefore stay third. Hudson Knight now jumps up to the 3 spot and looking at a 14 in 13. Hudson, Josh, Aaron and Mark are split by nothing as they go across the line. As we follow around Ben Smith and Tommy Hall, both in almost in the same shot as Ben gets hooked upon a pipe. Drops back a little again and now 0.7 behind. So we'll regroup as Tommy now edging closer to a 15 lap pace. Going the right way, 21.6 last time by. Needs sub 21.5 and 21.59. Going the right way about it, but with only 1 minute 15 left. Can Tommy get on 15 lap pace? Needs to find 2 seconds in the last minute and 10 seconds. 21.55, still the wrong side of 21.5. So Tommy looking like he's going to have to settle for a 14 lap run, but it's going to be 14 in 1 at the minute, which would still take TQ. Ben Smith looking at going second. Charlie Saunders would stay third. Aaron Nash, you're having a great run, going fifth in round with only 10 to go. But tonight going seventh, Oliver Natras going eighth, Mark Anthony Jones going 10th. So Ben Smith already has a 0 and a 2. Tommy Hall has a 2. Daniel Pole has a 0. TQ the meeting. Tommy doing everything he can to TQ the meeting by taking TQ in this last round. And Tommy sets new target time. 14 in 2. Ben Smith 14 in 3. Your second. Josh Holdsworth 14 in 10 goes 4. Charlie Saunders, you stay third at the minute. Oliver Natras gone 6. Aaron Nash, you've just gone 7th. Hudson Knight 8th. Brian Clark 10th. Mark Anthony Jones 11th. So going into the last heat, any one of 4 drivers. Well, actually no, it's any one of 3 now because Ben Smith can't TQ the meeting because he's got a 0 and a 2. But Tommy Hall's 0 and a 2 is already better. Daniel Pole would need a second and hope that Lee Martin isn't the guy that TQs the round. Those 2 guys both have 0s. So if Daniel Pole has a 0, then he TQs a meeting. If Lee Martin has a 0, he TQs a meeting. Charlie Saunders can't do anything about this. So it's literally down to Daniel Pole and Lee Martin to decide the top 4. Ben Smith will be no better than second on the grid. And could end up 4th, depending on how this plays out. Bottom of the A at the minute. 15 points. Luke Holdsworth though counting 7 and an 8 from previous round. Oliver Natras counting a 9 and a 6 from this round though. Thomas Fipps one to look out for as he just tries to find a clean run, and that was Daniel Pole over but quickly onto his wheels, and Lee is on his case instant. Daniel's over and Lee gets stuck. Leads through. So Thomas Fipps up with a big gainer and is 21.75. Always been a fast starter, just needs to get it to the end without any errors. And he's already on the back of Daniel Pole as these 3 lead the field round. Archie Bowman though not out of it either. Who's made a mistake? Looks like it's Fipps that's made the mistake now, so no one. The front 3 wants to win this one. Jamie Hall therefore jumps up, and Jamie needs a score because he only has, I think, a 7. Yeah, he's got a 7 from the last round, and he needs a score to go with that 7. So after 3, it's Jamie Hall from Lee Martin, Thomas Fipps, Archie Bowman, Harley Eldridge, Daniel Pole, Ewan Tumilty, Seth Shillito Everest, Rhys Trewartha and Colin May. These guys all affecting the top 10 in round and overall. Lee Martin currently looking at going 2, Jamie Hall going 4. Archie Bowman going 5. Thomas Fipps 9. Harley Eldridge going 10. Been a messy start to this heat though. First few laps, no one wanted to win this heat. And 2 protagonists for TQ may be handing TQ to someone else from a previous heat. Try and pick up Lee. Lee's down the end of the straight now, chasing Daniel Pole round. Those 2 are the ones that could have TQ'd the meeting and still can TQ the meeting. They both need to TQ this round. So it's a straight fight between those 2. But Tommy Hall already holds TQ the meeting at the minute with a 0 and a 2, and the 0 is from this round. So they will affect Tommy's score if they take TQ from Tommy. Lee Martin looking at 14 in 3. Daniel Polar 14 in 4. Thomas Fipps looking at 14 in 7, going 5 in round. Archie Bowman looking at 14 in 8. Jamie Hall needs to score in this round to go this 7 from last round. And just looking at putting an 8 with that. 15 points might just be enough to get you into the back of the A. Daniel Pole and Lee Martin dueling it out at the front, and it's Daniel that has it over Lee, and Daniel now moves to within a few tenths of Tommy Hall's TQ time. Lee Martin not far behind though either. Archie Bowman looking at a 5. Thomas Fipps, you're looking at a 6. Jamie Hall still looking at that 8, and Harley Eldridge 10. Ewan, you're looking at a 15 this round. Seth, you're looking at an 18. Daniel Pole falls away with a rough lap, and it's now down to Lee Martin now. Take TQ. Needs to TQ this round. Getting close to Tommy Hall's time. It works past the back marker, round and up to the Schumacher carousel. Down, start, finish. 15 seconds to go. It's going to be close. I'll turn the track mic off so I'm not accused of coaching anyone. Lee Martin comes across the line and just misses out. So despite a very quick last lap from Lee Martin, he doesn't take TQ and goes second in round. So TQ of the meeting is Tommy Hall. Lee Martin second on the grid. Ben Smith, you'll be third on the grid. Daniel Pole, you'll be fourth on the grid. Josh Holdsworth, you'll be fifth on the grid. Charlie Saunders 6. Archie Bowman 7. Thomas Fipps 8. Jamie Hall, the great last round, you sneak in 9th. And Luke Holdsworth is your 10 car in the A final. Unlucky man, Oliver Natras, BQ. Harley Eldridge 12. Isaac McFadden 13. Ryan Clark 14. Matt Druitt 15. Aaron Nash 16. Seth Shillito Everest 17. Mark Anthony Jones 18, Ewan Tumilty 19, and well done Jacob Tomlinson, your first National B final in 20th. Hudson Knight, you pole the seat.
see Paul Birch to race control, please. That's Paul Birch to race control. And he should be starting finals around 25 to 4, which will be the A final leg 1, which will be marshalled by the B final. Of course, we're doing the under 13s, under 16s, and Formula winners shortly.
So if you're still watching the live stream, we're just switching cameras around. So we're going to film the junior presentation for four-wheel drive. So don't worry, we're not taking a weird interest in deck chairs. Matt is just sorting the cameras out so we can film a junior presentation. So, here's Tommy. Like John, we were just saying back there, it's like Jack Hunt and Jack Nicholson. Here's Johnny, here's Tommy. Shows up last round and pulls a rug out from everyone else's feet, and TQ's a meeting.
Yeah, I thought I'd just sandbag all day and let them have their fun, and then drop in last round and show them who's.
Yeah,
no, it's been hard work today. It's a difficult track. I think I've had the pace.
Yeah.
Of the front guys, I just haven't put the run together, and it was nice to finally. I mean, it still wasn't a good run. I had a really rough first
your
lap.
First lap was terrible. You hit every pipe and didn't crash somehow right in here.
So I don't know. I think you need a big chunk of luck sometimes, and I think I got it today. So hopefully it carries on. But
I mean, it was good because for commentary, it was really good because going into literally the last lap of the last qualifier, it was still down to one of three guys because Daniel could have done it. Lee could have pulled it out of the bag with a really good last lap, and he wasn't far off. If he'd have TQ'd, he'd have TQ'd the meeting with 2 zeros, but I think someone just back there said like 4 different TQs in each round. So no one's got the perfect score.
No, it's such a hard track.
Yeah.
I can't put into words how difficult it is out there to do.
Yeah.
I think you can get around, but to get around quick is hard, and it's almost to the point where it's faster to go out and drive quick and just accept that you're probably going to have an error in the run. I think every guy is, so it'll make for some exciting finals, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting way, because even through commentary, been trying to like coach people off camera, like your run's not done, you've crashed early, it doesn't matter, just get your foot down. You can't affect that now. Just get your foot down and do what you've been doing in practice, and just try and pick up the pace again, because who knows, everyone else is going to fall over at some point. I think there's only Daniel that's had the clean run.
Yeah, he did a really nice run in that third qualifier. He drove really well. His car looked good. Everything kind of fell into place for him. So he'll be a big threat in the finals.
Yep,
he'll be there. I think again, anyone could be in the
four,
fight.
I think,
so
but even outside the top 4, could be something like when I went to the Worlds in '93, watching like Kinwald win from 8, because everyone else just fell over and he just had the smooth opening few laps, and that's all this
ever going to happen. It's this kind of event today. So I think, I mean, we saw yesterday the finals, especially like one was chaos, absolute chaos.
I don't think anyone had 2 zeros yesterday in the finals, did they? So
no, I think Ben did. Ben
no,
but
yeah, because it was going into the last round. Yeah. So
yeah, it's been a difficult day, and it will carry on being difficult into the finals. So it's just about trying to run a clean final now. I think there's no point trying to pull a gap or trying to do anything crazy. Just try and run clean and hold on. Exactly that. Yeah. So
okay. Well, thanks for taking the time, and congratulations on TQ getting your 4-wheel drive championship underway. Finally, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks,
See you
guys.
later. Bye.
See ya.
I've just thought of something.
From the F2s to the F5s, need the following people out. So Seth Siletto, please. Jack Mills-White, Riley Butler and Zach Witterson, please, can come to the end of the straight. That would be lovely. And the following juniors all to the following place at the end of the straight. So go Charlie Hall, Jesse Russell, Ollie Carberry, Tommy Clark, Charlie Rhodes, Jack Mills-White and Riley Butler. And your under-16s, Daniel Pole, Oliver Natris and Reese Ward. So guys, just to let you know, we're going to present in front of the RC Racing TV and get a photo over here, guys. So work with us and how we're going to do this today. We're going to start with the Formula Championships first, and then I'll kind of lead the way with this. So our top F5 today was Zach Wilterson. Are you here, buddy? Go, round of applause, guys. Round of applause. Okay, go. Well done, Zach. And our top F4 is Riley Butler. Well done, Riley. And our top F3 today is Jack Mills-White. Well done. Give him a round of applause. Our top F2 is Seth Siletto. Where are you, Seth? There he is, next to me. Well done. Give him a round of applause. We'll start with the under-16s this time, and in third place was Reese Ward. Reese Ward, are you in the house? We'll move on to the second place man, and that is Oliver Natris. Well done. And the overall top under 16, yet again today, from yesterday, Daniel Pole. So we're going to do the under-16s a bit different than yesterday. We're going to call out all the under-16s, under-13s, under third place. So we're going to go with Jesse Russell, Ollie Carberry, Tommy Clark, Charlie Hall. If you could all come up front, please, and grab your starboards. We'll grab a photo with the four of you together. If you can stand in front of the table, guys. Well done, guys. Give them a round of applause. And we'll do our top three. And in third place was Riley Butler. In second place, Jack Mills-White. Well done. And our winner, well done, little Charlie, Charlie Rhodes. And if you're here, Reese, we'll come back to you, buddy. and we'll get the top 3 of it together as well. Together. Here's how I've organised, guys. You can do it. That'll do. Round of applause, our top 3 under 13s. And we'll just grab Reese Ward for 3rd place under 16. Thanks for coming over. And then we'll get the top 3 of you guys together. Round of applause. Well done. And if we can grab the top 3, Daniel and Ollie, please, and get your photos together, guys. Well done, guys, congratulations. And we'll be starting the A final in about 15 minutes. So let's remind you guys, B final on the track out to Marshall. Lovely.
this scrutineering if you haven't done so already. And we will need the final. That's the final negative rating marshal points. ready for the finals. A final leg number 1 coming up first. Marshals from the B final, please. B final marshals out. A final drivers, you'll be announced onto the driver's stand for leg number 2.
As always, A finalists start heading to the track, please.
Okay, so after our short break, now back to the finals. There's only 10 heats today. We've had a trophy presentation, which hopefully you guys have seen online, to celebrate the exploits of our juniors at this meeting. Under 16, under 13, they are the future of our sport. So quite rightly, they've had their moment in the sun and glory, and the sun is out again, and the ivory tower is cooking. Uh-oh. That didn't go well. It's knocked the static camera that's here. Seems okay. There you go, as if you... just in case we have to go back to a static camera. But Matt's up there at the minute. Commentary mic for the finals has been handed over to Muzz for the track. And I'll just be commentating as I see it for you guys. One track probably won't be using much of the score or the timing. And try and keep up pace with the front guys. Well, as we were talking to Tommy just before, Matt wants me for something. Hello.
Lined up and ready for a final leg number 1. Getting ready to go.
So we won't have any timing for leg 1. Feed has been cut, but Tommy's away off Lee Martin in hot pursuit, followed by Ben Smith. Daniel Pole in 4th.
Tommy Hall leads us off from Lee Martin and Ben Smith, top 3 all tied on 2 points with a TQ.
As they head down the straight now, it's Tommy from Lee Martin, similar colour cars. And by Ben Smith, Daniel Pole gets tangled up with Charlie Saunders, who's defending hard behind him. But at the front, it's still Lee chasing down Tommy Hall. Ben Smith in hot pursuit. Tommy Hall's out of shape, and Lee Martin's through now to the lead. Shuts the door down the inside. And Tommy now has to go about finding a way past the most successful RC driver who's still currently racing. 213 finals for Lee Martin, so he knows how to lead a final. He's won just over 50 of those A finals that he's contested. But Tommy Hall, Lee seems to have been able to gap Tommy, and Lee did put in a really good run in round 3. So now Lee has the pace and Tommy has pace. Daniel's the only one doing a 15 lapper, but these 4 were separated by nothing really in qualifying. It all went down to the last lap. of the last qualifier heat to decide between the top three. But Lee Martin leads round up to the carousel. Tommy Hall in pursuit, followed by Smith, Pole, Saunders. Those five now broken away by about a second and a half. Almost full length of the straight. Long straight here at Bingham.
21.8 for Tommy Hall, 21.6 for Ben Smith. So Ben Smith pulls in a couple of attempts on the last lap. Daniel Pole going with him as well. They're just pulling away slightly from Charlie
Ben Smith closing in a little bit on the back of Tommy Hall that last lap. Daniel Pole closing in on Smith. And Charlie Saunders also got pace in that car. So no one's out of this just yet. Only take a couple of tangles or getting launched off the track as these guys battle it out. Lee Martin looking to add to his number of wins. He's definitely had the pace this weekend. Like I said yesterday, all he needed to do was get rid of that first lap, and that's what he's been doing. Tommy now takes 2 more tenths out of Lee Martin as they go up onto the carousel, round onto the straight. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, all pretty much almost in the same shot. And Daniel Pole now harassing the back of Ben Smith, looking for third. But Tommy Hall's closed up on Lee Martin, so now have 2 groups of 2. And Charlie Saunders a little bit off. Tommy clips a pipe, but gets away with it. And Tommy now charging up again back onto the back of Lee Martin, so it's easy to chase someone down, but Lee can make his car as wide as possible. He comes round onto the straight. 21.81 last time by for Lee Martin, 21.94. So these guys all in the 21s. Everyone down to Archie Bowman in the 21s. So everyone's quite happy to run at flat-out qualifying pace in the final. It's just all about racing. And that one little mistake by Tommy Hall early on in this has given Lee the opportunity to lead, and he's not relinquished it yet and doesn't look like it. Because at Potter is where I said if there's one person you don't want to give a lead to, it's Lee Martin, because he knows how to drive and will make you go the long way round and very rarely makes a mistake. Makes you make the mistake trying to chase him down. It's Lee leading this one. The old man of the field now is Lee. Probably the same age as everyone else put together. I joke Lee, but can't be experience, and Lee's showing all of those years' experience of leading A finals and duelling out with Neil Cragg over the years. But now the defending 2 and 4-wheel drive national champion Tommy Hall giving chase, closing him down again. But behind that there's Ben Smith, Daniel Pole and Charlie Saunders all fighting over the same bit of Astro, and Charlie Saunders makes a great move up the inside, gets back past both of them. And across the line it's Ben Smith that gets third, Charlie Saunders fourth and Daniel Pole fifth, in a great battle between those guys. But well done Lee Martin. Great win for the old man of racing.
Still to play for in the A final. Here we have the J final out next. I do need the drivers from the C final. Drivers from the C final to Marshall. You guys keep off the track, please, down the far end. Keep off the track. Thank you.
Turn it down in the water lap.
So driving the C final, we go to Marshall points for the J. Please, thank you. C finalists to Marshall, please. As Chris was asking for. C finalists, C for Charlie to Marshall, please. Do not change over as yet, just be ready. Not something to give you the call on that, but C finalists, be ready to Marshall when required shortly.
What do you have your minimum max for?
Yeah, so Leroy looking to add to his tally of 51 wins, 213 National A final appearances. Thomas Fipps makes his 20th today, as does Charlie Saunders. Daniel Paul makes his 19th and 4th of this year. So Daniel starts off this year with 4 A finals. So does Lee Martin. Tommy Hall also 4 A finals. Ben Smith. Luke's made 3 out of 4. Jamie's made 3 out of 4. Josh made all 4 so far, and Thomas Fipps has made all 4. Archie Bowman made 3 out of 4 as well. Only missing out on 4-wheel drive at Potteries, but pulled the B. So Archie starting off his 2026 campaign very strong. And someone's into the fence by us, and it looks like Jesse Russell. So I think that's young Tommy Clark who's out front.
We now move our attention to the J final on track. Tommy Clark leads us off in this one.
The guy that we interviewed at Potteries. First national at Potteries, and Tommy off and running. Leads this one by a second over the line from Matt Robinson.
Stanmore did like he did yesterday, 9th on the grid, it took 4. It was under qualifying or trophy.
Tommy Clark stretching away right at the front. Him and Matt Richardson have this final to lose after almost 2 laps. These guys were well out in front. Tommy when I spoke to him earlier, not getting on with this track and finding it hard work, but looks like he's got it sorted now. Looks to lead this one from tone to tone, just driving steady, no issues as we drop back to the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And Tommy Clark's going to have a massive lead at the end of lap 3. There's an 8-second lead after 3 laps for Tommy Clark, as we concentrate on the battle between Nathan Stanmore, Mark Robinson and Jesse Russell, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And Jesse had a
checking out in this one. Should be in the next final, Tommy.
Shocking first lap, but these 3 down the straightaway now into the hairpin. Jesse gets a little aggressive, but car 2, so he should be a little bit faster than the guys in front from qualifying. Just looking to make a clean pass on Nathan Stanmore and Matt Robinson. But meanwhile, Tommy Clark is gone.
Okay, Stanmore, 9th up to 2nd.
So Nathan Stanmore now from 9th on the grid up to 2nd. Matt Robinson 3rd, Jesse Russell 4th. Looks like Stanmore's over.
10 seconds clear at half race distance. Absolutely flying.
Tommy Clark is over 10 seconds clear, and we're only at 240. Jesse Russell.
The speaker extension, the sound microphone extension. Maybe Jesse Russell or Freddie, there's a £200 invoice coming your way.
So we're looking now at Tommy Clark. 2 minutes to go. Tommy Clark leading this one, give him a good bit of camera time now. Comes down the straight now. Another 25-second lap, and his gap currently just under 11 seconds, looking at winning this final by around 18 seconds predicted. So Tommy really has underqualified if he's found his pace right at the end of the day. Last round in the final, but still enjoying his 2nd national. Seen Tommy here at BMR a couple of times at the club meetings, giving the corners plenty of respect. Got that back jump really good. His car looks really nicely balanced and easy for him to drive. His dad said he'd slowed it down a little for him as he struggled with how fast it was on this tight and tricky track. Driving around the middle of the track is the way to go for Tommy Clark. As he comes round with only 30 seconds to go, Tommy Clark leads this one.
We're over through to the G final, and then it will be A final leg number 2. Just so the A finalists are aware. So running to the G, and then it will be A final leg number 2.
Tommy Clark over the back jump, and this could be his. This will be his last lap. So he really can't throw this away, and it's been a clean run without needing a marshal, and a great victory for Tommy Clark. So he comes across the line now, but definitely one for him and his dad to watch on YouTube later. Tommy wins the J final.
Robinson in the 2. Nathan Samuel in the 3.
Remember, after you've done your marshalling, make sure you see Gillian and Steve for your photo and trophy ball, please, if you win your final. Finalists, A final leg 2 after the G, around about 4:20. That will make it for the start time, so you're getting yourself prepared. So about 20 minutes time before we go to A final leg number 2.
So cracking result for Tommy. Just had a quick chat with his dad, and just finally got it sorted that last round. And good advice from dad: just drive it round in the final. And he did, millimetre perfect. Great run. One to definitely look back at and watch over and over again. As the pole man gets it wrong on the first corner and drops from pole to 10th, the worst possible start he could have. So Dominic Morby gives this one up early doors, and it's Martin Lee who should take this one up. Recognise Martin's car from Potteries. And it's nice Mike Temple, it leads this one out. Martin Lee in second, and missed Mike Temple. Must have been going over a jump, but it's Mike Temple that leads this one from Martin Lee, Phil Campbell, Paul Ragg, Miklos Sabados, Simon Hall. Mike Temple and Martin Lee. Mike Temple from one of the early heats.
Phil Campbell, your top 3.
Been going well. Phil Campbell in third, who had a good two-wheel drive meeting yesterday. But Mike Temple leads this one round.
One of the main races of the day, people just lined up. Mr. Lee Stokes and Mark Christopher coming up next. And Griggs is in the sandwich of them both. Oh, Griggsy, you lucky boy. Where no man would ever want to be. However, end of the first
so it's Mike Temple continues round. Martin Lee giving close pursuit with a blue car. These are getting together. It's Mike Temple gives it up now to Martin Lee, who leads this one round.
Oh, Campbell's over. Nice chassis there, Phil.
Mike Temple giving chase now after giving up the lead. Dominic Morby making a recovery back in 7th after that first corner mistake where he got hung up on the hairpin.
Chris has got a little button on his cap so his camera flips over when his car rolls. Stop the driver win, did he?
Martin Lee 24.94 last time by. Phil Campbell's quickest car on track with a 23.75. Dominic Morby also quick 24.13, but he's 6 seconds back of the leader. Big ask for your poleman to come back from that, but still not out of it yet. There's one. Your top 6 are only separated by the length of the straight now. Then it's your poleman, Dominic Morby, who's driving his car around hard at the back of the field to try and catch up to these guys. But at the front, looks like it's Martin Lee that's got away again with the blue car, followed by Mike Temple. It's the biggest gap I think we've seen now, just over 2 seconds between your 1 and 2 car. Paul Ragg up to the 3rd. Miklos Sabados up to 4. Phil Campbell up to 5. Martin Lee looking at extending his lead, currently at just over 2 seconds. As he's onto the straight and almost at the end of the straight before Mike Temple gets onto the straight. So it's Lee from Temple from Ragg, your top 3. And Ragg trying to close down Temple as they come up to the carousel, but Ragg's got Zabados for close company. Martin Lee's full length of the straight now in front. We've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all together, so those guys a little bit of a tangle, and those guys will be swapping positions for fun. And the first car's over. That looked like Aaron Carberry who's over. But at the front, the leader's making his way now through the back markers. It's down to 1.6 seconds now, so the gap come down that last lap. Mike Temple took 1.1 seconds out of Martin Lee that last time by. So Mike Temple not giving up this final just yet. As the gap's now probably down to the half the length of the straight, and Ragg is still there in 3rd. Zabados in 4th. See the Phil Campbell machine in 7th. In 6th, sorry. And Carberry in 7. Let's come down the straight again for last time, and he's through. So Mike Temple gets caught at line. Martin Lee through for a victory lap. Mike Temple finished 2nd. Miklos Zabados 3rd. Paul Ragg 4. Phil Campbell 5. Dominic Morby finishes 6th. But Martin Lee, as we follow him round on his victory lap, from 2nd on the grid, wins the I-Final 4-wheel drive.
Spectators stand by, because entering the rostrum now is Mark Christopher and Lee Stokes. Griggsy, Ben Ellis as well. Oh dear. We've not got enough cameras in this to get all the action. Keep off the track, please, down the bottom. Keep off the track. through teams. What's she there in the pits? Look. Snappy time. Thank you. So spectators, oh look at this, had it already. Ben Ellis, what are you doing? Ben Ellis taking no prisoners out there. So we're currently going to have 10 cars, all with 4 wishbones and 4 corners on them. Let's see if that's the case in 5 minutes' time. Car 9 in their own place. So the ready cameras around the track, there's going to be some action in this one. Whoa, what about the jump starts at the back? Warning before the buzz is even gone.
So, got some jump starts coming at the end of this one.
H-final.
Be a H-final led round. Hopefully by car number 1.
Let's see what's happening. Let's get them settled in.
It is. It's Tinners, Neil Tinsley from Robert Swallow.
Robert Swallow in the 2. Lee Stokes, 8th on the grid up to 3rd.
So Rob Swallow not made the same final as pit buddy Curtis Stain, so definitely bragging rights for those between those two, going to Curtis. But Rob looking to make amends by winning the H final. And comes down the straight, giving Neil Tinsley chase to Neil Tinsley. Rob Swallow with the pink car, Neil Tinsley with the blue and yellow car. They head round through over the double, up towards through the midfield and up towards the carousel corner. 23.6 for Rob Swallow last time round.
Oh, very nice over Mark Christmas there. Thank you very much.
And the 8 car of Lee Stokes up to 3rd, 24.18. Rob Swallow has a rough lap last time by, but has the fastest lap of the race so far, 23.67. So Rob's made a mistake and Stokes is through.
All the way up to 2nd.
And Lee Stokes looks like he's definitely underqualified in this final. As he chases down our leader Neil Tinsley. And Rob Swallow trying to make the return pass back on Lee Stokes as they come round over the double. Back corner tabletop and round to carousel. It's Tinsley from Stokes from Swallow, your front 3. Stokes and Swallow closest on track. And they're the 2 cars we're following round to your 2nd and 3rd place guys. Over the double, round up to the far side of the track. And Stokes is over, but Swallow can't take advantage. Swallow's now right on his gearbox. And leader's over, Tinsley's over, and Stokes now can put the pressure back on Neil Tinsley. Immediately does it, first corner, bites straight back and is through to the inside. Now it's Stokes from Tinsley, and Tinsley gives him a nudge, and Swallow's now up the inside, so Swallow back up to 2nd at the 2 spot. Only 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes for Lee to hold on in this full action H final. Swallows now looking a little leery as Tinsley, your poleman, tries to get back up to the 2 spot. Both going wide through the midfield. Rob getting cheered on by the guys from the mid-east region. As he comes round, holding off Neil Tinsley. Tinsley can't find a way past, and Rob Swallow seems to have caught Stokes up on this lap. So 1:10 to go. So it'll be about 3 laps for these guys. Nearly 4 laps for these guys. Gaps down to 1 second at the front, and less than 2/10 from Rob to Neil Tinsley. Stephen Harley is 7 seconds behind this battle, so it is literally these 3 for the podium places. Lee Stokes seems to have plenty of pace, but now he's got to the front. Doesn't appear to be able to pull away from the front, the other 2, and Rob Swallow is back on back on Lee Stokes' gearbox. Neil Tinsley though makes a move up the inside of Swallow and gets it wrong, and he's over, so it's a battle between the front 2, and Rob just goes straight through Lee Stokes at the end of the straight, and referee's going to have something to say to these guys at the end. But Rob through the middle now has Tinsley back on his gearbox, and Lee Stokes now has just this lap, and he'll get through. Swallow will get through, and Tinsley will get through. So it's this final lap. So can Lee Stokes hold on and resist the pressure from Rob Swallow and Neil Tinsley? And can Tinsley put any pressure on Rob Swallow on this lap? Will Swallow get a trophy from his first national? And he's hanging it out and makes it across the line. So it's Stokes from Swallow and Tinsley across the line.
The result is under question by the referee due to several jump starts, he's saying. We need to check VAR. Check VAR. Class 7, 8 and 9. Do you want to check VAR? We'll get back to you tomorrow with the results. First to check a few angles over side. Mr. Campbell, your card has been marked. Car 3 and 4. Just like yesterday. So this is a G final. A final leg number 2 is going next. So A finals, you've got about 7 minutes, I'm being told, to leg number 2, if everybody is ready.
So G final. After this, it will be A final leg 2. Four-man in the G final: Emily Heward, Manny Panasar, Martin Heward, Alex Pyatt, Chris Bowden, Curtis Stain, Lee Charnock, James Gibbs, Cameron Wells, and Andrew Luxford. With your 10 cars, Cameron Wells definitely has underqualified and will look to have a good final and something to go home with a trophy board, but it looks like he's hung up the pipe already. It is the Wells car, but it's Emily Heward that leads this one. From Manny Panasar, Charney gets stuck down here. And Panasar's stuck now, so it's Martin Heward. Battle of the Hewards at the front. Curtis Stain with a pink car up to third. Emily Heward.
Down the straight she goes.
Martin Heward.
Right there in the two.
And Curtis Stain, then Panesar, and then Alex Pyatt and Bowden. Cameron Wells making his way up past Bowden, but Emily Hewitt, great job in qualifying, some good runs, good consistent runs, clips a pipe at the end of the straight but gets away with it. Martin Hewitt second, Curtis Stain now putting pressure on Martin Hewitt as he goes through the middle. Manny Panesar in close proximity as well, so battle for second, third and fourth between these three guys as Emily stretches her lead once more. Across the line this time by 23.92, so first 23 for Emily today, and Martin Hewitt 23.94, Curtis Stain 23.66, Manny Panesar though quick guy on track 23.12. Panesar on his way, but Emily Hewitt is just stretching that lead, consistently lap after lap, no errors. And she's now around for 23.79, last lap, best lap, so 3 minutes to go for Emily to hold these guys off. And it looks like it's not going to be holding them off, it's how much she'll win by. As these four guys start to get into each other, and there's a plethora of pink in the middle. And that's only going to end one bad way. And Cameron Wells nearly makes it onto the straight. But it's Panesar up to 2. Curtis Stain drops to the 4. Martin Hewitt drops to the 4. Sorry, Curtis Stain drops to the 5. It's Alex Pyatt that sneaks up into 3rd.
Manny Panesar wants to get on after Emily Hewitt, but he's got Alex Pyatt now all over the back of him. Down the straight they go.
So Manny Panesar is on the move now. 23.19, takes 7/10 out of Emily's lead, but Emily's got a big lead with 2 minutes to go. Just over 2 seconds. So Manny's going to throw everything at this. Like I said before, he knows this track well from doing a fair bit of vintage racing around here, but
surely they're not going to take the victory off the girl, are they?
But Emily.
We've got to catch her first.
Alex Pyatt runs through Manny Panesar, doesn't wait, and the referee should be on the blower to one of that to Alex for that one, because that was just a takeout. Didn't wait, but he's concentrating on getting to Emily. May get a penalty at the end of the run. But Alex Pyatt trying to close down Emily Hewitt. Panesar's over, so it looks like it's just going to be between these two now for the win, with only just over a minute on the clock. Emily Pyatt 23.96 last time by. Alex Pyatt only closes the gap by 7/100ths of a second, but she hits the pipe and gets going again. So Alex Pyatt looks like he's been gifted a lead with Emily's first mistake with 45 seconds to go. Can she now turn the screw and catch back up to Alex Pyatt and put the pressure on for the last 2 laps? It looks like that's what we're going to end up with, 2 laps. But Emily's over again, so maybe Alex just has enough in the tank now. And Panesar's on his way, looking at catching Emily. But Alex gets stuck on the pipe, and Emily closes to within just under a second across the line. Manny Panesar now only a second and a half back.
Can Alex hold on over the double? Here comes Emily giving chase.
Emily giving chase now. Round through the carousel. But Alex Pyatt just needs to stroke, get it to the line, and gets it just the line in front of Emily and Manny. So it's your 1, 2, 3, Alex, Emily and Manny, followed by Martin Hewitt and Curtis Stain. 5th. Next up is leg 2 of the A final.
So A final, leg number 2 coming up next on track. We're going to announce the drivers on to the rostrum. So while we're doing that, we can get all the marshals to change over, please. Yeah, you beat me to it. Marshal, change over, please. Please, Stokes, remember to get your photo with your board. Ben Ellis, how much money do you Griggsy? 100.
So, first leg finished Lee Martin, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Charlie Saunders, Daniel Pole, Thomas Fipps, Archie Bowman, Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth. So Tommy got away well early, but made one little error, and that was all Lee needed to sneak up the inside.
Okay, all drivers are here.
And lead it from then, never getting headed after he took the lead. So your your 10th qualifier coming onto the rostrum now, Luke Holdsworth. Luke Holdsworth making his 48th A-final appearance. Jamie Hall, your 9th place qualifier, making his 47th A-final appearance. Thomas Fipps making his 20th.
7th place driving for Schumacher, Archie Bowman.
Archie Bowman making his 4th A-final appearance and 3rd this year, only missing out at Potteries.
6th on the grid driving for Team Associated, Charlie Saunders.
Charlie Saunders making his 20th A-final appearance, yet to win an A-final. Josh Holdsworth, your winner from round 1, two-wheel drive at Potteries. Daniel Pole making his 19th appearance in an A-final, 4th this year. Ben Smith now up to 52 A-final appearances. Lee Martin, though, with 213 A-final appearances, 52 wins in total. No, 51 wins, sorry, in total. And Tommy Hall now making his 60th A-final appearance. You're defending back-to-back four-wheel drive national champion. Looks like Daniel Pole's put new tyres on. Of course, all the drivers get the opportunity to run as many tyres as they want in the final. Into your 10-second countdown. Tommy Hall gets away, Lee Martin away, Daniel Pole gets tied by Thomas Fipps, and mayhem ensues midfield, allowing Charlie Saunders up to the 3. He clips a pipe but gets away with it, so Josh Holdsworth up to the 4. But at the front, it's Tommy Hall from Lee Martin. So those four, a little bit of a gap, just a little bit of panic ensued behind them. Tommy Hall trying to make a clean break away and not make the same mistake and let Lee through. But Lee will be looking to close this one out. As he said, he was shaking like crazy on the roster while leading that last leg. So he won't want to be putting any more pressure on himself and have to take it to a third leg. You want to get this job done and dusted and get that 52nd day final win. Tommy Hall looking for his 21st National A final win. Saunders looking for his first, but to win his first one, he's going to need to win one of these legs, and he'll need to do it in this one. He's been given a good opportunity. Front three are away. A little bit of a gap for Josh Holdsworth. Then it's Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Archie Bowman. 8 car of Thomas Fipps gone for a white body shell. White in the last leg. And this leg, sorry. But it's Hall from Martin, Saunders and Holdsworth. Nothing really to separate these two guys in lap times last time by. 21.69, 21.67, 21.87. Charlie Saunders had the slower lap though, 22.7, so he dropped a bit of time on that last lap. So Lee now with a little bit of a gap behind him, it crashes and he's over. So he's now got his wing mirrors full of Charlie Saunders now. So Tommy Hall been gifted an advantage now to just stretch away and drive well within himself on this BMR track. As he described, it's just bumping. It's going to bite you just when you don't expect it.
Charlie Saunders down to the 4. Archie Bowman up to 5. Tommy Hall's lead 1.5 seconds at the sharp end.
Tommy Hall looking to win this one and take meeting to the third and final leg. He's got to make a clean run because Lee is coming. 21.28 last time, but 21.14 for Tommy. So Tommy actually stretching the lead out. So it is just between these two now.
Moving fast up front. Try and pull away from Lee Martin. Lee knows a second now with the first in leg 1 will be
Tommy Hall down the straight again with the associated car. Lee Martin with his X-ray. Tommy Hall just pulling away again on that lap. Another 2:10, so he's just eking out a big gap now, and that's almost up to 2 seconds as we go around the carousel. Only got 2 minutes. Still got 2 minutes remaining in this one, so plenty of time for the BMR track to bite back. 21.17 though for Lee Martin, his fastest lap, so he's getting in the groove. But you're going to need to be a little bit quicker than that. Going to need to take 3/10, 4/10 out of this lead that Tommy's built up. And he's taken half a second out of him that time. So Lee's on his way, looking to get this final all sewn up.
He's showing everything at this one. Just over a minute to go. Is Tommy Hall pacing himself up front? Can Lee Martin do anything about it? Check him as they go.
Tommy Hall, Lee Martin across the line this time, and it's Lee Martin again, another 0.14. He's coming down, slowly down to almost 1 second now with 1 minute to go. So we're looking at 14 laps, so 3 laps more for these guys. So it will be 2 laps after this one. As they go across the stripe for 12 laps. Lee Martin closing again, 21.1, taking another 4/10 out of Tommy Hall. He's on the gas and moving fast. Is Lee Martin now? He's trying everything he can. He said to us earlier, you've just got to sometimes just punch it on this track to get over the bumps, and he's closing visibly now. Is he 21.6? But it's 21.62, but it's almost in the same shot. We're down to within meters now. It's not looking at times, and it's this lap.
Oh, that's the roll that Tommy was hoping for. Lee Martin just
Tommy now just takes it to the decider. So it'll be between these two.
Who's going to get third in this leg?
Third across the line, Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth 4, Charlie Saunders 5, Archie Bowman 6, Ben Smith 7. So that early clatter down here really set the tone for that race. As the front two got away and just stretched their lead.
We will find out in around 45 minutes' time. We've been told 2 driver warnings from the A final, but no penalties, so that result is in the books and valid. So well done, Tommy Hall, taking all the from Lee Martin.
So 2 driver warnings handed out in the A final. No penalties though. Not sure who the 2 drivers are for, but they will know. And they will know they're on final warning.
He's going, telling him where he should have been a bit tighter or a little bit faster in that part of the track. Okay, you won.
Daniel Pole, though, with the best lap in that one, 20.94. That early mistake. We got caught up. Ben Smith and Daniel Pole really hampered their run. Jamie Hall took 3rd from 9th on the grid. So after 2 legs, your A final looks like Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, Charlie Saunders, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Archie Bowman, Thomas Fipps and Luke Holdsworth. So it is literally between Tommy and Lee for the win. No one else can beat their scores. Ben Smith and Jamie Hall have an outside shot of the podium with the 3. Charlie Saunders holds that podium position though with a 4 and a 5 at the minute.
This is it, exciting final coming up, another one.
Chris Foster leads this from Stanton. Pink car, that's going to be the Thames mobile, I think. There's Evie Thames, Luke Thompson, James Dixon, Scott Follington, Craig Lomax, Richard Miller. Riley Butler with an excellent run to the F final, but it's Chris Foster, Yokomo team manager. Not as good as a run as he had at Potteries, but Hattie's through on stance. So it's Evie goes wide. And Stanton clips pipe and lets Luke Thompson through. So it's Foster from Thames, Thompson, Stanton. So they come across the stripe this time. 23.9 for Foster, 23.5 for Evie Thames. So Evie Thames takes half a second out of Foster's lead, and Luke Thompson all over the back of Evie Thames. These two in the same heat together. And they've ended up in the same final together, but now it's racing, not qualifying. So these guys up around the bank corner. These 3 now clear gap over the rest of the field as they come through the back double corner tabletop, over the double hump and round. Foster's just run wide into the deep sand and loses all his traction. It's now Thames from Thompson, from Foster. Stanton not out of it yet, and that's a Lomax car in 5th. And Richard Miller, the 6th car. Riley Butler back there in 7th, but making good headway in this final. But it's Thames again. From Thompson, Stanton, Lomax, and the Miller car, your top 5. These have now got a bit of a gap, and Chris Foster leading this by a couple of seconds at one point, and now running in 6th place as he went wide into the sand and lost all traction. It's Thames again from Thompson and Stanton. Those three have made a break. Lomax must have made a mistake. He's dropped back and Miller's through on Lomax, but Lomax back up the inside. But the front three, Thames, Thompson and Stanton.
Stanton giving loads of pressure to Luke Thompson. Luke slightly wide there, Stanton looking, but Luke shuts the door, holds his line. It's over half race distance.
Only 3 tenths between them last time by on lap time, and it's about the same this time round, but Stanton now into 22s. So Stanton applying the pressure from the back of these three. But Hattie Thames, sorry, Evie Thames, been saying Hattie all the way through this, haven't I? So Evie Thames leading this one. Evie Thames to the 2 corners, but here comes Stanton. And Stanton straight up the inside. Evie gets on top, and it's Luke Thompson that makes or takes advantage of those two, and Thompson is through. Evie Thames now drops to the 3 with Luke Thompson leading this one by 4 seconds. So it's a costly error by Evie and Stance, and Luke Thompson says thank you very much and is off and running.
Thompson doing it for the Thompson brothers as brother Matt is away on vacation.
So Stanton trying to put the pressure on now by taking 4 tenths off Luke Thompson. Luke Thompson in that lap. Evie Thames still holding on to 3rd, but has Richard Miller in close proximity. Thompson clips a pipe and Stanton's on the back of him.
Thompson hold on, Gareth Stanton is closing in on him through the centre of the track. Over the double to go, turning right. And switching back left.
Right, up to the carousel.
Corner, 20 seconds to go. They're going to start
this lap. Final lap for your lead 2 cars as Stance makes a move and gets stuck on the pipe. Stance gives him the corner and resumes battle, jumps past him on the first corner tabletop, and these two doing it's stock car racing all the way round. He's only led for the last 5 corners, and Stance and Thompson jumps over Stanton to take a brilliant win.
Wow, Luke Thompson, you may have put your entry in to RC Racing TV. Move of the week as he jumps over the top of Stanton.
So Luke Thompson, great move on the last corner, jumps over Stanton. Stanton led for all of 4 corners and Luke Thompson led for the final 5th corner.
Ryan Clark cheering on Luke Thompson. What a finish. So Luke Thompson, see the guys at RC Racing TV, so we've got that on camera. They have a competition each week for the best overtake. That's definitely a contender. Let's keep off the track, please, guys. End the straight, keep off the track. Oh, what a finish. Luke Thompson jumping and diving over Gareth Stanton. Matt Thompson on his holiday look. I'm sure Matt's watching on RC Racing TV. Just as he was diving over the top of Stanton, Matt was probably diving into the swimming pool to celebrate. Well, let's see what this race brings us. I bet anyone can't beat Luke Thompson's finishing overtaking manoeuvre. Class. Well done. all drivers happy on the roster, Mr. Referee?
So move on to your E-final. Poleman Andy Manning, Tris Neal, Dylan Richardson, Roger Tugwood, Matt Dodd, Graham Lyle, Charlie Simmons. So Tris is over. Top of Andy Manning. Andy clips a pipe. Tris, Schumacher designer and team support. Leaders round. Not a great set of qualifying. Car 8. Reece Trewartha is up to the 3 spot from 8. Dylan Richardson down to the 4 spot from 3rd. But Tris 23.88 outlap. So it's Tris from Andy Manning and Reece at the front. These three trying to make a break, but Andy Manning gets hung up on a pipe, so Reece is through down the inside. Dylan Richardson tries, looks at making move, but gives it up. Thinks, we'll wait. It's only a minute in. We've got another 4 minutes left. And running 4th. It goes big over the double. No need to go big there. Wrong time to do that, Dylan. So Tris down the straight. Reece, Andy, and Charlie Simmons with the Yokomo will be up to 4th now. And Graham Lyle to the 5 spot. So Tris having a great run at the start of this E-final. Andy Manning 3rd, Reece. Sorry, Andy Manning 2nd, Reece 3rd, Charlie Simmons 4. And then Dylan Richardson back up to the 5 after that mistake over the big double at the back. But someone else is over. Now looks like the 8 car, and that looks like Reece Trewartha is over. And he is because the lead 2 are close together, and it's Trish from Andy Manning. And it's Charlie Simmons now up to the 3 spot. Your 10 car though, Peter Craig up to the 4, Matt Dodd up to the 5. But Tris and Andy Manning have a lead of around 6-7 seconds over these, and then the rest come across the line in a gaggle. It's Charlie Simmons, Peter Craig, Matt Dodd, Dylan Richardson, Ryan Preston, the other white car, is over. First and second now into the hairpin at the end of the straight. Tris from Andy Manning, Charlie Simmons, Peter Craig and Matt Dodd getting together for a little. We're following round Tris and Andy Manning up front as they do battle. 23-2, 23-1 last time by for both guys. So nothing in it, only put 1/10 Andy took out of Tris. 2 minutes to go. These two guys. 6-second lead over the rest of the field, so it's between these two. Andy Manning looks for the inside onto the start of the straight, got a bit more horsepower than Tris down the straight. Tris takes a nice wide line, gives that apex plenty of respect over the double at back, just in case it gets it right though. Andy Manning giving chase up onto the bank corner, round the hairpin onto the straight, and Andy Manning again looking at the inside, trying to break that little car length later than Trish into the end of the straight. It's Tris with just under a minute to go, so it'll be looking at 13 lap pace, so it's 3 laps, so it'll be this lap they're finishing and 2 more. So 2 and 1. The lead 2 cars, Charlie Simmons now just coming onto the straight. To give you an idea of the gap, is running in 3rd. And it's chaos behind, absolute chaos behind, as Trish and Andy Manning go by for one final time. This lap, all about this lap for Andy Manning to try and get past fairly, and for Trish to hold Andy Manning off. But Trish seems to be making a quick break, and he's gapped Andy Manning, but Andy Manning hasn't given up yet and hangs onto the throttle in a couple of corners. But Tris Neal takes the win in the E-final. Well done, Tris. Andy Manning second, Charlie Simmons third. Ryan Preston, great drive from 9th on the grid. Up to 4th, Graham Lyle. And Matt Dodd swapped grid places, and Rhys Trewartho had a good lead at one point, but seemed to throw it away in the middle of the race, handing it to Tris Neal. So now move on to the D final. I've seen the Pritchard car going round. Ben Stevenson, I think you're pole man in the D.
Thanks, Tiny. You're already on the warm-up lap side. Hope you're ready.
How are the nerves? It's all right, you're on mic.
It's the right hand doing the steer wheel turns into a claw over the run. It gets very difficult to steer, so I reset at one time on the straight and make sure then I turn in. It's an odd thing as a racer, like on sticks. I can imagine saying like resetting your thumb on the stick. Or is it okay because you can come off
fine.
easier?
Yeah.
I think you'll find you're doing probably all of them are winning already.
Yeah.
Everything tenses up. Well done.
Yeah, some big pictures in this one, definitely.
Tris explaining how he got the claw while he was holding his wheel as his hand tensed up. For all you wheel users out there, I guess it's something that happens on the steer wheel side. Just tensed up. Looks like it's Stevenson. Recognize a May car, I think. Yeah, it's Stevenson May. Reuben Russell. D final, so. And Helliwell's over. So Reuben Russell will be looking to emulate what he did yesterday, get up to the front of the D final, and hopefully this time stay there, because he dropped back just on the last lap. And Reuben Russell. But it's Stevenson from Colin May. Colin May's made national A finals, a couple. Reuben Russell looking to put pressure on these two, and will do well to just hang back a little as these two battle it out. Oh, Reuben catches the top of that jump. Needs to get up the inside, but he's let through. Kevin Hodkinson and Jack Mills-White running in 5th. As Colin May hangs a pipe, but Ben Stevenson now leads this one out. Big gap at the front of this D final. And Kevin Hodkinson trying to make a move up the inside of Colin May. Reuben Russell looking to make a move back up the inside of Kev Hodkinson. There's a battle through the infield ensues. It's May onto the bank corner first, but these guys all getting in each other's way. Owned Reuben Russell capitalises and jumps up to the 3 spot. But Hodkinson moved that dirty, is what that was. Yeah. So Ben Stevenson back to the front. Ben Stevenson leads from Colin May. Kevin Hodkinson with a harsh move on Reuben Russell. And James Pritchard moving up from the 8th spot up to 4th. Ben Elliott 5th. Charlie Rhodes 6th. Helliwell 7th. Reuben Russell needs to recover from that harsh move. and just try and pick up pieces late on in this final, because people will have a collision, and he's caught up to the group in front already. Red Mist will be down, but Ben Stevenson makes a little bit of an error, and Colin May's closed a little. Kevin Hodkinson up into the 3. But Pritchard, Gary Washington, one of the earlier heats, making a good fist of today's racing.
23.3 for Hodgkinson, 23.2 for Pritchard.
Ben Elliott also in this one. Reuben Russell's tagged onto the back of this group, and he's onto the back of Helliwell already. As we go back to the front, and it's Ben Stevenson, Colin May. Ben gets on 2 wheels. Colin gives him a helpful shove, gets him back going again. Couldn't really avoid it, and nothing happened. But big gainer for that was Kevin Hodkinson. But can he make a clean move on someone, or is it going to be another full send up the inside? But Colin May makes a move up the inside and goes past. But these two having a good battle, good, clean, fair battle. Ben Stevenson holds on.
Wait to make any manoeuvre if there's any coming together with these two in front.
But Stevens could throw a blanket over these 3 as they go through the end of the straight. Pritchard, though, is not done. Neither's Ben Elliott. And James Helliwell, Reuben Russell's dropped off the back of this. But still, Ben Stevenson makes a little bit of a gap as we go into the final minute. It's the biggest gap we've seen for a long time, and it's almost a second between your front 2. Colin May's got his wing mirrors full of Kevin Hodkinson as Kev jumps long and goes up the inside of Colin May. So Kev up to the 2 spot now. And he's closing fast on Ben Stevenson, but here comes Pritchard. Cole May goes up the inside of Kev and almost, but Cole's up the inside again. Cole jumps long, and those 2 are over. And in that mayhem, it's Ben Stevenson that still leads this one from Hodkinson. Then Pritchard's up to the 3 spot from 8th on the grid and gets taken out by Cole. So Ben Stevenson's had pressure from all cars going into the last lap, and Ben Stevenson holds on for a win. Kev Hodkinson in 2nd. Pritchard holds on to 4th. Cole May 5th. Charlie Rhodes, young Charlie Rhodes, jumps up to the 3 with the battle between Pritchard and May, and the biggest gainer from those guys, Reuben Russell, up to 6th after getting punted down to 9th by Kev Hodkinson early on. Jack Mills-White finishes where he started in 10th, but a great D final. So C final coming up. Hopefully it's as action-packed as a D final. And hopefully some better driving.
We've got a spanner on the track. Mentioning their names. Oh, afternoon, Mr. Pritchard. Hey, we're looking at you. We could do with a spare nut. So you got a nut, Bowden? He's on it. Okay.
I think it's Hudson Knight on pole in C, if I remember from reading out the qualifying. And someone makes a move straight down the inside. I think that was Marn making the move early doors, and Hudson drops from pole to 10th by 2 yards after the first corner. So it's Marn leads from Galley. David Scott, Harry Saunders, Will Venables, Callum Ackroyd bench. To Marn, Galley and Scott getting away. Saunders having another great run in the C final today. So winner of your C final from 9th up to 4th on lap 1. Down for lap 2 it's Stuart Marn, Galley, Scott, Saunders, Venables, Ackroyd bench. And that's the 7 car of Hattie Thames. Hudson Knight recovering after that first corner. And Reese Ward, Andy Woods make up your... And Reese has dropped to the back and clouts a pipe. So it's Marn, Scott, Galley, Venables, bench. Hudson Knight making good progress back up to the 6th spot. But as we watch at the front, it's Marn. David Scott, who we watched, spoke to Daniel Pole, will be really chuffed apparently with the C final. His cars look good all day when we've watched him in qualifying. The old man Eugene Galley still got some pace making the C final. Venables and bench. Hudson Knight, double B finalist at Potteries. C final here. But Marn leading this one with his X-ray car. And Scott, then Galley. So front 6 separated by not much. Only just over 2 seconds for your front 6. And Hudson Knight again catching up. He's done this at Worksop this year, where he's made his way through from the back of the pack in 4-wheel drive, and he's now back up to the 5 spot. So a great drive so far from Hudson Knight. Probably wanting to watch this one back. So we follow Hudson Knight as he now makes up another position. So Hudson onto the gearbox now. Who's Hudson hunting down now? It's Will Venables that Hudson's hunting down. And Hudson's through and past Venables already, so Hudson back up to the 3 spot. A great drive so far from Hudson Knight. Needs to back up to the 2 spot. As David Scott's over, so it's Marn leading Hudson Knight. So that first corner. Can he make up the 3-second deficit? Back to Stuart Marn, 2 minutes to go. Only took 4/10 out of Stuart Mahon last time by, but Hudson Knight is on a charge. But he's now got Venables in close company, and it's a full length of the straight now for Stuart Mahon from Knight, then Venables, Galley, Scott, Harry Saunders still up there in 6th, Ackroyd Bench, then Thames, 10 car of Andy Woods. The gap is almost a full length of the straight now from Hudson to Stuart Mahon, so I think he might have met his match in Stuart Mahon. And indeed, he's only taking half a second, and we're a minute to go. 2.5 seconds to go. Only predicted 14 laps, so he's going to fall about a lap and a half short if he carries on closing him down at this rate. So he's going to need to find a bit more horsepower or a bit more, and he's only taken a tenth out of him that time by. And Hudson looks like he's going to get caught at the line, so Hudson needs to find a little bit more to make sure he can take this challenge down to the last lap. But that gap looks visibly shorter now. That's only half the length of the straight from here, and he's taken out 7/10 of a second out of Stuart Mahon that time by, and they're both going to make it through for 14. So it's this next lap and maybe one more. So Hudson Knight, a great drive from 10th. They'll both get through. So they're both through onto their final lap. Will Venables gets caught at the line. So it's these two race to finish. A great drive from Hudson Knight from 10th, from first back to 10th, and then all the way back up to the 2 spot and challenging right up to the last corner. It's Hudson Knight.
Will Venables, your top 3. Right, guys, no walking on this track. When you pick your cars up, please. Don't go around the outside, everybody around the outside of the track, please, not on the track. Okay, we're being told there's a grey Renault car blocking a caravan trying to get out on the far side of the track from us. But if yours can remove it, please, so the caravan can exit stage left off the track. This is moving cars that blocking caravans in place so they can get out. So this is the B final coming up, the almost made it drivers as we like to call them. Hopefully you can still hear us nice and clear around the track. We've had to go down a few decibels on the sound levels. So B final coming at you next. And then it will be the final race of the day, final race of the weekend, a final leg 3 coming up after this one.
So B final coming up next.
Mr. Match. For Marshall on 10, we're being told. Who is that? Andy Woods is on Marshall. We've got an Andy Woods standing Marshall on point 10 for me. Miklos is on it, I think. Just there, Miklos. Awesome, thank you. Cheers, Miklos.
To poleman. Ollie Natras gets away. Unlucky. Looks like Ryan Clark already up to the... That's Ryan Clark. Is it Nat Druitt? No, it's going to be... No, it's Ryan Clark. Already up to the 2 spot. And hunting down Ollie Natras early doors. Ryan's had transponder issues all day. It looks like it's counting well enough in the final, but we just call it as it is. Aaron Nash up to the 3. Looks like Shillito 4. McFadden 5. Looks like Heldridge dropped back into the 6th spot. I see Madge. Looks like Ewan Tumulty at the back there. And Jacob Tomlinson making up a place in his first National B final, but it's Natras and Clark at the front, followed by Nash. Everest is stuck and Madge gets stuck behind him, but at the front it's Natras. From Clark, from Nash. So these 3 have a big gap of around 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, and someone's over coming onto the straight. Didn't see who it was, but it looks like it's a Natras car as Clark takes it up. Not sure if Clark's won a National B final before. So Matt Thompson, if you're watching from wherever you are on holiday, it's worth the watch. As your pit buddy Clark leading this B final 4-wheel drive by almost a full length of straight from Nash. The Natras recovering. Eldridge. That looks like Matt Druitt. Then it's McFadden. Tumulty, Tomlinson, Mark Anthony Jones and Seth Shillito Everest, who got hung up on a pipe down here. But Clark still leads this one. Your front 3 have got a nice safe gap. Harley Eldridge though has her wing mirrors full of Matt Druitt. McFadden closes to the back of Druitt. Then it's Tomlinson and the Tumulty car, both very similar colour schemes, so from a distance they're hard to spot which one's which. But Clarky, Nash, Natras. Nash and Natras both made National A finals. Clark yet to make his first one, but is looking to win this B final. He was my hot tip for an A final this weekend. I thought Ryan would do it, but has just fallen short, but a win in the B, and I wouldn't have been far off. So great driving from Ryan Clark, one of the smoothest drivers out there. Always well prepared and well set up cars. The X-ray mobile of Ryan Clark. Aaron Nash clips a pipe, gets away with it, but drops back a little. So gap now to Oliver Natras, about a second. Eldridge still has her wing mirrors full of Isaac McFadden. Both of those 2 making National A finals before. Jacob Tomlinson though, looks like he's up to 6 in his first National B final and making really good race of this one. This is very good points as he searches for his F1 for the first time. And Jacob Tomlinson from heat 6 today. Good round 1 and round 2 score, 15 and 16. Got him into this B final. In 10th, and he's just gone over. Loses a couple of places, but still better than 10th. But it's Clarkey from Nash. Natras. Natras is closing. Ollie Natras now into the 21s and closing on Nash. But I think they're going to have to rely on a mistake from Ryan Clark, and he's a bit like his pit buddy, Matt Thompson, smooth, and also a bit like Lee Martin. Those guys focus on driving around and having a good car set up. They can just cruise around the middle of the track with that X-ray machine. Clarkey, 40 seconds to go. It's going to be this lap and 2 more for Clarkey. Nash will make it through for 2. Natras will, and so will McFadden. Harley Eldridge will also make it through at the minute. So your top 5 will all finish on 14 lap paces, but Isaac McFadden's over, but still regains the track in front, and he's over again. But Eldridge up to the 4th spot now. But down the straight, it's Clark and Natras closing in on Nash on the inside. Oh, catches a wheel and then spins himself round. Unlucky. But this is the last lap now as Ryan Clark with the X-ray machine. Brings it round. And he just rolls it round. Brilliant. Brilliant win in the B for Ryan Clark. Aaron Nash second. Ollie Natras third. Harley Eldridge 4 and Isaac McFadden 5. So we look forward to Ryan Clark's 16-page Facebook report about how he got on today. But congratulations though to Ryan Clark. He was my prediction for an A-final A-final appearance this weekend, but he did the best he could and won the B-final, and that's his best national result. So Matt Thompson, I hope you're watching this online somewhere. If not, we'll send you, well, Ryan will send you many, many videos of this. Oh, he is watching. Good man. Hopefully you've not spilled your gin and tonic or whatever you've got by the pool. But an excellent result from your pit buddy. But it's a straight fight between Tommy Hall and Lee Martin for the win. No one can win other than these two. Podium, though, is still up for grabs. So, clean getaway for your protagonist for the win. Lee's actually made a little bit of a gap behind him to Ben Smith. Tommy Hall snuck up on everyone in qualifying and pulled the rug out from under everyone with that last round TQ. Stole TQ. Daniel Paul, where's he dropped down to? He's dropped down to the 8th spot after a rough lap 1. So it's Hall, Martin and Smith. Clean getaway for those four. Thomas Fipps back to his race paint and up to 4th as he looks to get a good leg. It's Hall, Martin, Smith, Fipps from the 8, and Charlie Saunders is over, and Archie Bowman then up to the 5 spot, making a great run up from 7th on the grid. Don't know the full permutations of the podium positions, but Ben Smith doing all he can to give himself the best chance of a podium spot. The 3rd, Martin's closed up on the back of Lee Martin to go round. And the carousel onto the straight for one more time. The gap at the front in time, 0.6 of a second, and Tommy Hall's over, giving Lee Martin the chance to win his 52nd National A final. Do I give him But he's got to win this one. A 1 and a 2 will still not beat Tommy Hall. So Tommy Hall's in pole position at the minute. Smith with a 2, trying to put one hand on a podium trophy. But he's not. He's going to want to win, and he doesn't really care that Lee needs to win this to win the meet, and he's not going to hang back and trying to throw a pass down the inside. And Fipps is on his way too.
On fastest time between Lee Martin and Tommy Hall. So Lee wants to keep Ben Smith behind him, but Ben needs the result. He needs the result to get him up there on the podium. He's only had a 3rd and a 7th.
Thomas Fipps needs to catch up to Smith and try and give his team manager a bit of support, but Lee gets a bit of a gap. Ben Smith catches a pipe. Only 2 minutes 30, 2:40 down, sorry, 2:20 to go. 21.83 last time by for Lee Martin, 22.18 for Ben Smith. It doesn't really matter about time, it's just where they are on track. Lee Martin wins this, he wins the meeting with 2 1s. Tommy Hall would still have a 1 and a 2, but he's running 4th in this one, so can't do anything about it. Pulling off wouldn't help, he's just got to drive round and maybe do some learning. But Thomas Fipps now making a move and closing in on these two as Lee Martin checks up Ben Smith, and Ben Smith giving Lee Martin all the respect he deserves. Got to make a clean pass in the A final. You can't just ram your way through like people have done in the other finals. This is a way for the other guys to watch how these 3 guys, and Fipps makes a mistake as he closed in on the 2 leaders. So it's Smith putting good firm pressure on Lee Martin, but Lee resists the pressure. He's used to doing this, and bends over. So Lee Martin now, the lead is huge for Lee, and it's been under a car length in the last minute and a half. With a minute to go, he's got the length of the straight lead. So Lee Martin now looking at winning his 52nd National A final. Not putting the mockers on you, Lee, but I would put my house on you again from here to win this. Ben Smith threw everything at Lee and just made that one little mistake. So Fipps up to the 3. Hall now closing down, but he can't do anything about this. It's down to Lee Martin. 30 seconds to go. Can Lee hold on? He's got a 3-second lead. It's a full length of this straight. He could roll it round because this is going to be his last lap. The old man of racing now, Lee Martin, shows the young kids how it's done by winning his 52nd National A final. Congratulations, Lee Martin. Ben Smith finishes 2nd, Thomas Fipps 3rd in this leg. Tommy Hall will be 2nd overall.
Okay, the result is confirmed by race control. So well done, Mr. Lee Martin. He's going to check out the overall for your podium positions. They'll be in check and double check in race control. team, RC Racing TV, everyone will be there. Have a great time. Safe journey home, everybody. We will see you soon.
Lee Martin.
Yo.
A final win number?
52.
Well done.
Hey. Yeah, that's only because I asked you last time.
Yeah,
congratulations,
man.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's twice I put my house on you these first two meetings, and you've delivered.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, not too bad there.
No.
Yeah, there's a few discrepancies going on with the start because up on the rostrum there was a noise before the beep went off. But like a few people went off the same thing. And I'm not sure you can ever penalise someone for a microphone making a noise and then the beep. But yeah, you know.
I was watching it. I didn't spot it. I don't know how far you jumped or.
About 2 inches.
Oh, okay. So not really a huge amount.
No.
But I think we're going to call that a great drive. Held off and great pressure from Ben Smith for.
Yeah, I mean he was
4
trying.
minutes. He was trying, and he needed a good result to get a podium.
Yeah, to be honest, he only needed that.
Like, 2, but he's still going to go for it. Yeah, he's still going to go for a win.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah.
But yeah, Tommy just made one little error. That was it. You were through.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a big error. He gapped me a little bit at the start, and then and then he crashed in the middle there, where I kind of had a bobble in leg 2, I think, in the same spot. So yeah, fortunate for me. Car's been great. X-Ray XB4 has been fantastic today. So
been good all weekend.
I didn't think I was going to win another one, to be honest. I got so close a few times, and I was like, well, finally we've
you've reached it now. 52.
52.
Only 48 more to go.
48 more to go. Yeah, cheers, Neil. Yeah, I won't be catching that guy. I'm not sure I'm going to do 48 more nationals. So.
No, but it's great to see you guys, like I said on the mic, show the young guys how it's done.
Yeah.
I think just experience showed. I mean, Ben Smith drove a great race behind you, clean, and some of the other finals, they need to watch that one back, how guys race cleanly together and under pressure.
Yeah.
How to drive under pressure. It's great exponent, or how do you call it? Exponent of how to drive under pressure.
Exponent, that's a good word.
Yeah.
Probably not the right one, but yeah. Yeah, you know, it's been a few years. I honestly feel just as much pressure now as I ever did. It's never got easier. I think whenever you put pressure on yourself and you get in those situations, there's always pressure there. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I still shake. I still shake a lot. So, yeah, obviously still means something. But,
yeah, of course it will.
Yeah.
Glad to see you at the top of the pile.
Thanks.
And your national season starts now.
Yeah,
so what was that?
Well, I got second in the first round, didn't I?
That's what I mean, second.
Yeah,
first, you'll probably lead in the championship, maybe.
Well, I will be, yeah. But
so that's it. National title number?
It would be 16. But yeah, you know, it's hard keeping up with these youngsters. They know the tracks well. They put a lot of effort in. Fair play to them. We've all got to put effort in to get where we are. So yeah, it's just hard. You know, it's like it's difficult as you get older, and you can't put as much time in as what you want. So there we go. We just try and take the wins when we can.
Congratulations, well done, Lee.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
On to Robin Hood.
Here we go.
So as we see the guys getting their trophies, your 1, 2, 3, Lee Martin, Tommy Hall and Ben Smith. And the trophies from the BRCA. And we'd like to thank our sponsors, TKR, Associated, Futaba, Rudebits, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray for giving us a chance to cover the BRCA National 1/10 Off-Road Championships this year. Being brought to you by RC Racing TV. Had a great meeting this weekend. Some good close racing over both finals. And we look forward to Robin Hood in 3 weeks' time. So see you then. Take care. Bye-bye.